Distinguished guests, welcome to the KOSTAT-ILO International Symposium on Modernization of Labor Statistics. My name is Hyunshim Amy Choi, and I'm greatly honored to stand here once more to serve as the Master of Ceremony for this event. The KOSTAT-ILO International Symposium on Modernization of Labor Statistics is organized jointly by Statistics Korea and the International Labor Organization under the theme, The Future Surveys for Statistics on the World of Work, Addressing the Challenges Through Innovation. On behalf of KOSTAT and the ILO, I would like to thank all participants, both in person and on-site, for joining us. This symposium, which continues from yesterday, marks the first international symposium jointly organized by KOSTAT and the ILO under the framework of their 2015 Memorandum of Understanding. The world of work has been changing at a pace that surpasses the progress made in how we measure it, especially through surveys. This symposium aims to explore innovative approaches for conducting labor surveys and producing related statistics, drawing on country experiences and insights. On day 2 of this symposium, we will have in the morning sessions 3 and 4 with a break in between, followed by sessions 5 and 6 in the afternoon before concluding with the closing ceremony. KOSTAT is sponsoring today's symposium luncheon and farewell dinner for all participants and warmly invite our in-person registrants to join us. Without further ado, we will now resume the symposium with session 3 titled Administrative and Survey Data Integration for Work Statistics. To ensure effective discussions, each of our core sessions has a moderator setting the scene for the session and facilitating discussion. Ms. Elisa Venes, head of the Rights, Migration, and Skills Statistics Unit at the ILO Statistics Department, will moderate this session. And joining her on stage are Federica Pintali from the Italian National Institute of Statistics, Cesar Murcio Lopez from the National Administrative Department of Statistics of Colombia, Gözde Nur Dinarsan from Turkish Statistics Institute, and Berta Taskinen from Statistics Finland. Please welcome our moderator and speakers with a round of applause.
Good morning. I hope you had a good evening last night and that you are fresh, refreshed to start the day. We have a long day, but a very interesting and rich agenda, I hope. So in this session, we will be starting to discuss some aspects of administrative and survey data integration, really looking at the value of administrative data for enhancing surveys. And then we will look more at the interoperability and other aspects of how you actually enable that in following sessions. So just to give a sort of a background, a context for this session, as most of you know, there is a trend and an expansion, a promotion of using increasingly administrative data for official statistics. And this is really a trend that has been taking place already for a decade at least, where there's a modernization of statistical systems that is coming along also with a transformation of government services to move into e-government and the generation of registered type data and other forms of administrative data with the aim to have more cost-efficient systems that are more timely, that can generate more granular data, and of course that reduce burden on respondents when we are thinking about survey-based systems. So in this move towards a register-based statistical system, then we need to be thinking around what does that mean for integration in terms of labor statistics? Yesterday we were already discussing that surveys really continue to be at the core of labor force statistics in particular, but how can surveys be enhanced through the use of administrative data sources in a more integrated way? So some considerations that we need to think through and that we also at ILO are grappling with is really that when there is a lot of push towards administrative data systems, we do have concepts and a lot of our measures in labor force statistics in particular are not quite captured by registered type data. We talk that a lot of our measurements are really behavior-based, so that we can really look at participation in labor markets, contribution to production, and that link that we also have to economic statistics. So from that angle, having a person that is registered, for example, as working in a particular registration doesn't tell us really how many hours they are working, whether they actually worked on a given week, whether that job status has changed or not. So there are some considerations that we really need to keep in mind in terms of when can we use and what are the valuable contributions of administrative records to building labor statistics. So we have also a number of characteristics that are really relying more on self-perception, especially when we're talking about working conditions, where it's important to have that person perspective to give us their answers rather than the type of information we might be able to have only coming from admin records. Systems, administrative record systems might also systematically not capture certain behaviors, for example, especially thinking around more sensitive topics, for example, violence and harassment in the workplace, where we know that there is really an underreporting, only certain types of cases or injuries and accidents. We don't have to go to more subjective situations, but if we are talking about injuries, accidents, only certain of those get reported through a system. So we know there are elements that we can capture through administrative sources, but not all of the aspects that we need to be able to monitor working conditions. We also know that administrative recording can change over time. Administrative rules can change over time, so that can also impact how we can utilize these sources in labor statistics. So for us, that means that really we have to be very strategic and selective about how administrative records can improve labor force statistics, and particularly thinking around how do we modernize surveys to be better utilizing these various sources that are available, but still in a way that allows them to generate the data that we're needing for monitoring the world of work. So what we will talk this morning is around where are those aspects, in which phases of the survey cycle, for example, can we see a value of administrative sources to enhance either, we talked yesterday that not only for cost effectiveness, but also for quality. So we will hear from different country experiences, talking about the ways in which administrative sources are being integrated into surveys to enhance, to improve cost efficiency, but also to improve quality of certain variables, for example, or of capturing populations, or of estimating and adjusting results from surveys, and overall for quality assessment. So some of the issues to reflect as we listen into the presenters and we think through what this means for the future of surveys is what is that role and strategic value of different types of sources that can help us improve surveys covering work-related topics, which types of sources in particular we see the value in which aspects of the survey cycle, for which outputs, for which population groups in particular, and of course, what are those pre-requirements that we need to be aware of in order to be able to integrate and increasingly use administrative sources to enhance our surveys. And in that sense, what would be the priorities for future development? So with that, I now introduce our speakers for today. For this session, we will have four country practices coming from different regions of the world. We will start with Italy, with Federica Pintaldi. Federica is the head of the Integrated System of Labor Education and Training Service at the Italian National Institute of Statistics, ISTAT. She is responsible for the labor force survey, for several labor demand surveys, and also directs the design and implementation of the labor register. In addition, her service also manages the information system on the transition from education to work through dedicated surveys covering graduates at different levels and adult lifelong learning, and oversees the design and development of the education and training register. So Federica, I invite you to take the floor.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It is a great pleasure to be here today. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for the interesting, very good symposium, and for inviting me to give me the opportunity to give my presentation, share my contribution. Okay. This is the introduction. My presentation will offer some example of integrating survey data with administrative data in order to illustrate the position of Italian National Institute of Statistics in this matter, what we are doing in this period. In recent years, ISTAT has been implementing the Italian integrated system of statistical register. Harmonized set of statistical register integrate different sorts of data. The construction of register is a base of a plurality of sources, mainly administrative, each with different coverage, variable, unit, reference period, metadata, and timeless. So the register brings together multiple sources. Labor statistics, in fact, in Italy, are divided across many sectoral administrative data. For example, labor register have 30 sources bring together. The new source open the possibility to integrate on such data at different stages of the survey process. For example, design and selection, no response adjustment, weighting, validation, user auxiliary variable, imputation, model estimation system, and expanding a set of variable information through record linkage. This is some example. The first example is use the register using auxiliary variable for labor force survey, in particular education level. In recent year, we said also yesterday, due to increasing difficult to maintain high response rate in the survey. So it's difficult to ensure a good representative collect sample. According to European regulation, this control total in calibration derived from demographics administrative source. This auxiliary information is incorporated in the estimation procedure with the calibration estimator. Population register, in this case, provide information on sex, age, citizenship, household structure, and education level of the resident population. And this information play an important role both in treatment and total no response in the final calibration. The labor force weighting procedure has 3 steps: initial weight, inverse inclusion probability, intermediate weights, obtain apply no response correction, and final weights derived by solving construction and minimization. In January 2021, new population figures were made available for the period 2011-2021 according to the result of the population continuous census in Italy, this 2018. Consequently, labor force weight were recalculated to be current for the new census population. The available link of the actual sample to the population register that made it possible to review no-response treatment. So the new correction factor Given the important relationship between educational level and the main labor market indicator, an experiment study was carried out to assess the effect of integrating this information as an auxiliary variable from the population register into labor force survey estimated. So it's auxiliary, non-direct estimated. And the use of education auxiliary information reduce the bias due to unbalanced coverage of certain population subgroups. Above all, population with low education level, so that there is more representative. Adopt the new estimation, the new methodology. Further study will be useful to refine the model, but this work has already showed that integration analysis through statistical register and the use of calibration model represent a promising way to improve the quality of labor force survey estimate. This is the second example, this gross monthly pay for labor force survey employee. Following the adoption of the new framework regulation, started in 2021, in the labor force survey must provide variable gross monthly pay for employee. That replace in Italy the present variable till 2021 net monthly pay. The problem is that in Italy, people don't know gross monthly pay because receive net salary after tax and contribution. So people don't know the information. We conduct some pilot survey, but it's impossible to collect information directly from interview. On the other hand, administrative information can be used to this aim through labor register, which contain excellent information on employment, including wage. The new variable is obtained with mixed strategy based on register and survey data, and also model prediction. Labor force survey collect are linked to the labor register, subject to a validation step to understand is the same work in the register and for the interview. Information on the wage is input for labor register. Model prediction is applied in case where labor register information is not validated, inconsistent work characteristics between labor force survey and labor register, or not available. In some cases, it's not available. This example is important to understand that when you use a register for a survey, you have to understand the difference on the definition. So you have to derive variable. You don't have directly the variable of the definition of gross monthly pay in labor force survey, but you have to specific definition required in regulamento. So this is some example. And at the finish of the process, each labor force survey employee was linked one more labor register job position active during the reference week. So this is the first step that working the reference week. And the second, the consistent with labor force survey and labor register job characteristic was validated using three variables: full-time, part-time, temporary, permanent, economic activity. In this case, working time is considered the most relevant variable, is determining a different pay level. This is the scheme that for the relationship between labor register and labor force survey, and the final step. This is, I think, is important because we have three groups have been identified. The first group as an employee not linked with the labor register or linked but not validated. But in this case, we consider that for the analysis, this is a regular job. So we use a model of gross monthly pay, considering that 87% is linked directly from register. So this in the case not linked. Second group, in labor for survey, full-time workers linked with labor register, but partially validate because record as part-time in labor register. In this case, we use the presence of gray work that must be verified. So, in the contract, worker are a contract part-time, but in the fact, he work full-time. So this is very important. Only with integration we have some information. Finally, the third group, labor for survey employee not linked with labor register or linked but not validate, where irregular employment is presumed. In this case, we use the model of net monthly pay because it's irregular job. So this example of integration of survey and register data has enriched information available and in the same time to capture new phenomena that cannot be identified by single source. It's not possible from register because we have only regular occupation, work, and only partially from survey that the integration can, in some case, to understand better. This is another example. Use a structure earning survey. In this case, is a survey from business survey for the enterprise, and we use a lot of register. A structure of earning survey is a large-scale enterprise survey on the relationship between pay level and individual employee characteristics, as well employer characteristics. The statistics cover enterprise with a less than 10 employee operation in all areas of the economy, except public administration. Some countries also provide information on the voluntary basis on public administration. Italy is among the countries that also provide information basis using labor register. This is the process for private sector and public sector using labor register. In this case, use a lot. The core statistical process and private sector like to labor register we use it in all phase of the survey. Sampling with the reduction the sample size because you have direct sample or employee using register. Simplification of the questionnaire by eliminating variable already available from register, a pre-filling questionnaire with labor register information. Control and correction, where data have been used as parameter to the reconstruction of the responses and calibration. In the case of public sector, the assess variable or interest were populated exclusively using labor register. In this case, the sample showed that the use of mixed register survey process has reduced response burden, with some information taken directly from register and partially pre-filled questionnaire, expanded the available information, like the case of public sector, and improved data quality. So we can go to the conclusion. The first aspect, we said before that is important when you comparing survey with administrative data to take account some characteristic. Because in some cases also in Italy we have the estimate from administrative data, labor for survey, and said, what is so different this estimate? But you have to consider what you study, what is the estimate meanings. So observing field of the source is all the field like labor force survey that you have also irregular job is different, no? For labor register. Time period covered, because for labor force survey, where reference week is identified, is different with, for example, occasional work in labor register. And this is, for us, this is very important, the distinction between de facto and contractual employment status. Because in some case, this is error present in all sources, but it's important to distinguish between data inconsistency and different meaning of phenomena. We say the part-time contract with actual full-time work. So the integration household survey microdata with register improve the understanding of phenomena, reduce weakness and say the strength of different sources, and make it possible to study phenomena that cannot be identified when using a single source. So here we have strength and weakness of labor force survey or survey in general and register data. For the strength, survey have average stock or employee person over a given period of time. And also in Italy we have a lot of sources, so it's not always possible from administrative data. All form or regular employee across sector of economic activity, irregular employment, fully or partially, quality of work as subject indicator, employment status for the entire population age 15 years and over, and typology of unemployment or inactive population. For example, in Italian administrative data, the definition of unemployment is impossible to have from administrative data. Another example, data timeless. For example, the gross pay monthly wage, in June we have 2023. So the timeless is very different, register and survey. On the other hand, the weakness, population not resident in Italy or not living in household is not present in labor force survey. Sampling error, estimation of rate phenomena is difficult if the sample is not too big. Employment history over time, this is a potential from register that you can study a lot of years, a lot of instability of work, granular territory level, enterprise-specific characteristic, a type on employment content. So we can say that survey is essential to capture phenomena that is impossible to have from register, but also we are studying, but also the new classification status on employment X18 is not possible capture all characteristics from register. So in conclusion, micro-level integration of source represent a new phase in the use of statistical data, allowing a more accurate reading and complex labor market dynamics. Careful analysis need to distinguish error, file declaration, and difference in the meaning. The integration, strong reliability of the analysis, and the complementary compensate for individual weakness, expand information base, longitudinal data, the reconstruction, work history, school to work transition, household income, and enabling to study new and hidden labor market phenomena, offer powerful to the deeper insight, innovative labor market research on employment and labor market trend, failed part-time, undeclared work, etc. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is the reference at the end.
Thank you, Federica. That was very rich, quite a diverse use and applications of administrative sources, and such a rich source that you also have, having built that labor register. But again, how important it is to really understand the differences, the methodological difference, to know how to integrate it in a way that actually sheds light or improves quality. So thank you for that. We'll move to our next presenters. Cesar Mauricio Lopez, who currently serves as the Director of Methodology and Statistical Production at the National Administrative Department of Statistics of Colombia, that's DANE. And this covers also under his portfolio the National Labor Force Survey. Cesar is a statistician with over 20 years of experience in the public sector and in multilateral organizations also. His work has focused on the use of statistical information to support decision-making in areas such as labor markets, poverty, and education. Cesar, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the ILO and to KOSTAT for their kind invitation. For us, it's very meaningful to be here in this first international symposium, sharing our national experience and learning from colleagues around the world. So today I'm going to show you a general overview of our labor force survey, very general, very quick, and two particular examples in very sensitive topics on how we are using administrative records, administrative data to enhance the household survey. So the first example is based on the integration of the victims registry with the household survey and the production of labor market indicators. And the second one is not about labor market indicators, but it still is relevant because it's the integration of records for the measurement of monetary poverty. And at the end, I want to show you what are we doing in DANE with our statistical-based registered integration system, how we work to enhance the production of statistical information with all the different administrative data, not just for population, but also for business, education, activities, and so on. So the quick overview of our labor force survey is the Great Integrated Household Survey. This survey, whose main objectives are to provide information of the labor market, enable the estimation of monetary poverty, and collect relevant information of the socio-demographic conditions of individuals living in households across the country. Its coverage is national and allows the publication of results for different geographic domains, such as the capital cities of the 32 departments in Colombia, also 5 secondary cities, and 23 of the 32 departments. What information we capture here, information about dwellings, household individuals, of course, under the standards on guidelines set by the International Conference of Labor Statisticians. We publish information. The data collection is carried out every week. It's a continuous survey, as some of you show the survey works, and the results are published on a monthly basis. Indicators are available in monthly or quarterly or annually, depends, yearly, sorry, depends of the topic and the domain. So the context of the conflict-affected population, we are about 53 million people in Colombia, in which nearly 10 million have been identified as affected by the armed conflict. The majority of these individuals have been registered as victims of international forced displacement. Forced displacement, and that means that mainly during the 90s, early 90s and late 2000s, they were forced to leave their place of residence, mainly in rural areas, and resettle in the main cities of the country. Of the total affected population, it is estimated that about 7.8 million receive some type of assistance or support from government agencies. Other characteristics of this population, as you can see, they are 50-50, more or less, women and men, 13.1% Afro-Colombians, and 6.8% indigenous people. What's which are the challenges for field data collection? The challenges of collecting information for this population are in many ways similar to those we face when attempting to reach other hard-to-survey populations through household surveys. We have identified two opposite reactions, both of which create difficulties for direct data collection. On the one hand, there is fear of being identified as part of the conflict-affected population, and in a completely opposite way, on the other hand, there are individuals who, despite not being part of this population, self-report as such in the hope of receiving some type of government assistance. So this is a big challenge for us. In addition, and perhaps most important, there is the risk of re-victimization when repeatedly asking individuals about their status as affected by the conflict. So even ethical considerations. So how do we work with that? The single register of conflict-affected persons identifies and maintains records of individuals affected by acts of violence in the context of the armed conflict in accordance with the Victims and Land Restitution Law. It collects information on identification variables such as ID codes, type and number of those IDs, name of the persons, as well as sex, geographic location, socio-demographic characteristics, and conflict-related events. Among the main data quality challenges are duplicated, errors in type and number of documents, inconsistencies in dates of birth, and typographical error. This kind of work is not perfect, but is still a good approach to this sensitive topic. So, as with any other register or data source, a process of quality review, adjustment, and standardization is required. I don't going to go deep with that, but in general terms, we load the information and run a diagnosis in how the quality on the integrity of the database. And also we run an harmonization and standardization of the key variables, integration validation with the population-based register, not directly for the survey. So then we consolidate and compare information across multiple years. That is a way that we try to guarantee the quality of the information and integrating the data with the population-based register, which serves as a linkage base before connecting it to the survey. After that, we perform a first match using identification numbers, followed by integration using phonetic matching techniques. All of this is done with the population-based register, and only then is the information linked to the survey, first through an exact match, and then using an alternative identifier. So, once the information for the administrative data has been linked to the survey, it is necessary to adjust the calibration weight. We have identified that without this adjustment, the conflict-affected population is underrepresented by about 10%. As I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, this approach is not perfect, but it is still a good alternative for a population domain that is complex to measure. Other calibration approaches are currently being explored by Danny with the aim of further improving the results. So, once this process is completed, we publish the main results of our website as well as the microdata for use by different users. Here we have an example of the labor force participation rate, the employment rate, and unemployment rate for this population. This information can also be consulted in a PDF document and summarize the main results. This is another example. In this slide, we present the same information for the domain of internally displaced person, labor force participation rate, employment rate, and unemployment rate for the 2 years of the exercise. We are currently finalizing the analysis of the 2024 administrative data in order to publish the results before the end of this year. The second example I will briefly present is the integration of administrative data for the estimation of household income. Problem description, high levels of monetary poverty and extreme poverty in Colombia. government policy of cash transfer to households as a tool to reduce poverty, limited knowledge and mistrust regarding Danny role with some expecting subsidies or government programs, or associating it with tax collection. Our name is quite similar to the agency in charge of taxation. So that is a sadly challenge that we have to face. During the pandemic, field operations were adjusted and administrative records were incorporated to complement the survey data. In this table, we can see the different cash transfer programs in place since 2020, the year when we began exploring these data sources, through 2024. What we see highlighted in the red box is just an example of one of those programs. The name is Renta Ciudadana program, which has evolved over the time. So those three lines are basically the same program, but with different characteristics, different features, and maybe the key feature of this program is that the information may refer to a regular payment or to additional payment. These additional payments occurs under different circumstances and are not part of the program's regular schedule. For this reason, when integrating these records with the survey, it is crucial to understand the dynamics of the programs in order to reduce the risk of under or overestimation. Another challenge is the integration process comes from the data sources themselves. Some are managed by the national government, while others come from local governments, in particular Bogota city government and Medellin city government. So we have to have very good communication with them to understand the records, the data, in order to do our best job with this integration. So how is the integration and calculation process? Regarding how the integration is carried out, we follow the same process of quality review and standardization. The difference is that once this process is completed and before calculating the indicators of interest, the results are validated directly with the institution that produce the data to ensure consistency with the source information. After this validation, the results are presented to an independent expert committee. This is just for poverty. And finally, they are published on our website together with the corresponding microdata. This is how we publish some of the information to ensure transparency in the dissemination process. The results are published both with and without the adjustment resulting from the integration of administrative data. As you can see, for example, for 2024, the national monetary poverty rate without including the adjustment based on administrative data was 34.1%, while with the adjustment, it decreased to 31.8%. Regardless of the methodology and the results, it is important for us to guarantee full transparency in the process so that users can trust the data and use it confidently to research, policymaking, and public debate. Finally, at DANI, we're working on building a system of the systematic use of administrative data in the production of official statistics based on our core registers. So in this graph, at the center is a base address register, which is complemented by the population-based register, the business register, the real estate register, and the activities register. These base registers are complemented by so-called satellite registers, such as the labor relation register, the migration register, the foreign trade statistical, and some thematical statistical directories. For example, those related to educational establishments and public sector directories, and the statistical register of ethnic population. Our objective is to have systematic and periodic access to these data sources. Some of these, as I showed before, are already part of our regular statistical production, while others are not yet using recurrently. Nevertheless, we are confident that we will continue to make progress in expanding the acquisition and use of these different registers, which will allow us to strengthen statistical production both for surveys and censuses. In closing, I would like to emphasize that the work we have shared today reflects Danny's commitment to the continuously modernizing our statistical production system and to making the best possible use of administrative data and household survey in a complementary way. We believe that by strengthening data integration, improving quality, and ensuring transparency, we can provide users with more relevant, timely, and reliable information. I would like to sincerely thank the ILO and KOSTAT for this valuable opportunity to share our experience. I also thank all of you for your attention. We look forward to continuing to learn from experiences of other countries and to collaborating in building better labor statistics for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Cesar. That was really interesting. I know Dan is really very much working on building these administrative records, and this is quite an important experience in the region. It was also very interesting to see additional uses of administrative data to enhance the value of surveys. You put the case of helping identify particular populations of interest, and especially for displacement populations, which are so difficult to identify through a survey mechanism. So that was a really interesting use of the data to then be able to harness and be able to profile their labor market situation. So thank you for that. Also, the other case uses are quite also interesting. It's basically enhancing the value and the richness and the use of the survey data to really sort of explore more in depth other thematics. So with that, we go to our third presenter. Our third presenter is Gozde Nur Dinarcan. Sorry. My Spanish comes right through. She's an expert in the Household Survey Labor Force Statistics Unit at the Turkish Statistical Institute. She actively follows national and international developments and contributes to integrating them into the Household Labor Force Survey questionnaire and implementation processes at Turkstat. Her work focuses on labor force survey methodology and data analysis, also labor migration studies and modularization of surveys. So, Gozde, you're welcome to take the floor.
Distinguished colleagues and esteemed participants, it's a great pleasure for me to be here today. I would like to extend my gratitude to the organizer for this valuable opportunity. Today, I will present integration of administrative data with the Turkey Labor Force Survey. You see my presentation plan. First of all, I will begin data sources for labor statistics in Turkey, and I will focus on how administrative data integrated into Turkish Statistical Institute Labor Force Survey step by step. In Turkey, labor statistics are compiled a variety of data sources. Using different data sources has its own pros and cons. The main sources can be grouped into the household sample surveys, population census, administrative data, like as social security records, registered unemployment records, unemployment insurance. Household labor force surveys are at the front of in measuring unemployment within international definitions, especially illustrating the informal structure of employment. In Turkey, 26.5% of total employment is unregistered, and 16.9% of non-agriculture is unregistered. The labor force survey is conducted by Turkstat to produce current information on main labor market indicators: employment, unemployment, persons not in labor force. And LFS serves as the main data source on the supply side of labor market in Turkey in line with international norms and standards. It has been conducted regularly since 1988. Definition and employment and unemployment as set by the ILO. It is fully harmonized with Eurostat regulations, and also it's compliant with the 19th ICLS resolutions and IESS by Eurostat. So Turkey can produce international comparable indicators. As for data collection, all settlements and non-institutional population in Turkey have been covered in sample selection. Address is sampling unit, observation unit is households. Survey is applied to all individuals living in household. Also participation is compulsory. And mixed data collection method copy and cutty is used. The regional offices are responsible for the field application. Questions regarding to the labor force statistics status are asked to individuals age 15 and over. And the survey has three main sections. The first section addresses demographic information. The second section is devoted to labor force status, individuals age 15 and over. And the third section is about non-response reasons. Yearly, 760,000 people interviewed in the scope of LFS. And administrative data are used with the LFS in three phases. The first is before field application, sampling design, basic demographic information are supported by address-based registration system. During field work, administrative records from institutions such as Social Security institutions, Turkish Employment Agency, are used as complementary resources. Finally, after field work, the weighting process, ABPRS, mainly address-based population registration system, is used. Before field application, the address-based population registration system is used, I mentioned, is the primary source of population statistics in Turkey. Population size by localities, regions, immigration and immigration statistics. This system is also based for live tables, population projections. Also, this system also serves as the sampling frame for household surveys. Personal information is matched with address information by using national ID number and address code. This system integrated with the National Address Database. National Address Database contains all addresses in the country with unique address codes. Sampling frame is updated biannually. In pre-field work, basic demographic data such as name, address, sex, date of birth, citizenship are uploaded data entry system. Interviewers verify and finalize household members during the visits. Having a national ID numbers available also facilitates matching with other data sources and administrative sources. And also administrative data provides contact and location information. Personal numbers are used to inform household in advance and conduct CATI interviews. Address coordinates help interviews find sample household, reducing address not found cases. During the fieldwork, administrative records from Social Security Institute and the Turkish Employment Agency are utilized. The SSI provides information on individuals with insurance coverage. Number of the persons that have insurance, registration, and pay premium for the job. It means the number of registration jobs. And also, Isco provides information on registered job seekers. It's important to note that these records don't replace survey questions. They only support them. Turkstat implements Eurostat relevant implementing regulations. In LFS, labor force status is determined only through self-reported answers. Administrative records are used only for comparison and validation. If there is a difference between two sources, after the survey is completed, we have a module and we investigated the differences reasons. And after the field application, weighting is applied to ensure that survey estimates represent the total population, and population projections are based on the address-based registration system. Despite the integration efforts, there are important definitional, methodological, conceptual, coverage differences between administrative sources and survey results. You see between Social Security Institution and Turkstat's differences. And this slide is about job seekers from Isco administrative records and unemployment front LFS differences in conceptual sources definitional content. And Turkstat has developed a discrepancy detection module. At the micro level, LFS results are compared with Social Security institutional data. If the respondents' ILO employment status don't match with the administrative records, the reasons for this difference are asked at the end of the questionnaire. According to these analyses, the reasons for the difference can be divided into the three groups. The first group is about declared register in LFS, but there is no registration in Social Security institution records. Possible reasons can be caused sectoral coverage, delay, lack of information on registration, and retired workers. And the second group is about declared employed but not registered in LFS, but there is a registration in administrative records. It caused by reference period don't overlap, lack of information on registration, and main second job. The third group is declared not employed in LFS, but there is registration in Social Security Institute. Possible reasons, reference period don't overlap. The records for the related month, but in LFS questions are asked for the reference week, not whole month. And fake registers, trainee apprentice, incorrect answers. Oh, sorry. Integrating administrative data with surveys offers several benefits. It reduces costs, ready availability, lowers respondent burdens, more detailed information, improving the coverage, simplifying field operation. Nevertheless, there are challenges to consider. Methodological and technical challenges, definition inconsistencies, variable quality issues, data preservation problems, methodological limitations. And we aim to improve sampling framework, minimize errors, and provide more transparent information about the differences between survey and administrative sources. We also plan to some administrative data directly for imputation. For example, education data from National Education Database will be soon integrated directly into the LFS. To conclude, I would like to emphasize that integrated administrative data with the household labor force survey strengthens the quality, reliability, and efficiency of labor statistics in Turkey. Thank you for your kind attention.
Many thanks, Costa. Very interesting also to see that you have already built all of this and that you have plans for also integrating and using more administrative sources like the education register that you mentioned. I think very interesting also to see that similar to Italy, you have this model of comparing and checking that consistency across sources. And that is so important when using administrative records. So I found that quite interesting to see. We have one more experience from Finland. Now we go back to Europe with Pertti Taskinen. He's a senior statistician at Statistics Finland, where he serves as the team leader for labor force survey statistics. He has over 14 years of experience in the labor force survey, and also 11 years of experience with direct data collection. Pertti, you have the floor.
Thank you, and thank you for calling me to this interesting event. So, by the way, Finland is a rather small country in Northern Europe. We are part of Nordic family, small at least, compare the inhabitants of, for example, Korea. So, this presentation deals with main work statistics. Also, some words of background, but the focus will be on the labor market statistics, and also some words about the quality of work-life survey. We have about 10 official statistics indicating employment in some way, including wage statistics, and I exclude here national accounts. Also, one experimental statistics on main activity of population is quite an important role, because we are going to make it an official statistics next year to keep a release on monthly register-based employment situation and unemployment. The labor force survey is still the most important rapid labor market indicator in Finland, continuing for decades as in many countries. On the other way, the quality of work-life survey is a unique time series on working conditions. I will give some more details about this soon, but I think we must keep in mind what is the consideration, what basis is it possible to make combinations between survey and register. They are based on laws on statistics, especially regulation from the EU, and that's it has been in process, reformed, and is strengthening the role of statistical offices in accessing in EU countries in data access. And maybe I must say that it's very important that statistical data must be obtained from registers if possible. Now you can see some basics of both surveys. Maybe not time to go all details, but some points you can find that noteworthy. We have a prominent role of the CAVI data collection nowadays, along with interviews by phone. It's about half and half with these methods. And also non-respondent has a remarkable role in today's data collection, but maybe we already have used to live with that. Really, if we look at relationship with these two surveys, the UWLS is a subsample from the LFS every 5th year. So how about the administrative data in the LFS collection? First, the sample is based on to update information from the Central Population Register. I think that's kind of very basic stuff. But going to the end, and the weighting. We have that for all sampled persons, of course. Reweighting is based on basics, on data demographic variables, partly according to the EU regulations. In addition to that, we tried to find out what is the best additional information when calibrating weights. And we divided into 2 steps. First, using language, level of education, and the main activity. These data, registry data, are those which strongly indicate the likelihood of non-response. In the second phase or step, data such as key labor market, the status of job seeking are used, as well as simply a wage variable. And then speaking about data collection and use of register, we can utilize register data in some ways. For example, industry of employed persons. I will show you on the next page concrete example how we do that questionnaire, as well the occupation. The level of education, which is an essential background variable in the LFS data, is obtained from a comprehensive register of qualification, and that's maintained by Statistics Finland. Information on job seeking from employment services is obtained directly from that service register. And there is also salary information from the incomes register. I will be back to the incomes register in the end, so we don't use any editing much that or inputting data. We directly use the income register. And this is an example which shows very practically dependent interviewing in the LFS. We use the data from the employment statistics to show that for the respondent, that is pre-filled for everyone in the sample if they have this information. Unfortunately, very often the information is not correct because of the time delay from the register. And when they come next time to the wave, so we only ask, is this data on occupation and the company, are they the same? So respondent can only say that yes, they are the same. And so, yesterday we heard something about, or a little bit more about the LFS, specifically EU LFS variable. Hanna from Poland told about those, and maybe she counted 115 variables. I have counted 116 variables from EU regulation, but anyway, it's more than 100, at least yearly or biannually basis. So, because we are part of the European Union, so that requires certain data to be sent, and it's used by Eurostat. And it requires direct data collection in key labor market variables. Besides that, there are many other variables than this core labor market information. But I must say, not many of them are in big use in a national level. You can see the content of this in the EU explanatory notes. If we look the EU data, Finland provides to Eurostat slightly more than half, 53%, is asked directly from the respondents. Of course, because of the lack of the register information. And then directly from register comes about 11%. That they are, of course, structural variable. demographic information. And in some variables, we can use both data. And of course, there is much of derived variables, which they are good variables, I would say, because they always facilitate data collection if we can use data again and derive new variables from the same data. If we go back to domestic data needs, how to combine the register and data collected, some examples are here. They are you can find some links there. I would only say that most typical researchers combine pension register, which is, I think, very good level in our country to fulfill the data from the LFS for the employment of older people and also for younger people. But if we look at, again, the level of European Union, you can see here a map. This is a good example of a statistical publication from Eurostat, namely that's the long working hours. How could we use survey data with register data? I take here example. First, we could get our employees very well from register as well as occupation. Speaking about income register, which is online-based register, but there are some challenges with the use that in a statistical way. I will go later and some more words about it. Then, self-employed, that's the group of that we could say that labor force survey finds better than register because they are not always paying themselves wages. Regular hours could be possible if employers had an obligation to report them, but it may differ from the employee's view of their hours. And it's quite clear that we will never get worked hours as such from the register. And as I promised, I will keep here some links for the working conditions survey that has also combined with register for research purposes, and we will find again a pension register as well as cause of death statistics, but also time series data on working careers from the employment statistics. And it's time to address challenges in this area. Cost reduction efforts are common. That's why we are going to have some plans, both with interview work and in changing the sampling, mainly so that we could get the same amount of data with a little bit smaller sample. No more about this because they are unfinished. On the other hand, the requirements is still to increase the use of admin data to reduce burden of respondents. And in Finland, the aim would be to replace some ILO harmonized data by increasing the number of publication of register opportunities. As I mentioned, this experimental statistics to go to official statistics next year. However, at the moment, without reducing the number of the LFS publications so far. Intern statistics that do not have a legal obligation, such as quality of work, are subject of external funding, finding that kind of problem. And this about incomes register, it's made for needs of the tax administration, so it's not in-house data repository of statistics. It contains a lot of variables, but not necessarily those which are needed for the LFS or other work statistics. While such register data is very inexpensive compared to survey, it's not simple to compile statistics about it. And especially the register unemployment differs a lot of the ILO harmonized unemployment. Okay, just mention finally that direct data collection has evolved, and in our view, it could be developed a little bit, but this is going too hard to implement, thinking on response and financial conditions. We believe that we can use a little bit more register that improve the conditions for sampling, calibration, or people being directed to web-based data collection more. In any case, it's the wish of our national office to sort in international communities to produce more information on register base. Thank you very much for your interest.
Thank you, Pertti, and thank you for sharing. How important has been the legal basis to promote and prioritize the use of administrative records, maybe to a point that it becomes a little worrisome for surveys and for funding, but that is important indeed to integrate and to harness the value that it can bring to labor statistics. So, colleagues, we have a few, like about 10 minutes for a round of questions. So we've heard from 4 different experiences, country practices, really highlighting quite a wide range of uses of administrative data sources and different types of administrative sources. We heard from base population registers, address base, but also for specific labor register, for specific populations, for example, for internally displaced populations, also used from administrative records from cash transfers from government and so on. So really a wide range of uses, sources and uses. But of course, always with this important point that we need to review, transform this data, and understand very well the differences with the survey data to be able to use it in an appropriate way. And so with that, we also saw a number of models of how to assess that inconsistencies and make an informed decision on the uses of those data to enhance the outputs of surveys on the world of work. Anyone wants to share some reflections or ask a question? I see Hannah.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Thank you for this really interesting session. I would like to ask about to everyone the question, but I will start not to be too long. Firstly, to Federica, I have a question about the information on the NACE, because maybe it's not only a question to Federica, it's about the NACE code in register, because in the register, for example, in Poland, we only have the information about the NACE code for the whole unit, not for the local unit, but in fact in LFS we have to have information about the NACE code for local unit. So are there any discrepancies or what you have in your registers? Secondly, it's also the question to last presentation of Pertti. You showed that you present the place of work of the respondent. My question is, what is about when the person has more than one place of work? Or how do you know it is this place of the main place of work? And in Poland, we also have a problem with data collection in LFS concerning name and surname. I see that in some of your surveys you can have name and surname in the LFS. We cannot. It is It has to be a voluntary survey, and we cannot collect such information in LFS. And it also makes a problem when we link data with registers. We cannot have any idea. I think if even we would like to add it to LFS, firstly, our data protection officer would oppose. Secondly, people in Poland, if they see that we want to collect such an information, would even more decline to take part in LFS. And it is useful that you can have it, but from my point of view, there could be also a problem with this information in Turkey, that you put in your LFS the information from the population register, and how you are sure about the residents, because in the population register you can have residents who are formally registered, but I don't know how it is, how is the level high in your country that some people come to your country are not registered as residents. And when you check it, do you, I don't know, how can you check, or you just add some people to LFS, or you change something in the register? How the process is going on? Thank you.
Any other question? We'll take a couple of more questions, and then I give you a round of answering. So, Howie?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Thank you so much for the great presentation. I have a question for all the speakers about, linked to the prior intervention questions on the consent, the procedures that when you are linking the administrative data into surveys or with surveys at the microdata level, what kind of consent are you seeking what's the procedure from the respondents? Saying, I'm going to link your administrative data into, do you need to let them know? So the process they had to go through.
We have one more question at the back, and then we'll go for a round of answers.
예, 안녕하세요.
Good morning.
한국통계청의
I'm from KOSTAT,
통계 기준과장
and
박민정이라고
I'm
합니다.
responsible statistical
오늘
standards
그
at KOSTAT.
행정자료하고
The use
각종
of
자료를
administrative
데이터
data and other
인테그레이션하는
types of
각종
data
사례들을
for
굉장히
data
인상
integration. That
깊게
was the topic of
좋은
this session.
발표들
It was
감사합니다.
highly interesting and
질문은
fascinating.
두 가지가 있는데요.
I have two
이탈리아
questions.
통계청의
First of all, my first question goes to our Italian speaker.
그 레이버 레지스터의 정보를 가지고 와서 사용을
Taking
하시는데
information from the
한국 같은
labor
경우는
register, that's what you're doing.
고용노동부가
In
있고
Korea, we have the Ministry of Employment and we have KOSTAT,
업무들을 하고 있습니다.
and we have
그래서
different
이탈리아 같은
responsibilities. In Italy, it seems like the labor register is being managed not by your institution but other institution. And here in Korea, we have occupation classification code, but we have our own unique occupation classification code. And it seems like in Italy, there are different ministries dealing with labor statistics. Then what is your occupation standards? Do you apply a unified standards of occupation classification? That's my first question. My second question is job position. As to job position, when we're doing data integration with data from statistical offices, do you assign data codes? Or as to LR's job position, are they coming in text form before data integration? So specifically, at which point do you use data coding? That's my second question.
Thank you very much. So we'll go for that round of questions. Quite a number, an interesting range of questions. So maybe I start with you, Federica. You had a couple of questions. dealing with classifications, one on branch of economic activity, whether you are able to have that at the local level or not. Also with the occupation classification, whether that exists and it's used a unique classification across departments that generate statistics, like the Ministry of Labor and ISTAT. And then more generally, the issue around consent for linking individual level register with survey data.
Okay. Okay. Hello. Thank you for the questions. Regarding the NACE and local unit, in Labor for Survey, in Eurostat we have local unit, but you have to consider that in Italy, the mass of the enterprise is one unit, so is TECO classification is the same. And in the case that you have more unit, in the register you have the first NACE, the second, also the other. All activity have the enterprise, so we can control for these characteristics. But in general, when you say no, that considering labor force survey at the register, in this case, we have also another question that also is we are only one NACE, only one unit, that the point of view of the interview is never the same of the enterprise, because the concept that with the first work for you. So we have to consider also this question. And regarding the source, administrative source, we have a lot of the ministerial labor, but also other agency for the pension, for the contribution, for accidents of work. We have a lot of source that derive from different institutions, and the difficulty of to create the register, as you have the ID code for to get together the information, but also administrative source not having coherent, because the definition is different. So you can, for example, you have a person that work whole days in the year or only 1 day, but in some source you have the same 1 day or whole day or years. You have person who worked in the year. Yes, only the information. Other source, this is, for example, a problem for self-employee. For employee, we have also contribution go to the for the tax and for the pension every month, and also every week. So for the linkage, we can consider the reference week you had contribution. For the employee, it's more easy to consider a reconstruction reference week. For self-employee, it's more complicated because you have an enterprise, but you don't know. You pay the tax one time in the year, so you don't know when person worked or non worked. So it's as a regular worked is you work all year. For the new classification that we have with the like dependent contractor is not so easy, because maybe you don't work whole year. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So maybe I ask for the panel, who wants to address the point around consent
네, 혹시
procedures
이런 동의와
when you're
관련된
linking
절차
administrative records to survey data? Do you inform? Okay, Cesar?
Thank you. In Colombia particularly, we don't have that problem because we have the statistics law that force the people and the businesses to give us the information with the identification, with, of course, a particularly objective, and that is to produce statistical information in aggregate, so in the aggregate way. So we don't have that problem. Our problem is different. It's how to guarantee the access to the administrative records that help us to enhance the information of the service. So particularly in the Colombian case, we don't have that problem. We have the names, we have the ideas, not just for people, also for business. And we don't need that because we have a law that has been, it's quite recent, from 2023, that demands that everybody has to give us the information. So when we just knock the door, it's the first thing that we were the people in order to they trust and ask that their information will be used just with statistical purposes.
I think they were going for a little bit more of this linking, whether people are aware that their information might be linked. I do know, for example, in Korea, there's a very strong legislation around data protections and individual use. Also in Turkey, maybe, Gözde, you want to say something about that?
In Turkey, the Turkish citizens have one ID number, unique Turkish national ID number. And we use that number matching between sources. For example, in SSI, Social Security Institute records, and LFS, in LFS persons, when matching, we use this number. But I want to add something for Anna's questions. There is an anonymization process. Ensure the confidentiality when linking individual records, personal data, unique ID number is anonymized before by authorized units in Turkstat, by assigning a statistical number instead of personal identifier. Firstly, we anonymize the Turkish ID number. And then this statistical number, when we see the data, LFS data, we don't see ID number, we just see a statistical number. And we matched the other sources by this way. And the second one, I can mention the Anna's question. You asked sampling frame address-based registration system. The sampling frame for LFS constituted by selected households in which at last one person is registered according to this system. If there is no persons, we can consider as out of non-scope at the sampling frame. And we calculated non-scope out of non-scope rate.
Thank you very much. And we have Pertti, our last question that we had been asked about the place of work of the respondent, and whether this is collected and whether you could distinguish if a person has multiple places of work.
Yes, that's multiple job holder is always kind of problem in the LFS. But if the number of job is more than one, this is asked in the very beginning of the survey. If it's more than one, so basically we cannot use the register, because in register there's no assign what's the main job and other job. And that's about 6% in our labor force that has 2 or more jobs. That's quite easy. Yes, maybe that's enough.
Thank you, everybody. We have run out of time, but I think a very important session in the sense that we are moving in this direction where there is a promotion of priority to use administrative records. It is an important part of the modernization of labor statistics. And so then how do we make sure that that process takes into account the type of data that we look in labor statistics to inform labor market monitoring, to capture the different types of populations and work that might not be registered and so on. So important to think around these elements of integration, but of course the challenges and the steps that need to be taken into account to enable that, from understanding the different sources and really figuring out how you can do that matching. And that brings up, very importantly, that legal framework, that data confidentiality and protection and anonymization and all these other aspects that need to be developed in order to enable that integration. So with that, I give back to our Master of Ceremony. Thank you to our speakers.
Let's give them a big round of applause. And with that, I'd like to invite everyone to a short 10-minute break.
정책 수립의 방향을 찾기 위한 조사입니다. 함께 찾아가는 행복. 이민자 체류 실태 및 고용 조사는 외국인 및 귀화 허가자의 생활.
안녕하세요. 통계청 조사원입니다.
Distinguished guests, the KOSTAT-ILO Symposium will begin shortly. We kindly ask all the participants to proceed inside and take their seats in the hall. To ensure the smooth progress of the session, please set your mobile phones to silent mode. English and Korean simultaneous interpretation will be provided throughout today's event. We ask all participants to prepare their receivers in advance, and please note that Channel 1 is for Korean and Channel 2 is for English. This symposium is also being broadcast live through our official YouTube channel. To watch the sessions online, please visit our symposium website and select the live streaming menu. Presentation materials for each speaker can be accessed and downloaded under the program menu of our symposium website. On-site participants can also scan the QR code printed on their name tags or symposium leaflet to download the presentation materials. Once again, I'd like to invite all our symposium participants to proceed inside and take their seats. Thank you for your cooperation. So, distinguished participants, we kindly ask for your understanding of this unexpected delay, and I wish for your cooperation and patience for a couple of minutes. Thank you very much. Welcome back to the symposium. We will now begin session 4, titled Data Governance for Survey and Administrative Data Interoperability. For this session, we have Mr. Shutong Ding, Statistical Knowledge Management Officer from the ILO Statistics Department as our moderator. And joining him on stage are Mr. Choi Jae-hyuk from KOSTAT, Ms. Tara Davis from the Central Statistics Office of Ireland, Mr. Mauricio Rodriguez Abreu from Mexico's National Institute of Statistics and Geography, and Ms. Tlamelo Sekambo from Botswana Human Resource Development Council. So please welcome all our moderator and speakers with a big round of applause.
안녕하세요. Mr. Ding입니다. 저는 한국 가서는 Mr. John입니다. 상하이 출시입니다. 감사합니다. So now I will switch to the English. And many thanks to my teacher, Mr. Park, that I were able to give a short introduction in Korean, and also my warm appreciations to this dear host. So it's a pleasure for me to host this session 4 and 5 on data governance and AI. So in the session 3, we have seen a lot of compelling examples how the admin data can strengthen service across the entire data lifecycle and also reduce costs. And in this session, we will ask ourselves how we could actually ensure such integration of various data sources systematically and reliable and sustainable. So the answer is the effective data governance and to ensure different data sources that is interoperated. So now maybe, of course, we know that the data governance, it's already quite familiar for most of the NSO, and because for a single data source, it's not something new. But when we try to integrate data coming from other sources and at different institutions, sometimes the data governance are a bit less focused. So here, maybe let me start with a sort of a simple analogy. I want to illustrate this with a film that I actually watched on my flight here. It calls The Musician. So it is actually about 4 amazing instrument players, and 3 of them are violinists, and also 1 is playing cello. And they were asked to play one concert together. And each of them is brilliant on their own. But when they start to rehearsing, it doesn't quite work. They have different styles and different timing, and it just all sounds messy. So then there's a veteran composer works in. He jumps to help that listen to each other and to agree on the tempo and also decide who leads when. So suddenly it just clicks. And same players, same instruments, but now it's a melody. It's not a noise. So that's what I think is what the data integration should feel like. So each musician is a single data source process. The composer is the data governance. Without someone setting the rules and also helping the things fit together, you get confusion. So with the governance in place, we have clear rules and shared standards and even a good timing. You get harmony. So in our statistics, official statistics world, we call it data interoperability. So with this, I hope that you have or understand clearly the importance of the data interoperability and also the data governance that come into play. So when the now I will switch to the slides here. When a survey meets the admin data, of course, there's a lot of the potential interoperability issues that we can foresee. For example, with point 1, that entity mismatch, and also the point 3, update time misalignment. And this is where we link to, can we link the right unit at the right moment? And in the point 2, definition mismatch. Do we mean the same thing from different sources? And point 4, format intercompatibility. 5, coverage inconsistency. And 6, access constraints. So can the systems talk to each other? And also, are we allowed to do so? And then, of course, we have the 7 and 8. Do we have the same classification versions? And also the changes and other metadata are properly documented. So those are the issues that we can see. And left alone, it will create a bias and delay and confusions. So this is where I think the composer should come into place. This is our data governance. And we need to have clear roles, responsibilities, and also reusable artifacts. And I want to quote something from UNECE high-level group on the modernization of official statistics report. So they stated there is a report called DAFI, Data Governance Framework for Statistics Interoperability. And this is making it even more strongly that I quote here, interoperability needs governance that span the entire production chain, including alternative administrative sources. So this is where I believe that data governance should be the framework that fix the interoperability issues. Here I want to highlight 6 important pillars. First, we come with the institution and arrangements and also the policy. We need to have clear roles, responsibilities, and also have the laws and MOUs are clearly stated. And then we also have to look for our standards and do we adapt the global, for example, GZM and using SDMX, DDI for version controls and for mappings. And also have to look at the harmonizations. Do we develop common artifacts that can be reused? Then we look at the secure linkage. So when we link the data from different places, we need to have identifier strategy and separation principles and other metrics to play. Finally, we also have to ensure the quality control. We need to have coverage checks, calibration, and even the coherence text that is ensure the reproducible outputs. So, finally, as we are going to hear national experience and also perspectives, I want to invite you also reflecting on the following points. Which standards are the essential ones that from your opinion? For example, is this SDMX, Isco, or GSM concepts? What are the biggest blockers that you faced, legally, technically, or organization level? How do we navigate them? And which levels to integrate? Should be on the micro data level or on the aggregate levels? What are the trade-offs? And what kind of reusable artifacts that we can adopt for future? And any templates, mappings, or codes that we can use? And how the ILO labor market information system can support practice end-to-end. This we can hear especially from our dear speakers from Botswana, how we do the ingestions to the final data dissemination. So finally, let me bring to our distinguished speakers. So we have 4 here, and each will have 15 minutes, and hopefully we'll have 20 minutes at the end for the questions. Let's get started. Our first speaker is Mr. Jae-Hook Choi, Director, Administrative Data Management Division of KOSTAT. Mr. Choi holds a PhD in statistics and also serves as a team leader in the AI Platform Data Innovation Bureau under the Presidential Committee on the Digital Platform Government. So please, Mr. Choi, the floor is yours.
네, 감사합니다. 방금 소개받은 한국 통계청
Good morning. I am
행정통계과장
Jae-Hyuk, leading
최재혁입니다.
the register-based statistics
먼저 이렇게
division at
흥미로운
KOSTAT.
주제에 저희가 하고 있는
first of all,
일을 사례를
I'm very
이렇게 공유할
much
수 있는
honored to
기회를
be
주셔서 굉장히
given this opportunity
감사드리고
to share
또
our
한국에
practice.
오신 모든
And I'd like to
분들께
welcome you
환영한다는
all
말씀을
to
드리겠습니다.
Korea once again.
제가 지금 일하고 있는
So
곳은
the department,
register
my
based
department
statistics
is
division입니다.
register-based
그러니까
statistics
고용
division.
노동 통계를 전문적으로 하는 것이 아니고
So our
행정
specialty is
자료나
not labor or
등록
work
자료를
statistics,
가지고
but using
통계를
administrative
어떻게
data or
만들고
registers,
어떻게
we are looking at
구성되는가를
ways how
일하는
we can
곳이고요.
produce
그래서
and
그중에 한
structure
파트가
statistics.
work
One part
statistic을
of it
만든다.
would
이렇게
be
보시면
work
되겠습니다.
statistics.
오늘 순서는
This is the agenda of
기본적으로
my
한국 통계청이
presentation.
갖고 있는 이 work statistic의 어떤 구조를
So
먼저
the
보시고
work
행정 자료가
statistic
어떻게
structure at
활용되는지,
KOSTAT,
그다음에 저희가
how we're
만들고
using
있는 통계인
administrative data,
고용 위치 통계,
and
그러니까
then
일자리
employment
통계이고,
position
그다음에
statistics,
마지막으로
lastly,
시사점과 역할들에
relevant
대해서
implications.
살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 한국 통계청에서 만들고 있는
So one of
기본적인
the
노동
most
통계의
representative
기본적
types of
큰
work
두 개의
statistics
축은
in Korea
왼쪽에
is
있는 경제활동
economically
인구조사, 이게
active
한국식
population
명칭인데요.
survey.
이게
It's a
노동력조사라고
Korean
보시면
name.
되겠습니다.
It's basically
오른쪽에 있는 게
LFS, labor force
사업체나
survey.
기업체를 조사하는
So we
조사입니다.
look into
근데 왼쪽에
establishments
노동력조사에서는
and
가구를
on the
방문해서
left,
면접
as to
조사 형태로
LFS,
개인의
we do
정보를 얻는
interviews
방식으로 진행되고요.
to capture
오른쪽에 사업체
private
조사는 사업체
information,
가서
personal
그
information, and
사업체의
then on the
고용의
right,
상황들을
we also conduct
알아보는 그런
establishment
통계가
surveys
되겠습니다.
to look into the
그런데
employment status.
노동력 조사에서는
Now, when it
어떠한
comes to
기업체이고 어떠한
LFS,
사업체에 있는지 자세한 정보가 존재하지 않습니다.
There's no
그리고
concrete
사업체
information
정보에는
about
거기에
which
고용된
about
개인의
specific
특성들이
companies.
데이터로 존재하지 않습니다.
And also,
문제는 그 두 개가 서로 링크가
So
되지
we have two
않는다는
different types of
단점이
surveys,
있습니다.
but
그래서 저희가
they are
두
not
개 모두
linkable, and
포함하고
that's
있는
the problem.
자료가 행정 자료에
But we have
존재해서
administrative
행정
data
자료를
containing
통해서
both types of
통계를
data.
만드는데
So we use
문제는
administrative
이
data
통계를
in producing
노동력 조사에
statistics, but the problem
연계하는 게 아니고
is it's
별도의
not
통계로
that
만들고
we
있습니다.
link
그
the
이유는
labor
뒤에
force survey
거버넌스
with our
부분에서 좀 설명을
administrative data,
드리겠고요.
but we
이름도
produce a different set of
노동력이라든가
data and
잡이라는 단어를
statistics
사용하지
here.
않고
And if
employment
you look at the title, it's
position이라는
employment
이름으로
position,
통계를 내고
not
있습니다.
job or
이거에
work.
대해서도 뒷부분에
And also
대해서
I'd like to
좀 더
explain
자세하게
the
설명을
reasons
드리겠습니다.
why.
이 통계가 왜 필요한지는
So why
앞서
do we need
말씀드린
such
대로
statistics? As I said
공급자인
before,
근로자,
we
그다음에
have workers
소유자인 사업체 간의
on the
어떤
supply
관계에
side,
대한
and we have
분석을 하고
establishments on the
싶은데
demand
그러한
side.
정보가
We would like
존재하지
to
않아서
analyze
그러한
relationship,
분석을 위해
but we
통계가
do not have data
만들어지게
available.
됐고요. 그러다 보니까
So as
이것을
a
가지고
result,
있는 게 행정 자료다.
We
그래서
have
행정 자료를
administrative
활용하게
data where
되었습니다.
that contain, as I said, both types
전체적으로
of
보시면
data.
일자리 통계는
So overall,
전체적 일자리의 구성하고
we have
그다음에
the
공공 부분
structure,
일자리,
the composition,
그다음에 일자리가
the public
연간 어떻게
sector,
이동하는지,
and job
그다음에
mobility,
임금 근로 일자리가
and then
분기별로 어떻게
wage,
움직이는지
employment,
보고요.
and their quarterly
추가적으로는
movement.
임금 근로자에 대한
additionally,
소득,
We also
부채,
look
개인
into
사업자의
debt,
부채에
liability,
대해서도
and
저희가
also
분석해서
individual
발표하고
enterprises borrowings as well.
일단 앞서 말씀드린 대로 행정 자료로
So as I
주로
said
만들고 있는데요.
before,
행정 자료를 만들면
mostly
어떠한
based on
장점이 있는지
administrative data.
한국의
Then what are the
상황에
advantages
대해서
of this?
간단하게
So it's very
말씀드리겠습니다.
unique Korean context.
당연히 알고 계시듯이
Of course,
조사
as you
비용이
know,
들지 않기 때문에 기본적으로
save-
예산에
survey costs are
장점이
reduced.
있습니다.
So there
두 번째는
are budgetary
현장 조사를
advantages.
실시하지 않기
Second of
때문에
all, no
이
field
응답하는
work is required.
개인이 됐든
So whether
아니면
it is an
사업자 담당자가
individual
됐든 간에
or a
기본적으로
staff
응답
at an
부담이
establishment,
축소된다라는
it
그런
reduces
장점이
respondents'
있고요.
burden.
세 번째는
And thirdly,
이거 자체가 모집단이고
we have in
전수고
population
실제로
here.
조사 값과
It's an
다름없기
full
때문에
survey,
접근이 아주
so very
쉽다라는
easy
그러한
access to
장점이 있습니다.
population lists.
그 다음에 또 다른 장점을
There
보면
are other advantages as
기본적으로
well.
표본 자료가 아니라 전수
Basically,
개념의 전체
it's not a
자료이기
sample
때문에
survey. We
우리가
look
표본
at the
오차가
total
없습니다.
population,
다시
so there's no
말씀드리면
sampling
추정하는데
error.
오차가 필요하지 않기 때문에
So no errors required
기본적으로
for estimation.
하이레벨 통계를 만든다거나
In
스몰 에어리어 통계를
producing
만드는데
high-level
굉장한
statistics or
장점을
small
가지고
area
있다.
statistics,
그렇게 보실
it's
수
very
있겠습니다.
advantageous.
물론 비표본 오차,
And of
우리 흔히
course,
얘기하는
non-sampling
데이터가
errors may
생성되거나 관리하면서
exist.
생긴 오차는
Errors that
있겠습니다만
may
기본적 추정
exist
오차가 없기
while
때문에 우리가
preparing
하위
for
레벨의
samples,
통계에
or
자세한
preparing
통계를
for
내는데
statistics,
매우
but
유용하다 이렇게 볼 수 있겠습니다.
in terms
그다음
of
마지막으로,
low-level statistics, it
한국
can
통계청의
really bring
특징인데 지금
advantages.
시점에 통계를
And
만들면
also, it is very unique
과거
to
자료와
KOSTAT.
행정
When
자료가
we produce
존재합니다. 과거
statistics,
자료를
right now we
붙여서
have
과거를
administrative
다시
data from the
돌아가서
past.
값을 알아볼 수 있다라는
So we
그런
can take
장점이
a
있다고
retrospective
말씀드립니다.
approach. It's another
그런데
advantage.
단점이 있는데요.
But there are shortcomings
단점은
as well.
앞서 우리 좌장님께서 설명해
As our
주셨다시피
moderator mentioned,
기본적으로 두 개의 자료가 너무나
now
다르게
we have two
생성되었기
different
때문에
data sets
분류
produced
기준이라든가
very
분석
differently.
단위라든가
So
분류
in terms
시점,
of standards,
총괄 범위,
unit
우리가
of
원래
analysis,
계획했던 통계하고는
reference time, and
조금
scope,
다른 데이터로
they
존재할 수 있는
could
부분이
be
있다. 두
varying.
번째는 뒤에 좀 더 자세히
And secondly,
말씀드리겠습니다만은 데이터를 입수하거나 활용하는
In terms of data acquisition and use,
제약이 걸릴 수 있다.
there could
그런
be
부분이 있을 것
institutional
같고요. 그다음에 두
limitations.
번째는
And on top of this, I'm repeating this, we have very strong privacy regulations. So there are data, but the problem is such data are not accessible or not usable. And in Korea, administrative data are quite dispersed across different agencies. Without mutual trust and cooperation, it is not possible that such data are linked and made usable. And here's another different aspect. As to data control, we have these silos among different agencies. So it makes it difficult to implement proper quality controls. And if there's any missing data, or if certain data is not really necessary for statistical purposes, then they will not be managed properly, leading to lower data quality. And then that would pose limitations in statistical applications. Now let's look at this from the governance aspect. When you're born in Korea, then you're given a personal registration number. It's a unique number given to everyone in Korea. And this number is used and applied to most administrative data generated in Korea. And linking such data, then it means we can link all types of administrative data. Now, as an individual, yes, it's okay for a specific agency to manage my data, but what if my data is linked across all domains of administrative data? We have a strong resistance against this. So we have very good keys, but in reality, it is difficult to use these keys. It means we need to have legal rights, legal access rights. So it should be guaranteed that administrative data would be used only for statistical purposes. Without such a clear legal basis, we cannot use administrative data. That's very unique to the Korean context. And then we need to have the same identification keys. Here at Korea, we have the same identification keys. But the problem is such keys do not exist in administrative data. As I said, the moment I was born, I was given a unique number, and I have an interviewer coming, but the number is not made available to the interviewer. So there's no way that such identification keys are made usable in survey data. And then we prioritize consistency, matching. So directly linking administrative data and survey data would only be made possible for very specific surveys. And as I said before, so when I have access to the ID keys, then I have access to virtually all information. But here we have privacy concerns. So in linking such administrative data and survey data, only limited applications are supported and allowed. Now let's go deeper into data aspects. For us to use administrative data, we need to determine the coverage in the first place. For example, we have this target scope of statistics, and we have data produced generally for statistical purposes, and these two may vary in terms of coverage. And then items. So the items have the same name, but the attributes may be different. So we need to look into these attributes. And the timing of dissemination. Administrative data could be produced belatedly, and then it's virtually impossible to use administrative data. And then administrative data are updated continuously, but the accuracy of such updates is another consideration. Lastly, continuous quality control should be in place, and it should be done in a satisfactory level. And then we can use it for statistical purposes.
그러면 그런 행정자를 토대로 저희가
And then
앞서
based on
말씀드린
administrative
대로
data,
조사자가 연결이 안 되기 때문에
because
노동력 조사가
cannot
아닌
link
저희들이
this with survey
나름대로의
data,
고용 위치라는
it's not a labor force survey, but we are producing employment position statistics. Then how are we producing these
이
statistics?
통계의 데피니션은
This is the definition of employment position
근무를
statistics.
하면서
So
그
basically,
고용대에서
a
차지하고 있는
position
위치에 대한
is
통계입니다.
filled
따라서
by an
사람 정보가
individual.
있긴 있지만
So we do have
멀티
individual
잡으러 하는 경우에는
information,
사람이 중복으로
but if a one person occupies
물론
multiple
이것도
positions, we
저희가
have
중복을,
duplicates.
합쳐가지고
And of course, we
기존
combine
일자리,
these
뭐
duplicates,
병행 일자리로
and then we
분류를
identify
사용할 수 있습니다만
primary position and the secondary
기본적으로
position. That's possible.
일자리,
But
사업체
basically,
일자리다.
the unit
따라서
is
저희가
a position.
잡이나,
Position is a basic unit.
노동력을 사용하는 것이 아니고
That is why we do not
employment
say
position을
work
사용한
or
이유가
job,
있다고
but we say
이렇게
employment
있겠습니다.
position.
그래서 기본적으로
In
연중
principle,
생산 활동에 존재하면서
So
새
a position
보험료,
is filled throughout the year,
부가가치세 중 한 개
but then
이상을 행정 당국에
should report at least one of the
사람이
social insurance
차지하고 있는
contributions,
일자리를
income
말한다.
tax, or value-added tax.
일자리를 저희가 연중 개념으로 하기 때문에
So throughout the year, it's an annual basis. So if a one position is filled, the person should be working throughout the year. If the duration is just 6 months, that's counted as 0.5. Out of all positions,
차지하고 점유가 되어 있는 일자리
we look at jobs filled and occupied, and it's further categorized into wage employment jobs and non-wage employment jobs. For non-wage employment jobs, they refer to self-employed people or professionals.
차지하는 점유 위치다. 이렇게 보시면 되겠습니다. 다만 저희가 저희
But
나라의 특수
I'd like to, it should be noted that given the specificities of Korea, non-paid domestic workers or those engaging in agricultural or fishery work, they excluded. And also, real estate rental businesses are not also included in this specific statistical products. So we have annual and quarterly statistics produced under this. As I said, annual statistics require that a position is filled throughout the year. But for quarterly, we do not cover 3 months, but just 1 month out of in a specific quarter to ensure flexibility. And then positions are roughly categorized this way. We have sustainable and new jobs, further categorized into replacement and then new jobs. But it's rather unfortunate that it's not related to actual positions. It's on an enterprise basis. So we are able to calculate increases or decreases in the number of positions and also change in the occupier. So when there is a decrease in positions, we identify whether the company itself has been extinct or just simply the number of jobs has declined. The key data would be social insurance data that we use for these statistics, and then tax data as well. So as I said before, for wage earners, they are all covered by social insurance, but for non-wage workers, they are not protected by social insurance, so then we use tax data. So basically, the size would be, the ratio would be 8:2 when you look at wage workers and non-wage workers. So I'm showing the data that were disseminated and increases sustainable jobs and new jobs. And then the breakdown by industry and their composition by gender and increases and decreases, and how jobs and employment positions are increasing or decreasing by industry. Lastly, implications. No sampling error. So as I said, we are able to conduct more detailed analysis. And also it's possible to link employees among different enterprises. So linkage analysis is facilitated and very specific analysis is possible. For instance, we are looking at changes in employment positions among higher education graduates. And dynamic analysis is also possible even though the scope is limited. We have sustainable positions, continuous positions, and changing positions. So based on this, we are able to capture the dynamics of the evolving labor market. But there are shortcomings. Within administrative data, their employment status or working hours are not included, so qualitative analysis is not supported. As to that, there should be complementary or supplementations that should be made with labor force surveys. Last but not least, all statistics that we are producing at our department are categorized based on our job position occupancies, so pension statistics, life cycle-based statistics, statistics of newly married couples, and home ownership statistics. These are the ones that we're producing, and they can be all segregated by job positions and whether such job positions are occupied or not. That's it for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Che. I have seen an excellent example of survey and admin data integrations. So it's really a good transition from the topic that we see before, how we integrate, now to the governance. And also I really appreciate that there are strict legal access and also identification key for all the admin data sets that enables such data integration. Excellent. Yeah, thanks. Next, we are moving to our next speaker. We have Miss Tara Davis, who is going to talk about the evolving Irish data ecosystem. Miss Tara Davis is the head of the labor market and earnings. She has worked with the CSO Ireland for over 24 years and has held many roles in both social and business statistics. Tara has a significant experience in working with government departments and also used to increase the use of admin data for statistic publications and also have overseen productions of a vast range of statistic outputs from linking admin data to survey data and also use admin data exclusively. So please, you have the floor, Ms. Lar.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone, and I'm delighted to be here to present to you on the evolving Irish data ecosystem. So to begin with, I'm going to maybe take you on a little journey just to see how over the last 20 years we have arrived at our current governance structure around how we take in and manage our use of administrative data. So I suppose back in the early to mid-2000s, we started this statistical project where we, I suppose, took a review of large social data holdings in a particular number of departments. And in doing that, I suppose it was to investigate the potential or the potential use of this administrative data for statistical purposes. So what really, I suppose, acted as a catalyst for our use of administrative data was the financial crisis in 2008, which really demonstrated the potential or the power that we could gain from using our data and linking it across our government systems. So what we began to do is we began seconding statisticians from CSO Ireland out to departments across the government system. And this, I suppose, created very positive working relationships because they were embedded within the departments, working alongside economists, etc., within departments, but also they were able to create collaboration across classifications and questions and how the data was actually being collected and structured, and thereby enhancing its use or its potential for statistical purposes. So over the years, we developed our national data infrastructure, which is our three unique identifiers, one being our personal identifier, our business identifier, and also a unique location code for enterprises and individuals, which we call our AIR code. So over the years, as things progressed, we developed our Statistical System Coordination Directorate, and that's responsible for all engagement kind of across the wider government system. It includes what we call our administrative data centre, and they're responsible for bringing in or acquiring the data, and then, I suppose, formatting it and creating standards around it, and establishing procedures and protocols that the data can be used in a standard way across the CSO, regardless of the domain or the business statistic or type of domain. And then it also, I suppose, responsible for those seconded statisticians, they liaise, their direct reports in terms of management, etc. But it really created, I guess, a data environment that enabled us to leverage to produce some very powerful insight in real-time kind of manner over the years. So, excuse me, I suppose the key enabler or our foundation rock in terms of our governance and CSO is our Statistics Act, which is around since 1993, so it's around a long time, but in spite of it being over 30 years, it remains quite a modern legislation. You can see there Section 10, it had the foresight, even back in 1993, to consider coordination and CSO's future role as a data stewardship. But the two key sections really are Section 30 and 31, which allows us to gain access to administrative authority, so there's legal obligation on government departments and agencies to engage with CSO and to share their data for statistical purposes. There are two sections around core data and health data, and then Section 31, which also, I suppose, puts an obligation in terms of cooperation, where departments can work and collaborate with CSO and keep us informed in development of their systems in terms of that we'd be able to discuss enhancements for future potential around using statistical data. So, I suppose GDPR was introduced in 2016, and that had a significant impact in our governance. Coming from that, I guess, at that stage we had a very large amount or a very large volume of administrative data that was being used in CSO across domains. So we knew that, you know, there was increased responsibility to enhance our governance to ensure, I suppose, security and confidentiality in the data, or the use of the data. At the time, there was a bit of, I suppose, nervousness around departments in terms of what this meant and actually sharing their data. So it was very important that we set the right procedures and the right protocols in place to assure around this and to I suppose, to ensure that we upheld the principles or the guiding principles of GDPR. We established a governance directorate or governance division within CSO, in which our data office section is part of. So, how to ensure good governance? Well, we've learned that it is very much about a coordinated approach. You can't really work in silos when it comes to good governance and ensuring your data providers and your citizens. So we take a very much a streamlined approach to data governance, and it's kind of centred around three key departments who work with the individual business areas. The first is the data office, who set the standards in terms of procedures and documentation, which I'm going to go through in another slide, which each of the business areas or the ADC, which we call our Administrative Data Centre, they're responsible for interacting with the departments, because as the volume increased over the years and the data was coming into CSO, it wasn't really practical in the long term for individual domains to be interacting with the departments. So we centralised, or I suppose, our acquisition of the data sets with our ADC centre, or ADC area, and they coordinate, they do the initial investigation and the scoping, but they also are responsible for the memorandums of understanding in terms of setting up the relationship or the working relationship with the various departments. And then we also bring in our quality area, are very much part of our governance section, because if we're to use administrative data for statistical purposes, the data has to be usable. So our quality area now works very much with the external departments through our seconded statisticians in establishing classifications, assisting departments in how they collect or ask questions and how they structure the data, the formats they bring it in, and that significantly enhances its use then for statistical purposes in terms of them being streamlined and coordinated across the system. They're also offering kind of methodological advice to departments who are increasing their use of data. And over the years as well, our government established what they call the IGES, which is similar to seconded statisticians in that they have economists out in the various departments as well, and they generally work within the same units as our statisticians. So they work alongside each other, collaborating, ensuring the structure of the data is beneficial for both parties. So in terms of the key elements of our data governance for our use in our admin data, the first one is our memorandum of understanding, and that outlines the roles and responsibilities of each of the parties, both from CSO and the departments in terms of supplying their data. It kind of lays out the purpose of what the sharing of the data is for, but also around the privacy and practical things like communication and how we're going to stay in contact, which we do with our data suppliers from departments. We meet them on an ongoing, regular basis. And it's important in terms of building up relationships over the years, because when they do have developments or issues, which often happens from time to time, that you have that understanding that they see CSO as a priority in terms of being a data supplier for us. So it's very important to focus on building relationships and have positive collaboration and working relationships with the departments, because as things improve, you find they're more willing to share, They get more comfortable in terms of providing the data with you when they're seeing the benefit and the use cases building up over time. So in terms of setting standards, we've got very much a standard documentation across the office. And we also have very much standard protocols. We've established in-house platforms in terms of anyone within CSO who's applying to do data linkage or to use admin data for any purposes, they must apply for the data within this particular system. It's built on the same platform that we use for research microdata files from our researchers when they're applying. It's automated, it's electronic, so it leaves an audit trail, so it's very transparent in terms of governance, should any questions arise around the use. Not that I'm going to dwell on this too much now, because you probably won't see it, but I put it in because I know you're going to have printouts. But essentially, it's our data policy or a data model for our administrative data centre, from when they acquired the data right through to cleaning it and editing it, pseudonymizing the identifiers, and making it usable for the analysis teams. But you can see the underarching lines there, that the data quality and the data standards are consistent across it throughout. So some of our key documentation, which came around generally from the GDPR, but some of them are, I suppose, things we created ourselves. The first one is the Data Protection Impact Assessment, the DPIA, and that's the general overall impact assessment of, from bringing in the data, what's the risk, what's the privacy risk, how are the things going to work, how are we going to minimise those risks. And then the Privacy Impact Assessment is a bit more focused on the actual privacy risk around the personal data. And then the Data Necessity and Proportionality Assessment, that minimises the risk around the principle of data minimisation from the GDPR. So we specify each variable and what it's going to be used for, the indicators that's going to be produced, etc. We then have the data matching protocol. So if you or a business area applies to do data matching across any administrative data sets, they must complete this, and this is signed off by our Director General. So all data matching protocols are signed off by the head of our agency, or Director General, and this, the register of the data matching is actually available on our public website. So it's continuously available. It gives details of each and every data linkage project that's there, the relative areas within CSO who are getting access to those linked data sets, the purpose of the linkage, and the indicators or the government, I suppose, data that it supports. The next one is the transparency notice, which essentially, it's what it says on the tin, that we're transparent about exactly what we're doing with the data when we're linking it, the purpose of it, and all these are available as well on our website. So over time, we've realised that social licence and transparency has become key in terms of our use of linked data, because we do link a significant volume of data sets. And obviously both in terms of linking with survey data, but also in terms of just producing data from administrative data exclusively. Our central government reform strategy, which is called Civil Service Renewal, they have 3 key pillars, and data is very much the centre point of our reform strategy. And the first one is the enhanced use of data for evidence-informed decision-making and the linking of data across departments, because obviously the questions being asked both to and by our policymakers are far more complex in nature, so it requires more of a joint-up data environment or a joint-up government. But the third pillar that they include then is actually around the citizen and the social licence piece, that if we are using more of the citizens' data, then we have to engage with the citizen more. So in response to this, CSO have created a trust and transparency section on our website. So when you go in, it's very visible. It's quite detailed around every governance procedure we use around data, our use of data, how we protect data, how we ensure confidentiality. It includes videos from each of our management board members where they discuss different aspects of data governance and security and why CSO can be trusted, because I guess as an independent organisation, trust in the citizen has in CSO, it's our bread and butter, it's what we're based on, and we take it very seriously, so hence we invest a lot of time and investment in our data governance. This slide I poached from our data office area because I think it's pretty useful in terms of looking at the GSPM and where each of the data governance documentation and protocols apply. So you can see it is very much across domains. It's not just focused with our ADC. The business areas have a lot of responsibility in terms of producing parts as well, but it also provides detail on whether it's an EU requirement, it's a CSO requirement, etc. So Okay, just in terms of general information, in terms of using vast amount of admin data, where we do use it for our labour force surveys, usually kind of similar to our colleagues this morning were describing, was around the income variable under the LFS. We also use it as well, maybe, in terms of using it for non-response with our industry classification for NACE. And we've used it as well in terms of our structure of earning surveys for incomes. But as I mentioned earlier, we do a lot of publications using admin data exclusively as well. So obviously over time, government departments, policymakers, they want real-time data. So we've produced a monthly estimate of employees using data from our revenue department. And we've also produced a job churn release, which is produced on a quarterly basis and provides a lot of insight in terms of job rotation or job destruction and creation. In terms of an annual basis, we use it a lot to investigate earnings analysis around new entrants. The composition of our labour market has changed significantly over the last 5 to 10 years in terms of we've had significant migration. So we're able to look at earnings by nationality. A very interesting release we have is around gender representation. So the percentage, the proportion of females working in particular sectors versus the proportion of them working in the top 1% or 10% or 25% of earnings. And obviously the real benefit of I suppose admin data in terms of timeliness is also granularity. So we can go to a lot lower levels of details in terms of NACE, etc., which is obviously very supportive in terms of our parliamentary questions, which we get quite a lot in the labour market area. So some issues we have from using the admin data is obviously matching levels. You don't get 100% match. For the LFS, we're up around 65 to 70%. Like everything else, there is limitations to admin data. So it doesn't tell you everything. And while it's useful because our monthly estimate of employees has, I suppose, gone down very well with users. It's quite popular. When it comes to earnings, we get a total value for the earnings, but we're not told about overtime or redundancies, etc. So it's very hard to produce an equivalent monthly earnings estimate. We're finding that quite difficult at the moment in terms of the volatility because of the lack of information. There's also the issue with the coherence with admin data, which again, some of my colleagues touched off this morning. You have an objective versus a subjective matter. One's a resident in the state, one's working in the state. And sometimes, I suppose, users can struggle with the differences. So you really have to put time and investment into the communications piece and kind of trying to get that across. Developments we have with our admin data, it's not just about using it for statistical production anymore. We've actually started using it in terms of contact information for our respondents, which is kind of turned out to be quite fruitful in terms of using our social welfare data sets to get email contacts to contact respondents, and it's boosted our response rate. But also we're kind of investigating it to look at it for our hard to reach groups, because when we identify our sample, we know from our revenue and our social welfare files, we know their nationalities, we know their age group, we know the sector they're working in, so we can identify them as particularly hard to reach groups and use that in terms of our strategy and how we're going to contact them going forward. But also, I suppose, developments, it's really supported us in terms of positioning us to be reactive in supporting our policy departments. For example, with the recent tariffs that were introduced, we were able to go in and identify the level of dependency of earnings and employments on US companies in Ireland, which is quite significant because as an open economy, who are dependent on a smaller number of larger companies, that's quite important for us. So that's me this morning on data governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Tara. I really appreciate that our two excellent presenters at the respected time. So now we're moving to our next speaker, Mr. Mauricio Rodriguez Abreu from Mexico. Mauricio is a veterinary from the National Autonomous University of Mexico with a master's in demography from El Colegio de Mexico and a PhD in applied demographics from the University of Texas. He has collaborated with various government organizations and taught courses at different universities. He's a member of several professional associations. And since February 2023, he has been the head of the unit of socio-demographic statistics at the National Institutes of Statistics and Geography, INEGI. So please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning. I want to start again expressing my appreciation to ILO and KOSTAT for the invitation to be here and present the Mexican experience in managing changes in our labor force survey. And I will have to start by saying that in Mexico, we have 51% of informality in the labor market. So we are really careful on the changes that we do in our labor force survey because that is our key source of information in the country. So essentially, this presentation is about how are we getting ready for data integration in the future, how are we documenting each step that we're taking, and also how we can, or we try to keep away from the politics and being really transparent on every single step. Okay, so first I have to start providing some context. In INEGI we have two hats, that's what we usually say. On the one hand, we are in charge of producing information. That will be the right side of the slide. So we produce information, we provide technical standards, like training. We are in charge of the public information system, so we make sure that information is available, is public, but we also coordinate the national system of geographic and statistical information, the SNIEC. This system essentially is formed by all the ministries in the government, different institutions, different organizations that operate within the statistical system in Mexico. So they have, from this system, the SNIEC, we have a strategic program that is for 24 years. Then we release our national plan for 6 years, and that's updated for every presidential term. And we also have annual plans, essentially what we're doing every year. So everything has to be in line in this context. And what I'm going to share this morning is how we operate within these two things, like having the hat of somebody who's producing information, but also coordinating this system and talking to different ministries or organizations in the country. So the national system is organized in different subsystems. So we have demographic and social statistics, economic, geography, environment, territorial and urban planning, and government, public safety, and law enforcement. Each one of these systems has the role of the task to produce and disseminate information, particularly what we call information of national interest, and I will come back to this in a few slides. And in each of these systems, we have a president for the system, and the 4 presidents, together with the president of INEGI, are members of the governing board. This governing board essentially is the highest authority for statistical methods in the country. Each member of this system, of the governing board, is proposed as the president of the country, and then they have to be confirmed by the Senate, and they stay in the position for 6 or 8 years, depending on the positions that they have. Now, I am part of the subsystem of social and demographic information. Each one of these subsystems is formed by what we call specialized technical committees. Here I'm just including some of the committees that we have in the subsystem, starting with work, but we also have education, population, gender, SDGs, disability, and all these things. The important thing about this organization is that each one of these committees is chaired by the ministry that is in charge of the policy regarding each one of these topics. So we will have the Department of Labor being in charge of the technical committee for work, and similar for the health department being in charge of the health committee. So what we do here is we have to meet at least twice every year. Some of these are actually really dynamic, and sometimes we meet 4 times every year, so it's really nice to have those meetings. But what we do here is we discuss standards, we discuss classifications, we discuss protocols, we discuss what information is needed that we can promote as information of national interest. We also discuss interoperability. We're trying to reach agreements on what classifications they are using in their administrative records, what classifications we are using at INEGI in our surveys. So essentially in the future, we will have the same classifications, and the integration of information will be something that we can essentially do really relatively easy. As INEGI, we essentially provide technical guidance. We check the information that they have. Sometimes they ask us to assess the quality of the information. So we are part of the technical component of this, but we essentially let the ministries to lead what they're doing, but we just follow their activities. Now, as I mentioned, one of the activities of the governing board and the subsystem and each committee is to promote or to identify information to be called or promote to information of national interest. So what is information of national interest in Mexico? Of all the information that is produced by all different units, INEGI included, but also can be information from the education department or the health ministry, different information. Once we identify information that meets each one of the following 4 criteria. One is information that has to be associated with specific topics. Here I'm just highlighting the topics that are mentioned for the social and demographic system. It has to be associated with population dynamic, health, education, employment, income, and so many other characteristics. Also, that information is needed for policy making and policy evaluation. So that's the second criteria. The third criteria is that the information has to be produced with certain periodicity and regularity in the statistical context. And the last one is that it has to be made with sound scientific methodology. So if information meets these 4 elements, it can be proposed, and then there's a really long process, and then the governing board at INEGI will accept that information is of national interest. And the important thing here is that this information becomes official and mandatory for this use by all levels of government, municipalities, states, and of course they can have additional information, but the information that is official is the one that is produced by one of these elements. Now, ENOE. ENOE is the National Employment and Occupation Survey in Mexico. It has a long history in the country. It started with just the National Employment Survey in 1972. It had like different changes throughout time. At the beginning it was only national, then it was for 3 cities, then cities and regions. But the ENOE that we have now started in 2005. 2005, 2025, we have 20 years of information. The information is produced every quarter, but since 2020, we're publishing essentially every month. And the information that is provided by ENOE has information for the national level, state level, 4 sizes of localities, and for 32, and then a few years later, in 2017, we included 7 more cities. So we have information for these specific cities in the country. So why is important for me to talk about ENOE and what we have in the context of Mexico? Well, because it's the key survey for employment information or occupation information in the country. We have a socio-demographic questionnaire. We have an occupational employment questionnaire with all those topics. I'm not going to read them all. And every first quarter of every year, we have a long form. In the long form, we include additional topics, and it can be really long. And what we have are rotational panels. Every quarter, we substitute 20% of the sample, and every household stays in the sample for 5 quarters per time when they're selected. So it is a really large survey. The sample size every quarter is about 345,000 observations, so about 100,000 households. So it's really big for the country. Now, going back to information of national interest. So in the law, as I was saying, they have these 4 elements for information to be considered national interest, but there's some information in the law that says that by definition, some things are considered national interest information. One is the national census. That by definition has to be of use, like mandatory use, also national accounts and consumer and producer indices. But also, again, going back to surveys or additional information, again, I'm not gonna go back to the criteria, but I want to highlight that the use is mandatory for all federation, states, and municipality, and we have to be really careful with the methodology that we are conducting this information. Now, when we want to update information of national interest, and that here we usually enter like a gray area because it's not really clear what we are going to understand by updating. Some essentially interpretations go to the extreme to say even if you change one word in the questionnaire is updating. Some people say, no, it's only when you have some significant changes on the methodology. So we have to operate or to navigate this unclear area. But essentially, we have to be careful, and we try to maintain comparability throughout time, because that is one key component of the information of national interest. But when we want to update this information, we have to open a public consultation that is going to be open for at least 20 working days. And this can be expanded for 10 additional days, so we can receive feedback from users or anybody, even people from outside Mexico. We always receive requests from the ILO. We are always happy to receive these requests when we are updating information. Then we have to go and analyze these contributions. And then if we see that changes are something that we can include in the survey, we have to start and move to the next stage. The next stage starts with some cognitive testing. So we have to develop the new questions. We have to go to the field, test the questions. And then what we have been doing for the last probably 15 years is we go out to the field with type A and type B questionnaire. Type A being the questionnaire that we had before, type B the new type of questionnaire. And then we have to collect information in independent samples. Usually, and I want to highlight this, these samples are so independent that even training, they're trained in different locations. They don't communicate the teams between these two. And we send all these teams across all countries to collect the information. So then we can test for differences in the distributions that we are finding in some questions. Sometimes you want to see changes because that's the reason we are including these changes. Sometimes we don't want to see any changes if we are only changing one word. So now, once we have that, we have to write a report and present this report to the governing board at NEHI, and they have the last word. They say, okay, you can proceed with the new version, or no, this is a significant change, you have to stick to what you had before. So this process is really long. Is really expensive. We have to go to the field. We have to test all these elements, and it takes some time. Just an example, this year we have, and I have information about what we have this year. So why am I going back to this? Because ENOE was the first information that was declared information of national interest in the country in 2011. And of course, again, the information is mandatory, and it was declared information of national interest because the governing board decided that it was contributing to policy making in the country. Now, this year, we had a public consultation. We decided to work some changes because we were lagging behind some of the last recommendations from the ICLS. So we knew we had to do that. So we started with diffusion. We have to go to different areas. We start with the specialized technical committees. We invite people to participate. We go with academics and different sectors in the country. So we promote the participation. We're really looking for participation. Then, of course, we have to go through all the process. And right now, we're about to start the testing in 2025 in the field. Now, what we release usually in the website, you can see something like this. We have to publish all the elements, the new questionnaires. This is not from ENOE, sorry, I couldn't find it, but this is pretty similar, the things that you will find online. We have these public meetings, public hearings. This was in an academic place, talking with specialists in work on different topics. Now, when we publish the new questionnaire, we have to do something like this, essentially providing the question that we have, the new question, and highlighting the changes. And if we have a new question, just saying this is a new question, there's no reference to this. Okay, so what we have learned here is that this process is really long. It's really expensive. It's something that takes time and resources, of course. But it's really useful for us to engage stakeholders from the beginning, talking to academics, talking to ministries, talking to everybody in the process. Because from the beginning, we can manage expectations. We can tell them, okay, this is something that we can do. This is something that we will not include in ENOE. Because, of course, everybody sees this survey and they want to include questions that are not associated with work. So we have to be really careful and manage expectations. Also, we provide guidance. We can follow up with some of these proposals that we receive. Sometimes users just need to be sent to the appropriate source of information, so they don't have to include this at ENOE. But also with governance, because it provides all the elements, because we have to document each step. We have to facilitate communication. We have to evaluate all the process, and this has been really useful for us. And of course, having international standards, ICLS, is important because sometimes we are asked, like, why are you doing this? And we have to say, okay, because we have to update, we have to change this question. We have to harmonize information with the Mexican census, with other surveys, trying to provide this context in general. I'm going to skip a few slides, and I just want to go to this one. Because after all these years, something that we have learned is that by following this process, we can create what we have now as our system of work statistics. So we can include the specific modules at the NOE in the specific years. Again, these are things that we have been discussing with stakeholders, with different ministries and academics. So this is essentially the path that we are following. And harmonizing this with other surveys and also with the census in terms of like essentially having everything ready, so when we get access to admin data, essentially everything's going to be easier to integrate. But of course, we have some challenges. And again, it's always timely to update everything to the last standard. We know that by the time we start publishing with the latest standards, we're already gonna be working the new standards. So again, there's always some time, time that we have to catch up. Also, we have to be really careful and keep this survey as a labor survey. As I was mentioning, a lot of people want to include questions that are not related to labor, so we have to be really careful with these things and keep the survey as it is. And also, of course, we have budget and operational challenges. It was mentioned by Denise yesterday. It's not only about the money. Sometimes some organizations come with money or some ministries with money, and we have to tell them it's not only money. We also need the infrastructure to operate this. We need vehicles in different states. We have people for processing, collection, and dissemination. And of course, these are just the challenges, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mauricio. Was really very informative, and also we see the managing of changes for the survey of employment in Mexico. That was very challenging, not easy. So we're moving to the final speaker of this session. Let's invite Ms. Tomelo Scampo, who is going to talk about the Botswana labor market information system. So Ms. Tomelo Scampo works as a director in the Department of Statistics, Research and Development and Innovation at the Human Resource Development Council of Botswana, HRDC. She's responsible for HRDC's research, policy development, and management of National Labor Market Information System. She coordinates and collections and analysis of tertiary education statistics. She oversees the Statistics Labor Market Officery and also Research Innovation Unit in implementing the mandates of HRDC. She holds a PhD in Development Economics, Master in Research Methods and Statistics, and a Bachelor degree in Economics and Sociology. Please, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I'm standing between you and lunch, so I'll try to speed up a little bit. As indicated, I'm working for the Human Resource Development Council of Botswana. Those who are not familiar with the African country, we are just nestled between, on top of South Africa, between Namibia on the west and Zimbabwe on the east. Landlocked country, of course, population of 2.5 million. Yes, I'll be sharing with you on the application, interoperability of survey and administrative data. Doing this by sharing the experience we had in the development of the Botswana labor market information system. I do not work for the statistics office. I use the labor force surveys and the administrative data that is collected in order to operationalize the labor market information system. Okay, this is the outline for my presentation. I'll talk to the different mandates between the Statistics Botswana and the Human Resource Development Council. And then I'll give a background overview of the labor market information system. And then we can go into the data governance frameworks, the institutional arrangements, and the conclusion. Right, Statistics Botswana provides for the collection of official statistics, provides the necessary statistical protocols, the coordination and the oversight. And it further collaborates with other government institutions, provides capacity building around the collection, compilation, processing, publication and the dissemination and archiving of statistical information. I'll go back to it later on after speaking to the development of the labor market information system. At the Human Resource Development Council, we provide for policy advice on all matters of human resource development. Specifically, we coordinate the implementation of the national human resource development strategies and the national human resource development plans. We further develop and manage the national labor market information system, as well as the National Education and Skills Development Database, amongst other things. Now, coming to the labor market information system, this is a platform that provides digital access to the labor market information. We use it to inform policy formulation, specifically employment policies and education policies for decision making. It provides signals to the labor market efficiencies, creating a balance between the labor supply and the labor demand. Labor supply coming from the Institute of Higher Education or from the education pipeline, and the labor demand from the industry. We approached the ILO, and allow me at this juncture to extend our appreciation for the support we got from the ILO and the invitation to come and share our country experience in the development of the labor market information system. We approached the ILO to assist us in the development of the LIMIS.stat. This is the statistical engine for the LIMIS, and we followed the protocols as per the framework provided by the ILO for countries that seek assistance in the development of the system. Now, talking to this figure here, first of all, we needed to have an agreement with the ILO through an MOU for them to assist us. They did a country assessment to ensure that we are ready as a country to have the system developed in terms of availability of both the administrative data and the survey data. So if you look at number one there, in terms of the collection and the compilation of the data and information, we were ready in that we have the statistics Botswana producing the survey data. We have other institutions producing the administrative records, of which we derive labor market indicators from. And then the repository of information and data there on the platform itself, it involved a lot of manipulation of data, developing data structures, data modeling, and uploading of the data on the software itself. And then it has the analytical capability that allows us to do the labor market information analysis. We track, we monitor the indicators, analyzing relationships, and doing economic, microeconomic projections, modeling, and so forth. And then, of course, the institutional arrangements and networks, because we do get data, especially the administrative data from the different sources, different institutions. There's need to make sure there's sort of a coordinated approach to ensuring the efficiency of data production, processing, and eventually uploading on the platform. This we can read further on the ILO website. Yes, as I said, we did go through the framework of requesting for assistance. We signed an MOU with the ILO, and then we implemented all the key steps that are required to enable this platform to be successfully installed and utilized. Why did we choose to develop the labor market information system? And specifically to use the limits.stat platform. We had issues with fragmentation of labor market data and information. The data was produced from various sources within the different economic sectors, and therefore it was proving difficult to aggregate and analyze and make sense out of the data. Therefore, we needed it to be put in one place. There was lack of standardization in the collection, the analysis, and the interpretation of data. We had issues with policies that were inadequately informed. There were uncoordinated institutional linkages between those who produce the data for the labor market and those who utilize the information. And as a result, we were faced with challenges, especially when it came to effective human resource development planning. Therefore, there was need to aggregate data in one place, both from the supply side and the demand side, to enable us to do the analysis, the projections that were needed to inform on what policies the government should invest in. And this is a schematic display of how the Botswana labor market information is certain. There's the architecture of it. I don't know if there's a pointer here. We have the limits portal there. Let me explain here that we have a hybrid labor market information system, which constitute of the portal. It has a lot of information there on the labor market, and other related information. And then we have the LIMIS.stat, which is the statistical engine of our LIMIS, which we did through the ILO. We have the employers information system, which is an automated data collection instrument, basically to collect information from both the public and the private sector. The information is collected annually. It constitutes of aggregated information, sex, the occupations, the jobs, the nationalities, the skills, and then we have the education information system, which is an automated data collection instrument for the higher education. So we're able to aggregate the data from the supply side, from the education, and the employer side into the stakeholder data management, so that we are able to do the skills prediction. We are able to anticipate the future skills needs and the current skills needs, the deficits that are there in the different sectors of the economy. So you realize that from the employee information system and education information system, we have the administrative data there, which is augmented by the survey data that we use for the LIMIS.stat. And we have other data sources from the different sectors, specifically from the health, from the agriculture, and all those institutions that produce the labor market information. So this is just a data warehouse where we collect everything, we analyze the labor market data and information, and we disseminate it. And then for us to effectively do that, we depend on our relationship with Statistics Botswana to help institutions manage the administrative data very well. Through the National Strategy for the Development of Statistics, this is a framework that facilitates for the development and utility of statistics. The National Statistics System, which coordinates production and use of statistical products to ensure adherence to quality standards. The Data Quality Assurance Framework facilitates for the assessment of statistical products, ensuring adherence to best practice. So we depend on the Statistics Office to work with the different institutions to ensure that the data that is produced, the administrative data that is produced there, is of acceptable quality and conforms to the standards and the protocols as determined by Statistics Botswana. Adherence to classifications and standards to ensure that there's consistency and comparability of data. Data interoperability to ensure there is seamless data sharing and integration. The open data standards and application programming interfaces, structured data sharing protocols, data access and real-time integration, data analysis and data visualization. Issues of data privacy, security and ethics, in accordance with the policies and the acts that are in place, capacity building and collaboration amongst all the institutions that produce and that use the labor market information. So essentially, these are the institutional arrangements that are in place to ensure that there is coherence, there is collaboration, there is efficiency in the production and the remitting of the data that can be used in the labor market information system. Just to conclude on my presentation, the LIMIS use integrated data from multiple sources that is put onto that unified platform for analysis. We signed an MOU with the Statistics Botswana to ensure that interoperability of survey data and administrative data in the production of indicators, and that there is proper management of data from all the sectors. So basically, those are the lessons learned with regard to the interoperability of survey data and administrative data in the development and operationalizing the labor market information system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scambo. So I just want to highlight that Botswana is one of the 30 projects for the labor market information system that ILO have been supported. And they are also the first one to launch the labor market information system in Africa. So it's actually an excellent achievement through the time. So we are a bit behind the schedule. I would just suggest maybe we can take 2-3 questions maximum. So then, and of course, we are feel free to interact with our dear speakers here. So, okay, so I already see this. Okay, we have 3. Oh.
네. 네, 감사합니다.
Thank you
저는
very much.
한국통계청 고용통계
I'm
과장을
from
맡고 있는
KOSTAT,
송진영이라고 합니다.
and I'm
어제에
heading
이어서
employment
오늘도 정말
statistics
이
at
알찬 그
Just as
내용으로 이
yesterday,
프로그램이
I think
진행되고
today
있어서
we have such
저한테도
a
굉장히
fruitful
많은
and
도움이 되고
informative
있고
session.
특히 저희
It's
과에서는 주로
extremely
이제
helpful.
조사 통계
At our
중심으로
department,
작성을
we
하고
focus
있는데
on
이렇게
surveys,
행정 자료와 조사
but using
통계 간의
administrative
그런
data
상호
and linking it with
작용이라든지
the
이제 상호
surveys
통합이나
and
그걸 할 수 있는
interaction between the
거버넌스에
two
대해서
and governance to
전체적으로 이제 여러
enable
국가의
it.
사례를 배울
So
수
we were able
있어서
to
참
learn from
유용했던
many
것 같습니다.
practices from diverse
이제
countries.
저희가 이제 고민하고 있는 부분은
Our challenge is,
아무래도 저희가 아까 최재혁 과장님께서 설명하셨다시피
Mr.
저희의
Che
조사 통계 쪽에는 이제
mentioned,
행정 자료와
in surveys
그걸 결합할
we
수
have-
있는 그런 아이디가 없기 때문에
We do not have ID
어떤 내적
to
일관성을
link with
가지고 아이디가
administrative
가진
data.
자료끼리 결합했을 때에서
So,
나오는
when
그런 정확한
combining
연계는 좀
data
어려운
with
상황입니다.
ID,
그럼에도
it's-
불구하고
the linkage
아까
can be more
이제
accurate,
오전에 더 일찍 있었던 이제 세션
In
3에서도
the session
여러 가지
3,
사례를
it
공유를
was also
해주셨는데
mentioned
어떤
that there
아이디가
are
있는
several
자료 간에
practices.
연계가 되고 있는 사례가 있고
So
또
there are
일부
cases of
국가에서는
linking data
확률적인
with
연계를 하고
ID,
있는 사례도
or some
있었던 것
countries
같습니다.
do
이름이라든지 여러 가지
probabilistic
정보를
linkage
이용해서.
based on
근데 제가
IDs
궁금한
or
것은
names. Here my
어떤
question
이런
is,
그 확률적인 연계를 했을 때
when
조사
we do
자료와 행정 자료 간의
probabilistic
연계를
linkage
했을 때
between survey
사실은
data and administrative
매칭률이
data,
이제
the
어느
matching
정도 이제
rate,
많이 나오는지도 경우에
what
따라서
would be the
굉장히 다를
matching
수
rate?
있고
Of course,
또
it will
매칭이 되었다
vary case
하더라도
by
그
case, and
자료
even
간의
though it is
정확성이
linked,
일치하지 않는
the
사례를
accuracy
우리가
of
앞선
different data
발표에서도 많이
sets could be a
보았습니다. 근데
problem
이것을
as
거버넌스
demonstrated,
관점에서
but
봤을
from
때
the governance
품질 관리
perspective
관점에서
and from the
이런
quality
부분들에
control
대한
perspective,
어떤 기준점이라든지
are there any
그런
criteria
참고할
or
만한 그런
reference that we
가이드라인이
can
있는지
follow or
그런 부분이 좀
guidelines that we can
궁금하고요.
follow?
이제 두 번째 질문은
And my second
그
question
우리
is,
멕시코에서
In
미스
Mexico,
마우리시오께서 발표하신
our
내용 중에
speaker from
국가
Mexico
관심
talked
정보라는
about
그런 카테고리가
information
굉장히
of
인상
national
깊었습니다.
interest. The
근데
category
이런
was
어떤 여러 가지
extremely
정보 중에서
interesting.
어떤
Out
우선순위를
of many
설정하고
information
관리하는
sets,
그런 이제
now you
절차가
set your
굉장히 인상이
priorities and you
깊었는데
manage them
그렇다라고
accordingly. That
하면
was
그것을
impressive.
선정하는
And then, in
절차가
the
있다고
process
한다면
of selecting or
이것이 이제
determining
계속해서
information
추가가
of
되는
national interest,
형태인지
and
아니면
do you continue
그
to have
총량적인
additions,
측면에서
or
어떤 이제
as a total
이탈을
aggregate,
하도록 하는 그런
do
과정도
you
있는지 그런 부분이
exclude
좀
some
궁금합니다. 감사합니다.
information of national interest when you receive or acquire new ones? That's my second question.
Thank you. Okay, we already got two questions. Seems like it's a very interesting session here. We'll take one more. Please, can we have the microphone? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. For me, a general comment that we know that survey data are harmonized at international level definition, and on the contrary, register data have administrative scope at national level. However, many common elements emerge from many presentations. So I ask, is it possible to develop an international harmonized guideline standard and definition specific indicators about employment from register? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Madam?
Yeah.
Yeah. My question is for the Korea. I'm curious about his survey because he treats about the formal economy, formal jobs, I suppose. So I would like to know about the informality in Korea. So how do you measure informality jobs here, the formality occupations? And also, I would like to know about other forms of work. So what about the surveys about care of relatives, the responsibilities with the at home, so and so on. So I'd like to know about these 2 points, informality and other forms of work.
Great. So I would like to invite our speakers to respond on those questions. Let's go to the first one on the challenges of the IDs and how to link them, particularly when we link the promistic linkage, what the kind of matching rates varies and what kind of criteria reference that we can follow. I don't know. Any of you wants to take? Tara, you want to respond? Yeah, thank you.
That is one of the limitations, I guess, when you don't get the matching thing. But what we've started to do is because we have increasing numbers of administrative data now, we don't just go to the one for the LFS. So, for example, when we look at matching for the LFS, we get some information without identifiers from the revenue file. And then when we have a gap, we might move on to the essential welfare file to see if we can fill the gap again. So we're continuously looking at methods of developing it, but it does require getting more data so you can build on the data sets to do that. We're also working, I suppose, with the departments as well in terms of enhancing how they are collecting and formatting, and what we've now got, I think it's 11 standard variables, so that they're using these variables on their data collection methods themselves within their own systems, which enhances our linkage then going forward. But it isn't a quick solution. It takes time. You have to build it up. So there isn't, I guess, an easy, straightforward solution to it. But that's how we work it. We just try and increase the data sets, trying to work hard to continuously increase the matching rates.
Great. Yeah. So I'm moving to the second question. It was actually a point to Mr. Mauricio. So about the information of national interest and how to determine and how to add a
Yeah. So yes, we're really careful that not all information can become information of national interest, because for those we are really careful on the quality and how the information is produced. We have a couple of times we actually have to remove information from this classification. So we have to be really careful, because even though it can be because the information is no longer being produced, or even what last time what happened was the Department of Education say, okay, I'm not going to be producing this information anymore. Now I'm switching to this new format. And even though it was really clear and the reason for to remove the real information from this classification was transparent, it ended up being like a big thing on the news. Oh, now they don't want to produce it. No. We are just updating this information. So having these frameworks and being really clear on each step helps. And of course, we have to be really careful, because, again, it's not always the case, but we prioritize information of national interest when it comes to budget. So a lot of surveys want to become information of national interest, so they know that they will have some budget. But again, that's the reason we are really careful. And the first question that we ask is this really needed, at the national level for policy making, or we have alternatives in the information that is already here? And we invite all the ministries in the system to review information. And actually, every 3 years, we have to review all the information and provide some assessment on if the information is still of good quality and it should be there, or it has to be removed. So we do have everything is in the legal framework, and we have each step really well identified.
Okay, thank you. Moving to the third one, I think it's a very great comment on whether we have common elements that on the registered data, and also whether there's international standards that can define those register indicators. I think it's a very good suggestion. I don't know if any of my colleagues that want to react on that. Kieran, you wanna? Yes, please.
I think different colleagues could respond, but I'll try and be very brief. The current approach when we develop statistical standards is that we include some guidance about developing indicators from different sources, which would include administrative data. But I do think it's fair to say that probably they're developed with household surveys as being the best source, the way the criteria are developed. But I think it's hard to imagine trying to develop statistical standards purely for administrative sources. I mean, with a couple of questions in mind. Is that going to be a different definition to the one we would then use for a labour force survey? And does that make our situation better? That we would have, we would say, well, we're both applying international standards, but the numbers are different for what looks like the same concept. I'm not sure that actually improves the situation. I think rather it makes more sense that we have a common definition of the same concept, like employment, and that we are transparent when we're producing data about if for whatever reason this given source doesn't manage to apply that definition. So I think we're kind of committed to this approach. I'd be surprised if we move away from it. Now, another reason is harmonization across countries. You can try to impose harmonization in a survey source, but administrative sources are so different in coverage, in scope, in definitions. As we've heard actually through the presentations, how do we define a single definition that's going to apply across all countries to administrative sources? I think it's close to impossible based on my knowledge of differences between administrative sources across countries. And a third quick reason, as we've heard mentioned, is the lack of coverage of informality. I think that would be a big limitation of a definition where we tried to make it about administrative sources, particularly our register-based sources. So I do understand the idea, and we heard it in the previous session as well. I understand why it seems attractive, but I think with employment specifically, I think there's more problems created than solved by attempting to do it. But I don't know if other colleagues would like to add, but that's just some of my thoughts about that.
That's great. So You want to add something? Yes, please.
Can I add to that? Yeah. So we actually provide some guidance to different ministries if they want to use classifications and standards, they can use it. But I think, and this is my perspective, not from INEGI, we have to remember that admin data, by definition, is information that was not produced to be used from the statistical perspective. So again, like trying to force admin data to fit our definition, it would be, again, from the beginning of admin data of the creation, it would have to be different. So again, that was my position. Like, we can provide standard guidance and everything, but admin data has other purposes, not specifically statistical. We are using it for that, but that's what we are doing.
Good point. So maybe we jump to the final questions, which is point to the South Korea. So how do you measure the informal jobs and other forms of work? Yeah, please, Mr. Che.
네, 저희가 이게 영어로 번역이 어떻게 되려는지 잘 모르겠는데.
I'm not 100% confident about its English translation. We are producing employment position statistics. It's separate from labor force statistics. So here we have different populations. Employment positions, as we define it, would be within the formal sector. It's part of the formal sector. In Korea, there are some occupations that are mandated to be registered. For example, for private pension or social insurance, it's mandatory that you subscribe to insurance policies. Then these jobs would be the main employment positions. Of course, we have a national coverage when it comes to health insurance. But for that national health insurance, not just yourself, but your dependent family members can be registered as well. So when we say formal in Korea, it means that you are registered within the administrative data system. So within the coverage you mentioned, it's not included. Care worker, domestic work, or care work would not be included because that's unpaid. That's not within the coverage of employment positions that we're looking at. It only concerns the coverage available within the administrative data. For such informal positions, I think that could be captured through separate and other surveys.
Yes. I think we're interested. I mean, Ms. Dennis, you were interested about besides this integration for the employment job statistics. How do you measure informal jobs and other forms beyond these kind of administrative sources? But I think I suggest that we have these further discussions, bilaterally. I would really want to thank again to our distinguished speakers. I suggest another round of applause for everyone. Yeah, thank you. And with that, I will pass to the Master of Ceremony. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Ding and the speakers once more. And this concludes our morning program. And before lunch, please allow me a couple of minutes for housekeeping announcements. So first, we have found a pair of glasses that has been left behind in the stage. So if you're missing your glasses, please come and see me during the lunch break. Next, if you found this symposium helpful, please take a few moments to complete our satisfaction survey. The survey questionnaire, along with an application for registration in Korea's National Human Resources Database, was distributed to you yesterday morning at the registration. If you need a new form, please feel free to request them at the registration desk. We'd highly appreciate it if you could complete both satisfaction survey and the registration application and return them to the registration by the end of today's symposium. And the lunch break will last until 2 p.m. Lunch will be served at your seat, and it'll be very helpful if you can clear out some space in front of you. After the lunch, coffee will be served in the second floor lobby, and you're welcome to use Gallery 1 room to have this coffee while seated and maybe stretch your legs a little bit. That's all. Enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you back at 2 p.m. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin session 5 of our symposium shortly. We ask all the participants to take their seats inside the event hall. To ensure the smooth progress of the session, please set your mobile phone to silent mode. English and Korean simultaneous interpretation will be provided throughout today's event. We ask all the participants to prepare their receivers in advance, and please note that channel 1 is for Korean and channel 2 is for English. This symposium is also being broadcast live through our official YouTube channel, and to watch the sessions online, please visit our symposium website and select the live streaming menu. Presentation materials for each speaker can be accessed and downloaded under the program menu of the website. On-site participants can also scan the QR code printed on their name tag or symposium leaflet to directly access a shared drive containing presentation materials. Wi-Fi service is available in the symposium hall. Finally, I'd like to remind you to fill out the satisfaction survey and application for registration to Korea's National Human Resources Database and return them to the registration desk at your convenient time today. Thank you for your cooperation. So, welcome back to the symposium, and we will begin session 5, titled The Role of AI in Improving Survey Processes and Outputs. On the stage, we have once again Mr. Shutong Ding from the ILO Statistics Department moderating session 5, who is joined by Skyla Sin Sim from the Ministry of Manpower of Singapore, Daniel Fryer Gustafsson from Statistics Denmark, Butitiong Phuong from National Statistics Office of Vietnam, and Colin Robert Bevan Seymour from the UK's Office for National Statistics. Please welcome our moderator and speakers with a big round of applause.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the session 5. So we're on AI now. Since yesterday, I think we heard high expectations, from our dear commissioner, our chief statisticians, and also many other colleagues on the great potential on AI. I'm very humbled to chair this important session. I hope that will be discussed with my session dear presenters that we are carrying with an important topic. At the same time that we hope that we can deliver things that meet your expectation. Of course, AI is such a vast topic, and it probably will have to have a conference or a entire things to address so many important aspects. Over the next 1.5 hours, I want you to also focus on the practical implementations, specifically, the use cases, how we can improve our survey processes. So a bit narrowed on, the use cases. I think it's more, let's say, try to inspire us, but less technical contents, rather to find out those business values. And I want to highlight also, I believe ILO plays a very critical role in the AI era. The questions about the future of work, potential job displacement, upscaling, policy framework to protect the rights, and also center our mandate. Those are all important topics. However, I think today's session will not debate on those broader impacts. Our aim is, again, very narrow. Try to really examine how AI could assist and enhance the way we design and run and improve our service with the best practice and use cases from different countries, of course. I want to also share a little bit of my personal view. I think AI is still in its early age, you know, like a baby still in a growing spurt. So we could have some mixed feelings, and they are quite natural. Sometimes it amazes us. It can parse, you know, informations like quite messy prompts. They can even understand better than my wife, because you know, like I cannot really explain to her all this, you know, jump of logics, and sometimes it disappoints. You know, you ask them to process the entire CSV file with thousands of records. They only give you the first 5 or 10 rows to have a taste. And sometimes it also frustrates because you are repeatedly reminding them, okay, 40 times to say, please stick with the entire task, and they only do the 5 for you. So it's, and sometimes also it unsettles. Like we will see people are really worried about, are they going to take our job? I mean, especially maybe it seems like they can find a clearer way to make our partners happy, you know? So as with our children, you know, my suggestion is that we need to be patient, and also we need to spend more time to play with them. So I want to also move to a little bit on the slide side. So here, again, this is my personal observations based on the research and use cases I have already seen. And this is not AI generated. The only thing you want to blame is the background color. Okay, so I use the Canva, try to create some infographics. So maybe it's not really the best contrast in this case. So here I want to maybe to guide you, you know, in this diagram. I hope that you can see it clearly. I was trying to capture, you know, where AI could help us best for the labor statistics. For example, in smart surveys, we have CE applications for questionnaire design and voice to text for helping the interviewing, and also some techniques for sampling. And then we also see, you know, there's a part for the process modernizations. There we can see techniques can improve the cleaning, editing, and imputations. Also even help us with some operational efficiency in terms of the administrative work. And also it can handle additional data sources like processing job posts, you know, all these kind of unstructured, different formats, mobile data. And then we have another aspects on the data analysis and also reporting. There we can also see potentials of using AI to integrate data and also predicting skills anticipations and emerging occupations, for example. There's another aspect that improving the access, you know. You could have chatbots, you can have semantic data search to help you to reach to your users. And where I think also AI is very powerful, of course, this is where we can see a lot of successful examples, the textual data and the metadata analysis. So the coding of classifications, translations, and knowledge hub. So on this broader picture, and also I want to mention, since I think there are also expectations to, from ILO side to share what we are actually doing. We actually have you know, a lot of ongoing pilots and research in different fields. For example, we already launched the project for semantic data search, where we, based on our data, rely on the standards like SDMX. And then we also heavily worked on the coding of classifications with a slightly different focus. So you will have to focus on, let's say, a text that is from your interview, for example. But in our case, we're trying to map the national occupation classifications with Isco. So we have a better structured data, and with more defined content. And then we also have applications. Also, I have to mention this part of collaboration with the Ministry of Manpower from Singapore, to look at the detecting new emerging occupations from the online job vacancy. So you can think also slightly like coding exercises, but on a more raw data, a rich informative data from the job vacancies. So, and we have a project that is what we call a very ambitious name, labor market intelligence. So thinking of, you get all the data sets come from different places, right? I am living probably in an ideal world to think about, let's say, if we have all the data sets coming from survey, admin, is there any way to have AI to help us to draw insights and to do the analysis based on those data sets? So we have a project that initially tried to draft the analytical reports from those data sets. And here, I want to also to maybe put some of the elements for your consideration, especially if you want to really pilot or you want to implement AI in your office. So besides the data, I think there are something that worth to consider as a more structure or a great framework. For example, first, we need to find out a successful business cases that can demonstrate the business value, right? So we need the great use cases. And at the center, we need to have the skills. We have the right people that with the training and the communications, and we have to provide an opportunity for them to learning by doing the projects. And we need the tools, means that which model you want to choose, and whether you want to do it with the cloud or local hosted in terms of architecture design. And of course, we also need the methodology, technologies, guidelines, and all the menus, and please document them, while you're testing all the ideas. And then, of course, you can also find the best practice from global references. And of course, we're talking about governance. The AI governance is also crucial. A very simple question to you is like, are you allowed your staff to use ChatGPT in the office? And what kind of content is strictly prohibited? So there are a lot of important questions needs to be answered, right? So just to give you a frame that I think it's quite important to start with the idea. A few more issues or ideas for you to reflect. I think the first question, the key question here is that the role of AI here is it to assist, argument, or replace? So argument means like empowering, to really help us to enrich in some way. And then we also have a few more points. For example, think about your highest value use cases. We didn't talk about the quality aspects. I think human has to be in the loop all the time. And there's another important aspect that I think, we are transforming from the formal traditional way of machine learning. We'll probably see a lot of the use cases, and to moving towards a generative AI. Is this a smooth transition, and how we can, make it more reasonable for such transitions? And then, of course, pilots to production. You probably successfully to demonstrate the value, but on the other hand, can we move it smoothly to the production? How many years is it going to take to really make it sustainable? Of course, the public transparency and trust, it all has to go with how you communicate the AI properly to your public audience. So we have, excellent speakers here. We have 4 country presentations. I will start first with our first speaker, Ms. Skyla Sim. Please. Ms. Skyla Sim is the statistical specialist at the Ministry of Manpower, Research and Statistics Department. She has 5 years of experience spanning research, fieldwork, data collection, and analytics, and committed to apply technology and innovations to streamline survey process and enhance labor market research. Yes, please, you have the floor.
So good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I also like to express my gratitude to KOSTAT and ILO for having me here, giving me the opportunity to share and learn from fellow colleagues around the world. Okay, so you may have noticed as well that the labor force survey is conducted by Ministry of Manpower instead of the Department of Statistics in Singapore. So actually, the first labor force survey was launched by DOS in 1973, which was taken over by Ministry of Manpower in 1974 after the adoption of decentralized statistical system. So today I'll be sharing some examples of how we try to incorporate the AI in our survey process to tackle problems that were raised in yesterday's session as well. So for example, reducing respondent burdens and ensuring quality interviewers. So firstly, we will be going through the forecasting model on employment status. Secondly, we will be going through speech analytics in data collection to evaluate our survey interviewers. So for some context, in Singapore, we conduct 6 rounds of monthly labor force surveys, which is about 3,700 households each round, so which adds up to around 22,000 households per month. So the common feedback that we receive from respondents are that answering surveys 6 times is very tiring. Why are you always asking me the same question round after round? Can't you do something about it? So we listen to them, we hear them, and we also realize that things like employment status actually doesn't change that quickly month to month for employed individuals under normal circumstances. So we decided to leverage on a predictive model to try and predict their responses in subsequent rounds so that we can reduce the needs for callbacks. So here's the model development, which is divided into mainly 4 stages. So firstly, we curate the data set from using the labor force survey, which we split around 80% for training and 20% for testing. So we tested a few popular gradient frameworks, such as XGBoost, CatBoost, and Light GBM. So we've decided to use CatBoost in the end because we took into account as well of the nature of our features, which consist of both categorical and numerical. So doing the testing, we fine-tune the data, fine-tune the model, and then doing the testing, we found out that the model accuracy is 98%, which we evaluated against our actual labor force data. So before rolling out the model. So here's the illustration of our model process. So for round 1 to 6, it consists of 22,000 households. Each round consists of 3,700. So we'll predict round 1 to 5 for the subsequent rounds. So every round, we will clean the data to ensure only active workforce is being loaded into the model. So we will not predict for those retrenched, retired, or unemployed, because they are quite a volatile set of samples, which we will call back. So after running through the prediction models, we will be left with around 4,000 households left to contact. So this is around 70 to 80% reduction of the number of households needed to call back. So this greatly saves time and manpower and resources for us. But of course, we know that this prediction model is not a foolproof thing. So we will have to have some safeguards as well to check for false negative as well as false positive. So we will conduct some random call audits as well as using administrative data to check for those false negative. For those that are predicted to have employment status change, we will be doing validation calls on all of them to further check on what kind of changes do they have and update on the employment details. So next, we also have the focus on our interviewers, because one of the biggest challenges that we face as well is that there's a high turnover rate for our interviewers. So there are always new interviewers joining our organizations. So how can we ensure that they have the skill set needed to deliver quality and consistent interviews? So for the CATI, interviewers, we want to ensure that they are clear, polite, and professional in terms of delivering their interviews, and also making sure that they are neutral and do not paraphrase any of the questions, and as well as non-leading questions. So for example, some interviewers may try to lead the questions on so that they can finish the surveys faster. So this will actually result in some bias in the data collected. So we do not want that. As well as how do we ensure that the interviewers are building rapport with the respondents and engaging them so that it can help to motivate and encourage them to complete the 6 rounds of MRFS with us. So with that, we decided to tap on speech analytics. With speech analytics, we are able to firstly assess the performance of our core agents by measuring their compliance to our SOP. Secondly, also to monitor real-time cases. So for calls that are being flagged out with strong negative sentiments, it will allow us to have timely intervention before it potentially escalates into complaint cases. So in terms of questionnaire refinements, we also tap on the speech analytics to help us find out potential problematics or triggering questions for the respondents. So this will help us to be able to bring back those questions and look at it again to refine it or reword it. So in terms of model building, we tap on Whisper Large, Spacey, and Pi4 to help with the translation of audio to text and from text to extract useful features for the LLM. So over here, we have a snapshot of our dashboard. So this is an overview which consists of the call duration, call scores, and call satisfaction, as well as highlights of some of our top performing and underperforming agents. So diving into our dashboard indicators, for the call satisfaction, we group the neutral and positive together because for us, neutral ratings means that the interviews went well or smooth in a sense because there wasn't any negative sentiments from the respondents, so which is a satisfactory call for us. So over here, in the dashboard, we can click onto the agent's name as well so that it will showcase the reasons for the scorings. So it will be able, for example, to say that the call agent was unable to maintain a clear and coherent conversation, leading to confusion and frustrations. So this kind of zoom-in details will help us to better engage and curate trainings for our underperforming interviewers, which we are able to present empirical evidence. So with the evidence, it also helps to gain their cooperation to listen to the trainings. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Skella. And thanks again for also helping me to catch up on time. It's actually, I spend more time to set the scene. I really appreciate for that. I think you touched based on two important and interesting, very innovative solutions. One on the forecasting models, where really try to sort of save the burdens for the interviewees. And then you have a second one on the speech to text, where really try to analyze the interviewer qualities. I think they are very innovative implications, and we're looking for maybe in the deeper discussion. So I suggest we move into our next speaker, Mr. Daniel Freire Gustafsson. Mr. Gustafsson holds a degree in economics from the University of Copenhagen and has worked at Statistics Denmark for 8 years. He led the team responsible for producing Denmark's labor force survey and the EU statistics of income and living conditions survey. So please, Daniel, you have the floor. Yeah.
Thank you, moderator. And I also would like to thank the organizers for inviting Denmark to participate in this excellent event. I'm going to talk a bit about our implementation of ML-assisted Isco coding in Denmark, which we implemented this year. I'll start with some background and then focus more about on the results in the implementation and the actual implementation, and not so much on the model itself. And then I want to tell you a bit about an experiment we did when implementing it, before going over what our plans are for the future. So a bit of background, we collect data throughout the year, and it's around 15,000 interviews each quarter that we get in, and this number is decreasing. And we collect current and previous occupation as free text, and this is about 7,000 cases to be classified each quarter. And on the screenshot, you can just see how our data is collected. We ask for the respondent's position, and then we ask about the job tasks that they have to do as part of their job. So this is essentially the input for the model. And we're not the first to implement this. We heard Korea has been doing this for 4 years, and one of the benefits of not being a first mover is that you can collect all the good ideas from other countries. So thank you very much for that, everyone. But we were inspired to make our own model in order to increase efficiency in the production, consistency among the coders, and also make it easier for newer employees to do this task. So in the end, we did some analysis and training and retraining, and looked into different models. We settled on a model called Roberta, which is a multi-classification model. We trained it on LFS data for 10, 11 years in both Danish and English. And the output from this model is a probability for all Isco codes on a 4-digit level. And the overall accuracy of the model is around 70 to 75%, depending on the model, with a top 6 accuracy. So the 6 most probable Isco codes, one of these are correct around 90% of the time. I also wanted to show you this. This is a bit convoluted at the beginning, but at the x-axis you have the share of observations that you code automatically. On the y-axis you have the accuracy. So all the way to the right, over here, you have the overall accuracy of the model, and then as you move along the curve, you accept a lower, or you have a higher tolerance, or lower tolerance maybe. So the blue point is the case where you accept the model prediction for 80% of all cases, and that will lead you with an accuracy of around 82%, and that corresponds to setting an acceptance rate of just below 60. So if the model says 60% probability of this top prediction, we'll accept it. Yeah, so now just go into the production flow and how we implement it in our production. We get data each morning from our data supplier, and all these text responses, all free text, are then moved to a separate table, which we use for coding these. And before it gets to the human coder, we assign the codes we can. We do some lookup just from a table, and we go to the register information on the respondent, and if The register code is among the, I think it's top 15 codes predicted by the model that would indicate that the register code is correct, and then we assign that automatically. And this is not something we've implemented yet, but if the probability is high, as you saw on the curve, you could set an acceptance rate and auto-assign everything that's above some certain threshold. And then the remaining cases are labeled ready for coding. And for the actual coding, we've developed an application for the coders to use, which, so in essence, it's just gathering information from a lot of different sources, presenting it, making it easy to use, and then saving the correct code in the database in the end. And we opted for a Python-based solution that just goes into this table, fetches the next interview in the queue, and collects data from the interview itself and from the register for employees, and also the data from the predictions, and then allows the user to save the selected code. And this is just an example of the application, and it's in Danish, so don't bother reading it. But it's essentially, you choose the method of classification. Do you want to classify previous or past jobs? We also distinguish between employees and self-employed. And then you choose the quarter for which you want to code, and then you just fetch the next interview. Or you can type in an interview ID if you have some specific interview where you want to change or the selected code or for whatever reason. And then you get into the coding interface itself. And on the top left side, you have the information from the registers. And on the bottom left, you have the information from the questionnaire itself. And then on the right, you have the economic activity and the occupation for the job in question. Here it's the main job. And if you click the drop-down box, and that's where the predictions come in, then you see the first row is actually the code from the register, which wasn't assigned here because it was not part of the predictions, so that might indicate that the job the respondent has answered on behalf of is not the same as the one in the register. And then the blue lines are the predictions of the model. So this kind of makes it easy for the coder to see the most probable codes from the get-go. And the rest would just be a list of the remaining Disco codes, or Isco codes, sorry. But sorted just in numerical. This is searchable, this box, so you can get the Isco code that you want. So how did it go? Overall, it's saved us a number of observations. I'll come back to the table in a bit. But it's gone well. We implemented it in January, and in the beginning it took some getting used to, but we had active dialogue between the coders and the programmers, so we developed like tooltips and hotkeys and these sorts of stuff that makes it quick to use, because you don't want to be using your mouse too much in this. But it's quite smooth now, and I just brought a table of what it actually did productivity-wise. This is the first column I'd like to highlight. So this is the number of cases out of the around 7,000 total that were automatically assigned based on a matching register and prediction code. So that's 2,400 cases out of 7,000 that were assigned automatically in the first quarter. And just as an example, if we set an acceptance of 85% for the automatic transfer of codes from the model, that would be an additional 1,100 cases that would be transferred automatically. So all in all, the cases to be manually coded with this implementation also could be reduced from 5,400 to 1,600, which is quite significant. I also want to tell you about, we did an experiment in the first half of 2025. In the implementation of this model, we wanted to test what was the effect of having these model predictions on the coding and the coders themselves. So we selected 200 cases, and the coders were asked to recode these without the help from the model. And then so the two coders coded all 200 cases, then coded all 200 cases again without the assistance. So we could kind of cross-reference these results. And if there were deviations, they were then asked some period later which of these two Isco codes is most fitting. And in that way, we could evaluate which was then which of the two were most probable, were most correct. And in general, then we had an increase in the share of top cases being selected. So when you presented the predictions, the coders were more likely to select that when it's presented, which makes sense. But more surprising was that, or I don't know if it's surprising, but the agreement rate went up as well between the two coders. So that went from 65 to 68 at the one-digit level. And when confronted with the different codes as the third part of the experiment, it was not clear, but there was an indication that they thought that the more probable code was the correct one. And also, on average, it's reduced the coding time for each case of just above 10%. So we find that it's more efficient. You're quicker to get to the code that you want, and we have very experienced coders. So often they know which code they're going to use beforehand, but they have it at the tip of their fingers. So it's a bit quicker. So that was the implementation, and there's still some way to go, but now it's in production. Now we have to find out all the things we've pushed in front of us. So we've been wondering about this ordering of predictions. I know a lot of countries have experimented with this. We just present the predictions according to their probability. So it's the most probable code is the first one, but you can experiment with mixing the order and scrambling it in order to avoid that the most probable code will be assigned all the time. And we have to, as I've touched upon a couple of times, we have to decide on how to implement this automatic assignment strategy, because one thing is setting a level, and that in itself can be difficult because intercoder agreement is not that high as you assume, at least as I assumed. So it's an open question how much certainty should we expect from the model, given that our coders only agree in 7 out of 10 cases. And we also, as is the case in Singapore, we also want to sample some of the cases where it's very, very certain, just to keep it honest. And we'll also have to decide on how to retrain the model, who does what, and how often and which data do we use. And then we would like to expand the model using auxiliary variables. We know that education is a big factor in the Isco classification because it's so dependent on the level of your work. So we'd like to test that as well. But I think all in all, we're just really happy about going from nothing to something. And if we're tweaking the model, we're maybe talking about an accuracy increase of 1 or 2 or 3 percentage points, but the jump from 0 to 70 is a lot larger than the marginal gain. So yeah, just like to encourage you just to get started. All right, that was it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daniel. I really enjoyed this, specifically when you have the, discussions on the roles, whether we have to assist the codes and how to even to think about the threshold to auto-code, that there is a decision on the strategy. It's very important. And also the experiments that, to give more insights on how the models itself can improve the coding efficiency. It's very well delivered. Yeah, thanks. Moving to our next speaker. So we have the presentation from Vietnam. I will invite Miss Bui Thi Tu Phong. Miss Bui Thi Tu Phong is a statistician at the Population Labor Statistics Department, National Statistics Office of Vietnam. Her current work focuses on verifying and processing data from monthly and quarterly labor force survey, as well as compiling a regular labor report with professional expertise in survey methodology, data processing, and labor statistics reporting. She has also been conducting research on innovative solutions to improve the quality of statistics data. Yes, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm from Bui Tu Phương from National Statistics Office of Vietnam, and today I'm honored to present our research on AI application in coding and processing data in labor force survey. I will walk you to 5 parts: the background, the labor force survey in Vietnam, implementation process, results and solution, and the final is the implementation plan. And first, let's look at the background. Around the world, data is becoming bigger, more diverse, and more complex, while AI algorithms are getting more optimized and widely applied in many fields. In Vietnam, there is also a strong demand for fast and accurate data provision. And at the same time, many surveys are repeated with almost unchanged questionnaires, which create both challenges in terms of workload and opportunity for AI to improve efficiency and accuracy. Next, I would like to introduce the labor force survey in Vietnam. The labor force survey is carried out on a monthly basis with both data collection and processing taking place every month. It's covered on 63 provinces and cities. Every month, we collect data from about 1,637 EAs, which means more than 66,000 cases in total. And the results are then used to produce a quarterly socio-economic report. And the survey contains a wide range of diverse and complex indicators, which makes the processing task quite challenging. And this gives us a very large and comprehensive data, but also requires an efficient method for handling. And one of the key tasks of this survey is the occupation coding for employment. This step is both essential and time-consuming as it requires assigning the right occupation code to a large number of responses. And you can see that we will have about 30,000 employed cases each month that require occupation coding. And to handle this, each province would need to code the working for 2 days, which will increase the cost for coding and checking. And in addition, there are also difficulties such as interviewer written answer incomplete or insufficient, leading to incorrect coding by the coder. The lack of consistency, coding based on the subjective judgment of the coder. So the result is a lack of accuracy and consistency in the coding process. And so we have some challenges. Have to face that prolonged data processing time, additional data processing cost, low accuracy, and lack of consistency. And in 2023, ILO experts introduced machine learning to us for the first time, and to address to the challenge, we have conducted research to develop machine learning based automatic coding guidelines. And our objectives are set out in the following step. The first step is to build a machine learning model to automatic agile job costs. And the second step is to compare model results with many manual costs. And the third step is to evaluate the potential application to replace or supplement traditional encryption. And the fourth step is implementation plan. And we use LFS survey data from 2021 to 2024, which contains over 400,000 cases and includes variables such as the main task, top title, education level, economic sector, and job cost. And the next step is merge data, define the description columns, and set up the code column. And Python was chosen as the main programming language for data processing and machine learning tasks. And there are the steps that have to do text pre-processing, chain test split, TF, IDF, vectorization, test model, and evaluate to choose the best model. We choose logistic regression, linear SVC, naive Bayes, and centroid. And the last is predicting job cost on new data. And this is the model evaluation result that we have. You can see that the linear SVC achieves a high accuracy. It's about 70%, while other models perform lower. And in terms of times, although linear SVC had the longest training and predicted time, but the total still takes us over 20 minutes for both steps. And with the best selected model, we will use to make prediction on new data. And in this study, the data used is the LFS data of the second quarter of 2025 with manual coding. After executing the prediction step, a predicted job code value will be produced or recorded in the new data set. You can see in the slide. And the next step that we use command to compute top 1 and top 3 accuracy. The top one is that's the model first prediction is correct, and the top 3 is the safer suggestion. But the correct label appears within the top 3 prediction to reduce error, especially when job codes have many classes and the data is highly diverse. And you can see that top 1 accuracy is about 0.70, and top 3 accuracy is 0.8485. And this means that if you extract top 3 instead of instead of top one, accuracy increased by 15.79 percentage points. So top three works well as a safe suggestion list for user confirmation, and particularly for multi-class tasks such as soft codes. You can see after we use command to create the top three. And this is the predicted result. We can see that the match between manual and machine learning codes is 70%. That is consistent with existing studies. If you're referring to top three, the match probability is up to 85.9%. And the 30% difference may be due to one of the following reasons. The first reason may be the data. The data maybe has inconsistent, missing information, or data imbalance between groups. The reason and maybe the second reason is the model we choose for the algorithm limitations or prediction methods. And the third reason maybe is human. The subjective or human or subjectivity of the coder or inconsistent judgment. Maybe a human can understand deep semantic and the machine cannot. So this table presents a comparison of coding method in terms of speed, accuracy, cost, and time. And you can see that for the same workload, combining automatic coding with manual review reduce the time and achieve higher accuracy than other coding method. If you use automatic coding, it takes you to 20 minutes, but the accuracy is about 70%. But if you use manual coding, it takes you 4 days, but the accuracy is increased to 95 to 97%. But the human research cost is two people working for 2 days. And the last automatic and manual combination, it takes you 1 day, and the accuracy is about 96 to 98%, and the human risk cost is 1 people working for 1 day. So we think that combination of manual and automatic coding is a bad choice. So with the result that we have the combined coding step follow. That we have occupation description data, and then the system automatically code and generate top three suggestions. And the next coding step check, confirm, or edit, and give feedback for completion. And the center officer check different cases and send for verification if necessary. And some lesson and experience from the study that input data is very important. If data is have inaccurate description or data imbalance, it's the impact to the model and that impact to the prediction. And it's necessary to pilot and evaluate the accuracy with many aspects. For example, increase the volume of training data set or handle data imbalance at independent variable. And the final is it's not advisable to rely entirely on machines, but still need human control. And that's the plan, implementation plan. The first is the pilot to evaluate the feasibility of the model and collect feedback to improve the model. And the second step is enhance data quality. It includes expand the training data set and update corrected cases for retraining. and then improve data cleaning and reduce imbalance. And the third is maybe we will test new algorithms, for example, deep learning and gradient boosting. And thank you for the extension.
Thanks a lot, Ms. B.T. Tufong. I think it's very interesting, especially we see the two coding applications. I likely to observe, a few interesting insights, particularly like, for example, both of them to have a top one accuracy around 70%. I think it could be a good threshold to start with if you have an application. And then also we see there's a combination of assisted coding and also auto coding. So it seems like the right way to go. So not only just to think about auto coding, but also to assist, with top 3, top 5 as indications, and it definitely improve the efficiency. And also importantly, we see that both presentations, there's highlighting the importance to have the human in the loop, to have the quality control. So I think it's very, especially I think the coding exercises, there are a quite solid methodology and also a framework that we can follow. It's great. Let's move to our final presentation. I would like to invite Mr. Colin Robert Bevan Seymour. Mr. Colin is the head of Social Survey Statistics Transformation at the UK Official for Statistics, National Statistics, where he leads pioneering work in modernizing national data collection. With over 17 years of expertise in the end-to-end development and delivery of survey design, Colin has played a central role in transforming social statistics to meet the evolving needs of policymakers and the public. In his current role, Colin is responsible for the statistical design of the TOFS, as we have seen yesterday from Matt's presentation. Colin leads on defining survey requirements, designing robust sampling frameworks, developing management information system, and evaluating survey performance to ensure statistics excellency and operational efficiency. Please, Mr. Colin, you have the floor.
Okay, that's great, thank you. Okay, hi everybody. Thank you for inviting us. Thank you to KOSTAT and to the ILO. And thank you to all the presenters so far for their excellent presentations. I think everybody's learned a lot, especially on the challenges that we all face, but hopefully with some collaboration, we'll be able to come up with some good solutions. So I'm going to talk to you today about some of the work that we've done at the Office for National Statistics using AI to aid survey text classification. So the challenge that we face is the transition to the online first TLFS, which Matt talked about yesterday. The standard industrial classification, SIC, and standard occupational classification, SOC, do not have the data quality levels required for the statistical outputs that we need to produce. With an online first survey, you don't have an interaction between the respondent and the interviewer to gather any more details on responses. So you are relying on what the respondent types in to the online survey. If they don't type in enough information, or if that information is vague, then there is no way to ask them for more information because there's no interviewer present. If it was a telephone interview, or if it was a face-to-face interview, then obviously the situation would be different. So we're looking to develop a novel generative AI solution, which we term Survey Assist, which will help improve data quality at the point of collection. And the aim of Survey Assist is to try and replicate the interviewer's interaction with the respondent. Now, it's not going to be exactly the same as, the rapport, the relationship that an interviewer and a respondent can develop, but it's going to help to bridge the gap between online and face-to-face collection. So I'll now discuss how we've developed Survey Assist. Now, assigning free text to categories is quite a common activity for many NSIs, and a combination of manual coding, rules-based coding, and machine learning techniques are currently used. So when we ask questions about industry and occupation, rather than presenting the coding frame, the SIC and SOC coding frames, we ask the respondents to enter free text so they can type whatever they want. We ask them to provide as much information as possible, but quite often this doesn't happen, or it's just not possible to code this. So the Data Science Campus in ONS explored using a large language model, LLM, and a retrieval augmented generation, RAG, approach to classify this anonymized free text from the labour market surveys to SIC industrial codes in early 2024. Now, this is trained on some external specialist sources to enhance the accuracy, and we fed in things like the SIC coding frame, some of the ONS knowledge bases, and some previous survey data as well. The initial results were quite promising, so it demonstrated between 5 and 11 percentage point increase over the existing manual approaches when classifying data to the 2 and 5 digit SIC levels. There is a blog and a GitHub repository which are available for you to look at, which will have more information about this, and there's links at the end of the slide pack about that. And then we've developed this as SIC Classif AI after the initial research. So there is part of this which is being developed for business surveys as well, but this is the section that we're developing for the social surveys. So the prototype of Survey Assist aims to improve the survey data quality through some targeted follow-up questions. So Survey Assist will take the information that the respondent has provided us, and it will try and generate bespoke questions based on their responses to get more information about their industry. So the respondent's free text answers about their job and employer are then routed to this classification service. The first stage is to look for an exact match. So if the model can take the text that the respondent's entered and match it exactly to a code, then it doesn't need to go any further. It has the required threshold, and it just codes it. If the response can't be generated automatically or can't be coded automatically, 2 follow-up questions, a maximum of 2 follow-up questions will be generated. One will be open, one will be closed, and that will be provided by Survey Assist. And then we code those responses to the 5-digit SIC code. So this is like a more in-depth diagram of how this works. So step 1, the user will complete 3 TLFS questions on job, activity, and industry. Survey Assist over to the side on step 2. If it matches exactly, then there's no more questions needed. Or if it can't match exactly, then it'll try and make an initial SIC classification, and then it'll generate the customized questions. It then goes back to the respondent, where the user will respond to these customized questions. The user will then complete the final TLFS industry question. So there's one more fixed question that isn't AI generated. And then based on all of this information together, Survey Assist will try and make a final SIC classification based on those answers. Now, there should be a video that's going to demonstrate what this looks like. So we asked the question about if the respondent had a paid job in the reference week. So it's a yes or no question. And if they select yes, then it will take them to the question. We will be putting some information about why we asked that question in there as well. And then the respondent will enter what they do for their main job. So they've said a nursery assistant, and that could mean somebody who works at a preschool nursery, or it could be somebody who works in a place that grows plants, for example. So we then ask them to describe what they do in that job or business as a nursery assistant. And again, these are fixed questions. These are not the AI questions. And in this instance, they've said they look after plants. So we know it's around that definition of nursery. And then in there, they've said, what is the main activity? They've said that they grow plants. So on the next section now, it brings in the the survey assist model. It hasn't been able to code exactly. So we ask respondents then if it's okay to ask them 2 additional questions. And if they say no, then we don't go any further. But if they say yes, then survey assist is activated, and then it generates that question. So does the company primarily sell plants to other businesses or to the public? And it states there that the question is generated by survey assist, so they're aware that it's an AI generated question. So you've said to the public, and then we ask which of these best describes the organization's activities. And they've said none of the above, so not plant propagation or wholesale of flowers or plants. So that's the end of survey assist. We then ask what kind of organization they work for. So they've said a public limited company. We would present this summary for now. We probably wouldn't present this to the respondents, but for the purposes of this demo, we present all the information that's been gathered. And the final SIC code is different to what the initial SIC code was. So we said plant propagation was the initial best guess based on the information the respondent answered, but most likely it's the retail sale of plants, flowers, seeds, fertilizers, etc. So the survey assist has helped to clarify the initial information that was added. There's some information there about how long it took. So the total time in seconds was 101 seconds, and the interaction time with survey assist was 49 seconds out of that. Now, there are a number of design considerations we have to make. So with the AI-generated questions, they're different for each respondent. They're not standardized or validated. We're relying on the model to generate the correct questions, for them to be understood by the respondent. Like Matt said yesterday, we're taking a user-centered approach to this. We make sure that all of the fixed questions on the TLFS can be understood by people of different literacy levels, different primary languages, things like that. So we need the model to be able to replicate that as well. With the respondent experience, we're focusing a lot on the survey length and the drop-off, so missingness in the data. The intention of this is to reduce the missingness in the data, but there's also, the possibility that we're adding questions in, and it's only 2 questions, but it is, adding extra questions into the survey, so we need to be quite mindful of that. How and when, and I guess how often to deploy survey assist as well. Like I said, this is just for industry at the moment, but, could we potentially expand it to other areas? That's something we need to consider. And we need to get user feedback on the AI questions that are generated. Evaluation and assurance, as some of the colleagues have said, evaluating against a truth data set. So, a data set that is correct. You can 100% say that this person's industry is, exactly what it should be. We can evaluate the results against that. Assurance against any existing solutions, so if there's anything else out there that is better that we could use. And doing periodic evaluation, so accounting for any model drift, if there's any upgrades, or if, as the model gets developed, and scrutiny of those AI questions. Now, the section I missed out there was user acceptance, and that is because I have a slide about that where we did some research on the proof of concept. So 84% of those we asked felt positive or neutral about answering AI-generated questions. So, 16% had a negative experience, but it's quite a low percent, but something we can still work on. Just over 3/4, 76% agreed or strongly agreed that they trusted the ONS to use AI appropriately in surveys. 70% agreed or strongly agreed that it's important to know if a question has been written by AI, and that's why in the demo we state that it's been generated by Survey Assist. And then 37% are concerned about privacy and data security when AI is used in the survey. So it is the minority, but it is quite a high proportion of the minority. So again, that's something we need to work on, both in terms of bringing that percentage down, but also making people aware of the privacy and data security that we offer. So just before I finish, this is a like a snapshot of a proof of concept that we've been working on. The demo was from, I think it was about a month ago, maybe a little bit more. So we are iteratively improving this. It's probably improved since that demo. We are still working through like some of these issues that I've presented there about like the acceptability. But we are, looking to hopefully put this into production maybe next year or the year after. But, we have to integrate it into our live surveys. We have to do testing. There's still quite a lot of steps to go through. But the initial results are quite promising. So there's the links to the blog I mentioned earlier and the repository on GitHub. So if anybody wants any more of the technical information, there's a lot there. There's 2 contacts you can make. You can email the SIC and SOC project, who are looking at things beyond just Survey Assist to improve the classification coding, and the Survey Assist team. And then finally, just thanks to Lisanne Duckworth and Debbie Curtis at ONS, because they dedicated some of their time to putting some of these slides together for me. So I just want to show my appreciation for them. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Colin. And really, I think there are many things that I have to highlight in this presentation. Really enjoyed. I think I have seen the AI implementations, especially we're utilizing the generative AI even for the coding. So this model, classified AI, is something that definitely worth to look at it. I don't know the current accuracy comparing to the classical models, but I think it's something that definitely. This is where I have mentioned before, transforming from the traditional supervised learning to the generative AI. And then also I have seen, there's another part there you use the survey assist, really try to tackle into the questions to generate the questions on the fly. And I think that's very innovative. Probably there's also great potentials in future, maybe to think of skip some of the questions based on the answers and something that they have collected before. So a lot of things are like, also you have the user acceptance, which is also giving a lot of information about the user acceptance of the AI. And I want to say that I think it's a great start, and also we are perfectly on timing for the 20 minutes discussion. Yeah, really appreciate that all our presenters are respected the 15 minutes threshold. Okay, so now we're open for the questions and discussions. So we have roughly 20 minutes to go. Okay. All right, we can start with...
Thank you for very interesting presentations, inspiring for us for the future. I have a question if you also have checked this automatic coding, how if the relationship between Isco and ISIC, so nice in European Union, is it checked or not? And how many people were involved to prepare such the process, and how long did the process lasted? And from which units people were involved? Were the people from the methodology of LFS or from other units? It is also important from my point of view. Thank you.
Great. Hao-Yi?
Thank you so much for the inspiring talks leading us to the future. I have a question for ONS colleagues. I'm very interested in the modality, how your office, actually your unit worked with the data science campus in terms of all these new things, experimentation. Do you send a request to them and say, I'm interested in moving towards this direction? And then they will help you and then come back to you. So who make a proposal on what's new, how to try it. And so this would be really helpful for us thinking how to set up experimentation within an NSO context. Thank you.
Any other questions at the moment? Okay, maybe Yes? Okay.
I forgot also to ask if you used only just names from Isco for the codes, or you also use some synonyms, because it could be also useful. Thank you.
Great. Maybe we can take this first round with the 3 questions we have. For the auto-coding, the first one, the relationship between different classifications, Isco, ISIC, and also the human resource, the people involved in the process, and also particularly in which units that could work on those. Maybe I can let the presenters, you want to comment on those? Any of you? Yeah. Daniel?
Okay, thanks, Hannah. Okay, firstly, in our case, the NACE and ISCO, I left it off my next steps list as something that we've actually talked about, making a simultaneous model, because it's often 2 parts of the same story, or should be. Regarding the work, it was done fairly locally. We had an intern that worked on the model, and I worked on the implementation. We've been working on it for, I think, we worked on it for half a year, and it was part of a larger reconstruction of our entire data reception system. So it was easy that way because we could think it into or implement it into the data flow from the beginning. And we did use some synonyms from the ISCO classification for our training data. So we made synthetic training data that matched these descriptions to the codes, and I think that helps somewhere where you have, very sparse data for certain codes, but it didn't help in the larger represented codes.
Thank you, Daniel. Maybe I can also comment on the relationships between different classifications, specifically regarding the auto-coding. I think it all depends on, first of all, the methodology. If you're focusing on the supervised machine learning, I tend to say the classifications, doesn't matter which one you focus on, they are individual process because you have to take on different data sets to train on. And also, it's also language variant. So it works for English, maybe it's not necessary for Spanish or French. And this is, but there is another aspect where the generative AI in the modern era, I think that could maybe change slightly because of the way you train it, and also depends on whether you want to use, like you want to use a RAG or you want to use a fine-tuned model. So it will change the game, and they can be more generic to apply. In terms of methodology and also the trainings, I cannot speak on the, which units, and because I don't have this national experience on that. So let's move to the second question. It's to all the colleagues. So in terms of like how, I think this is a more like on the governance aspect, like which unit used to work with this, like if you have a pilot project, how you're going to handle to your data science campus and how to try on those experiments. So maybe each of you can give your insights. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Am I okay to start? Yeah. Thanks for the question, Howie. So I think in ONS, we were looking to explore how we can make the most of AI over the last few years. And we've been quite encouraged by like the civil service as a whole in the UK. They have different campaigns like each year on different topics, and one of the topics a couple of years ago was around the use of AI and how you can bring it into your organisation. So because we do a lot of manual coding on a number of business surveys and social surveys in ONS, the Data Science Campus were investigating how we could make some quick wins there and reduce that coding time down. And in parallel, as we were getting further along the road with the Transform Labour Force survey, we realised that the SIC and the SOC coding wasn't of the highest quality. So the Class of AI model, I believe, was already being developed by the Data Science Campus. And when we hear about the work that they were doing, we could go to them and ask them to investigate further in like a specific use case around the social surveys, in particular the Transform Labour Force survey. And then the survey assist section is kind of like an extension, because we use the Blaze software to collect our data, and we needed to develop a solution where essentially it would, you'd get the questionnaire in Blaze, it would go along, it would get to the point of engaging the AI model, and then bringing the respondent back in to the Blaze questionnaire. So it was like a technical aspect we had to deal with there as well. So it was kind of us taking advantage, I guess, of initiative that ONS had already put in place, but then, honing that down into a specific use case. That was our experience of it.
Maybe come to this side, Miss Buiti. You want to comment on something? Yeah? Okay, please.
It's about the question about the Isco. And in our step that we will use TFD IDF vectorization, that is convert data text or image or discrete feature into numerical form that the model can understand and process. And in Vietnam, we use physics that is the same to the I6, and we use this to code, manual code. And we assume that the code from data that we use to training is right, and use for the training data.
And I don't know, Daniel, Skela, you want to touch base on the, whether you how do you handle this sort of data governance thing? When you have a use case, how you transfer this to the right unit to work on this, if you have some experience to share, or?
As mentioned before, we did this quite locally, and it was maybe more of a prototype project that we're then gonna build up the governance around. We've been in touch with our IT and methodology departments around the project, and they've been on the sideline, and now we're sort of getting to the point where, okay, what's in it for everyone, and how are we gonna slice the cake going forward? Yeah.
Good. Skela, you want to add something?
So for us, for MRSE, we work a bit differently. So we have frequent meetings like every week to run through the problems or feedbacks that the ops receive from the respondents. So, but with that, we will be able to brainstorm and prioritize the problems and form the use case. So with that, we will be able to form teams within our department to tackle those issues and to develop models, potential models as well, and eventually roll out for our ops team to try out and pilot. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I also want to add a bit on this one. I think it's actually a very crucial and it's important question, because
I think in the ILO, we also tends to, we have a practice basically we have an AI observatory for the organization level. And then we also have focal point in each department that he work closely with it's not maybe it's the best, use case that I can say for the national, but I think it's something that could be similar. You have a focal point in each department, in each the sessions or a unit, so that this person knows very well about your use cases. And then you have this observatory board, so then you can sit together to work on those jointly and to identify what are the business needs, whether there's a value and the priorities to go for those AI projects. So just some insights that on the functional aspects. And I remember there was a final question on the synonyms of the Isco. I think Daniel already touched base on that. I want to maybe have a second round if you have any questions. Yes.
Thank you for the presentations. About this, a little bit more about this Blaise version, using this kind of assistant, or in Denmark, I think it's some kind of regular questions or regular model of Blaise version, so it's not online that it demands something special, I think, just to clarify. But in Britain, that was kind of, you said that you need something special to do. That's not the regular version of our Blaise version, which we use nowadays. So this is I'm not really an expert using this, but if we use AI at the questionnaire, that demands something more than we use at the version we use at the moment, I think. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions? Okay, so I will just let Colin to handle this. Yeah.
Yep. So I think yes, we use Blaise 5 at the moment, which allows us to do the online survey, and that's part of the challenge that we face. Is how can we integrate Survey Assist into the Blaise software? So I believe I may need to check this with some colleagues who are a bit more technical than I am, but I don't think that the Survey Assist is actually part of the Blaise software, as in, it won't be integrated into it. It would be kind of like a side route. You'd kind of go along in Blaise, and then you'd have to push somebody to a new tool and then bring them back into the questionnaire. So that's one of the things we're working on. I think again, I have to double check this, but we do use some different collection software in ONS that we use for business surveys, and we developed for the 2021 census called EQ. And I think the Survey Assist might be, I think the demo was based on that. So slightly different. So again, yes, that is one of the technical challenges that we need to overcome. Because, like I say, it is a proof of concept at the moment, but if we want to put it into production, we'd have to consider all those different things around, how the two things interface together. Any kind of concerns we would have about that. If one part went wrong or it didn't bring you back into the questionnaire. So we need to do very thorough user acceptance testing as well as quantitative testing as well.
Great. If we do not have any further questions, I want to again thank our dear presenters. I think it was very innovative and inspiring session. Yeah. Thank you, all of you. Please.
So many thanks to our moderator and speakers for this very informative session. And I'd like to remind you all to fill out the satisfaction survey and application for the registration to Korea's human resource database and return them to the registration desk by the end of today at your convenient time. And with that, we will take about 15-minute break until 3:40. Thank you. So now we'd like to begin session 6. So I'd like to welcome you back once more, and this will be the final core session, and we will discuss new communication products and approaches for work statistics. This session will be moderated by Mr. Kieran Walsh, Head of the Statistical Standards and Methods Unit from the ILO Statistics Department. And joining him on the stage are Ms. Song Junheng from KOSTAT, Ms. Eugenia Go from the Ministry of Manpower of Singapore, Ms. Veronica Huaracan Liveros from Chilean National Institute of Statistics. With that, let me invite everyone to give a big round of hand to our speakers and moderator.
Good afternoon, everyone. We nearly made it. This is the last session before we do our conclusions and wrap up and talk about the future and then closing. So thank you for being here with us. We're nearly there. As with all the sessions, I'm going to talk a little bit to set the scene. Here in this session we're focusing on, well, the title is New Communication Products and Approaches for Work Statistics. But I think more generally the theme is communicating with our audiences in different ways. So, like we've, I think, said in nearly all sessions, there are various forces or things that we need to balance when it comes to the topic of communication. And in this case, I'd point out 4 different things that I think are important when we're talking about communication of work statistics. One is very similar to what I mentioned yesterday when we were talking about maintaining response and data quality. And that is that data scope and complexity is increasing over time. So again, it's not like we're all communicating exactly the same information as we were 10 years ago or even 5 years ago. We tend to be communicating more data and more complex data. So there's an increasing challenge. It's not stable. Another topic which will come up in the presentations is that we have to account for diverse and different types of users, and that those users have different needs. So we can't have a one-size solution for all users, even if probably in the past that's actually what we did. We probably had one type of publication going out and just assumed that that met all needs. But I think we've learned that that isn't the case. Then a very important issue, which has come up actually quite regularly in the last 2 days, is the issue of trust. Communication is largely about generating trust from our respondents, trust from our data users. But trust is constantly under attack in various ways. There's misinformation. We have competitors who are also communicating very similar data, or at least what looks like very similar data. We have deliberate attempts at weaponization of data, politicization of data, and we have confidentiality concerns, all of which are creating difficulties with trust. And finally, the last issue I'd like to point to is the issue of communication paths. We do have changes here. There are new technologies, new delivery mechanisms that we can utilize compared to what was available in the past. So some common communication challenges I think we can have in mind, and certainly that we witness from the ILO, is that an increasingly complex world and an increasingly complex world of work in particular requires more data and more complex concepts. I believe we've already heard in one of the earlier sessions about the group we call dependent contractors. There are concepts like the potential labor force. All of these are very important to communicate, but they're not necessarily intuitive. When you just say the name to a person, they won't necessarily understand what this actually refers to. You could also say this is true of employment and unemployment, actually, but I think people have a slightly more intuitive sense of what we're talking about when we mention those. Many users are not used to engaging with a high volume of indicators, and I think this is a challenge we hear from a lot of countries. Is our advice based on latest standards is we should be communicating more indicators, right? And this is our answer to understanding a more complex world. But in fact, many of our users are somewhat resistant to that. They like the idea that you have one or two key indicators that explain as much as possible. Also, what we generally witness is that breaks in series are a major concern, and that for some users, these actually outweigh the benefits, right? And this actually leads to resistance to change, resistance to updating what we communicate. And there is an added challenge that we are certainly seeing of the need to link data to policy use. So not just communicating the data, but actually making sure it's genuinely being used. So continuing on that theme, when it comes to identifying and reaching diverse audiences, the first thing is that to reach diverse audiences, we have to understand what their needs are, which in itself requires effort. Okay, it's not just automatic. We have to identify different groups and we have to try and understand what they need. And meeting their needs requires diverse communication approaches. And this also creates statistical literacy challenges. Are people actually capable of taking on all this data and interpreting it correctly? More or less finally, the issue of trust. I do think this is such an important issue that will be addressed by the speakers. It is definitely not an automatic thing. Maybe there was a time when it was, or maybe there are still countries where it is. But I think in most settings, it's not automatic and it's always been challenging. It's definitely decreasing in many settings. We have the issue of competitors, as I already mentioned, plus weaponization and politicization of data, which I think is particularly an issue with jobs-related data because it's such a sensitive topic. And I made the same point yesterday in the first session. So I think this creates a particular challenge for us. So communication channels are also evolving. We have many good practices emerging. We have different visualizations and infographics we can rely on, and we are increasingly using. I just put with a question mark, considering the last session, what can be the role of AI when it comes to communication? This is also something that I've heard countries talking about. Well, we can give the microdata to AI and it will generate our report. Now, I don't think we're there, but I've heard it suggested. So I think we need to be careful of that. And finally, I just want to say that in communication channels, you can also see efforts to directly address trust. In this case, this is from the Irish Central Statistics Office website, and you see on many pages, down in the corner, it says, why you can trust CSO, right? So it's kind of really upfront. It's a really upfront effort to engage with trust. So, those are some of the things I think we can have in mind. But trying to summarize it, I would say the question is, how do we communicate more diverse and complex statistics on labor effectively? And some of the options, I think, are using diverse channels. We certainly be hearing about that. From our side, there's a big question about how to introduce new content or deal with breaks in series when they come. There's also, how do we target diverse user groups, or are there one-size-fits-all solutions? I mean, I think we all know the answer to that is no, but I'll put it as a question. How do we address trust and position official statistics, as distinct from other sources? And how do we influence policy making? How do we communicate across sources on labor, survey sources in our particular case that we're interested in? And how do we all manage all of this with limited resources? Because I do think there's a theme that people underestimate the amount of resource it takes to communicate. It's like the afterthought at the end of the process. And we don't always dedicate enough resources or effort to it. So those are some thoughts to guide our discussions. And as ever, I'd say that sharing of country practices is crucial. So we're delighted to have that opportunity today. So with that quick scene setting, we will start with our first presentation, and give me a moment to bring up the bio. So our first speaker is Ms. Junheng Song. Song Junheng. I'm sorry if I got that the wrong way around. She is currently working as Director of Employment Statistics Division at Statistics Korea, which is the National Statistical Office of Korea. I'm sure we all knew that by now, but anyway, I'll say that. Since joining Statistics Korea 15 years ago, she has worked in various areas, including statistical policy, mortality statistics, employment statistics, and regional statistics. Prior to that, she spent about 3 years working at the Ministry of Employment and Labour. So, Ms. Junheng Song, over to you. Thank you.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Good
소개
afternoon.
감사드립니다.
Thank you for your introduction.
저도 많은 참석자들과 마찬가지로
Likewise,
오늘 이렇게
just as many
많은
presenters
배움의
today,
기회를 가질 수 있도록
I
이렇게
learned
좋은
a
프로그램
lot,
마련해 주신
and
ILO
I like
측과
to
또 저희
thank the
통계청과
ILO and
행정관광관실에 깊은
KOSTAT,
감사를 드리고
especially
싶습니다.
KOSTAT
사실 저희
Department for International
직원들도 뒤에 좀
Cooperation
같이
for giving
와서
me this
계속
opportunity.
어제와 오늘 듣고 있는데요.
We're joined
이렇게
by
뭔가
our KOSTAT
사무실을
staff,
벗어나서
and
좀
out of
여러
office,
국가에서 어떤
it's
고민을 하고
indeed a great
있고 또 그
opportunity
문제들을
to
어떻게
see
풀어가고
the
있는지를
challenges
이렇게
faced
아주
by countries
깊은
around the
고민을
world.
짧은 시간 안에
And it's a short
집약된
time, but
자료로서
we
공유할 수
can
있다는
intensely
것이
delve
저희한테
into
정말
our
좋은
common
그런
challenges. So it's
배움의 기회가
rare,
되고 있는
but
것
also a
같습니다.
great
그런
opportunity
점에서 깊은 감사를
to
드리고
learn from each
발표해
other.
주신
In that
모든
sense, I'd like to thank you once
참석자분들께도
again,
멀리까지
and I'd like to
오셔서
thank all our
좋은 발표를
participants
해주셔서
to
진심으로
travel all the
감사드리고
way
싶습니다.
to
제가
be here with us today.
방금 이제 저희 미스터 키에렌 월씨께서
As our
이
moderator
세션의 의미를 굉장히 잘 설명을
introduced
해주셨습니다.
the session.
근데 저는 처음에 이 주제에 대한
And-
의뢰를 받았을 때
But at first, when I
저에게는
was
굉장히
asked to
새로운
speak
주제라고
today, I thought it was
느껴졌습니다.
quite
저희가
new.
통계적으로 통계를
Because
작성하고
when we produce
발표하는데 사실
statistics
많은
and disseminate
그 업무량이
statistics,
집중되어 있다
we
보니까
focus on
이
what we do.
커뮤니케이션 부분에
So
대해서
about
제가
communications,
깊이 이렇게 생각을
we
해보지는
barely think about
못했었는데
the
이번
communication
발표를
aspect
계기로
of what we
해가지고
do.
저희가 이제 업무
But this
과정에서
was indeed an
누구와
opportunity
어떻게
for me to think
커뮤니케이션 하고
about
있는지를 지금
with
짚어볼
whom
수
we're
있었고요.
communicating
거기에
and
굉장히
what we're
많은
communicating.
이해관계자들이
And I realized
포함되어
that
있고 저희가
we're
많은
engaging with a
다양한
lot
방식의
of
소통을 하고
stakeholders
있다라는 점에
in
대해서
numerous
저도
ways.
한 번 더 짚어보고 정리할 수 있는
So I
계기가
was able to reflect upon our work from the
그래서
communications perspective.
이 내용들이 이제 사실은 첫 번째 이 슬라이드에 이제
So on
첫
this
시작은
first
포함이 되어
slide,
있습니다.
this is just
저희가
starting
주로
slide.
누구와
And
의사소통하고
it shows
있는지를 보여주는
who
나름대로
we're
정리된
mainly communicating
슬라이드입니다.
with.
크게 세 집단으로
We
구분을
can broadly
해보면
divide them into three
응답자와
groups:
이제 그다음에
respondents,
정책 입안자
policymakers,
그리고 또 데이터
and data
이용자입니다.
users.
응답자는 36,000 가구의
include
가구원입니다.
36,000
한국통계청
sampled
같은 경우에는
households.
노동력
At
조사를 할 때
KOSTAT,
가구
when we
단위로
conduct
조사를
labor
하고
surveys, we do this on a
가구원의 그
household
응답은
basis.
허용하지
And
않고
non-response
있습니다.
from
그래서
household members
그 조사에
are
응답을
not
하게 되면 가구원
accepted.
전체가
So when
응답을
a survey
하든지
is done,
그
it is
가구원
either
중에
an
일부가
entire
응답을 하게
household
되면 그
response,
가구는 무응답한
or just
것으로
as
처리하는
someone
그런
from
구조로
the
되어
household
있습니다.
response, then that's
그리고
considered
저희가
counted as
이제 정책
non-response.
입안자 같은 경우에는
For
고용노동부와
policymakers, we have
그리고
the
또
Ministry of
관련된
Labor and
여러 국책
Employment
연구기관들이
and other
계십니다.
relevant
어제와
national
오늘
research
이렇게 관련
institutes.
기관들에서 같이
Yesterday
참석을
and
해주고
today, we have
계십니다.
members joining from
또
these
데이터를
institutes.
이용하시는 그 계층 같은
Now, for data
경우에는
users,
여러
they
대중분들이
range
계시고
from
또
the general
기자분들도
public,
계시고 또
journalists,
연구하시는 분들도
to
계십니다.
academic
이하의
researchers.
발표에서는 이
In the rest
각각의
of my
그 집단에
presentation, I
대해서
would like
저희가
to
어떻게
walk you through
의사소통하고 있는지를
how we're communicating
순차적으로
with each
설명을
of these
드리도록
three
하겠습니다.
groups, one by one.
먼저 이제
So let me begin with our
응답자와의
communication with
의사소통입니다. 이
respondents.
왼쪽 그래프에서 보시는 것과
As you can
같이
see in the
한국의
graph on the
경우에도
left,
많은 여러
the
국가와
response
마찬가지로
rate for
응답률이
our monthly
점진적으로
labor
하락을
force
하고
survey
있습니다.
has been
여러
gradually
어떤
declining,
제도적인
like
차이나
other
문화적인
countries.
차이로 인해서
There
응답률의
are
수준
cultural
자체는
reasons
국가별로
why.
굉장히 다양한 것으로
So
보이지만
response rates would
한국의
vary by
경우에도
country,
점진적으로 하락하는 그
but gradually
추세는
overall
동일하다고
we have
생각이
such
됩니다.
declines
이런
happening.
문제에 대응해서
To
저희는
address
크게
this,
세 가지
we have been
노력을
making making
하고
efforts in
있습니다.
several
첫
ways.
번째는 가구원들을
First of all, we
직접
persuade
의사소통하는
households
부분이고,
directly to
두
participate in
번째는
the survey.
저희가 이제 가구원
And
차원을
then we work
넘어서
with
공용으로
apartment
활용하는
management
그런 아파트의
offices
공용 공간을 활용한 홍보가 있고,
to ask for their
세 번째는
cooperation.
대중교통이나
And then
미디어를
thirdly, we
이용해서
promote the survey
불특정
through
다수에
public
대해서 이렇게
transportation
홍보하는
channels
그런
and other
세계도
media
있습니다.
outlets.
이 각각에 대해서 조금 더 사례를
So each of these, I'd like to
말씀드리겠습니다.
give you concrete examples.
먼저 이
And
이제
this
자료
slide
같은 경우에는
shows the
저희가
material that we
가구원
use
개개인을
when
만날 때
persuading
어떤 부분에 이제
households
중점을
to
두고
participate. It
소통하는지
shows the
보여줄 수 있는
focus of
그런
our
자료입니다.
communication efforts.
저희 조사원들이 그
Our
가구원을 만날 때 쓰는
interviewers,
자료인데요.
when meeting
여러 가지
household
내용들을 담고
members,
있지만 이제 첫 번째 동그라미 부분은
as you
당신의
can see in the
가구가
first
이제
circle,
600
this
가구를
shows
대표한다라는
your
문구로 시작을
household
합니다.
represents
그렇게 시작을
600
해서
households.
중간쯤에 보면
And then in the
이제
middle,
이 조사에 참여했을
this
때
shows
어떠한 이제 이득이
how the
있는지,
survey
어떠한
results
이점이
are
있는지
actually
설명하고
used
있습니다.
in government
근데 이
policy
이점이라는
making
것은
and bringing
이제 밑에
benefits.
뭐 작은 글씨로
As to
작은 선물을
benefits,
증정하는 부분도
we may
있지만
give a
어제
small
이제
gift,
미스 하우이께서도
but
이제
as
말씀을
Howie mentioned
하셨다시피
yesterday,
이 조사에 참여함으로써 어떻게
participating
정책
in a
발전이라든지
survey
공동체
leads
발전에
to
기여할 수 있는지
contribution
이런
to
내용도
community
좀
and
담고
policy
있습니다.
making.
그래서 뭔가 의무로서
So not
참여해야 된다 이런
simply an
접근보다는
obligation.
이
We
조사에
just don't
참여함으로써
emphasize
우리
obligation, but
공동체에
rather
어떤 많은
we
기여를 할 수 있다
highlight the fact
개인으로서
that
그런 차원의 내용을
respondents
담고
are making
있습니다.
contributions
그다음에
to their
마지막
communities.
동그라미를 보시게 되면
In the last
그 이제
circle,
개인정보 보호에 관한 부분에 대해서
we
설명을 하고
have
있습니다.
we provide
많은 나라와
information on
비슷하게
privacy
저희도
protection.
이제
Like many
그 통계적으로
countries,
조사된 그런 정보는 통계적으로
statistically
활용한다라는 통계적으로만
gathered and
활용한다라는
collected
그
data
명시적인
would be
문구를
used
법령에
only for
가지고 있고요.
statistical
이
purposes,
부분을
and that's
기반으로
stipulated
해서
in pertinent
조사된
laws.
정보가
And
철저하게
based on
보호됨을
that,
강조하고
we
있습니다.
stress that all collected data
그러면
will be
다음으로
used
이제
only for statistical
아파트
purposes.
공용 공간을 활용한
So
홍보에
I've
대해서
talked about
말씀드리겠습니다.
apartment complex
어제도 잠시
houses.
말씀드렸다시피 한국인의 전
In
가구의 한
Korea,
50% 이상
around
아파트에
50%
거주를
of
하고
all
있습니다.
households
그래서
reside in
이
apartment
채널을 통한
buildings.
홍보도 상당한
So
효과가
that is
있다라고
why
생각이 되는데요.
This serves as an
그래서
important
먼저
communication
게시판
channel.
같은 경우에
So we
저희가
use
어떤
bulletin
큰
boards. For
홍보물을
instance,
부착을 할 수가
we may
있습니다.
display
물론
large
임의로
sized
부착하는
promotional
것은 아니고
materials,
아파트
but we don't do
관리사무소와
this
협의를 통해서 부착을 하고 있고요. 이
randomly,
홍보물
but it is
안에는
done through
어떤
consultation
QR
with the
코드를 이제
apartment
사진을
management
찍으면 이
offices.
조사에 대한 홍보
So here
영상으로
there is a
넘어가기도
QR
하고
code,
또
and
기본적으로
this
이
leads
조사의
users to
목적과
promotional
그다음에
videos
어떤 부분을
explaining the
요청하고
purpose of
있는지
the survey
그리고
and the
작은 선물이
cooperation
증정되는 내용
sought
이런
on the
부분들이
part of
다 명시가 되어
respondents,
있습니다.
as well as a gift
그리고
in
이제
exchange
또
for survey
하나의
response.
측면은 이제 제가 살고 있는 아파트에는 없지만
For example, it is
어떤
not available
아파트에는
within
요즘
my
엘리베이터
apartment,
안에
but
그 스크린을
it
가지고
happens
있는
that
경우도 많이
screen
있습니다.
displays
그런
are made
경우에는 이
available
스크린
within
안에서
elevators for
엘리베이터를
certain
타고
apartment
올라가는
buildings.
동안
And
그
as
짧은
they
시간
go up,
동안에 볼 수
it's a short
있는
time, but
영상을
still
그
we can
조사가 실시되는
display
시점에
promotional videos
상영을
at the
하기도
time
합니다.
of survey taking.
그래서 이제 제가 이제 영문으로 스크립트가 있는 영상을 찾다
So
보니까
I have
이민자
searched
체류
for
시스템
such
고용조사 영상을
videos with English
가져왔습니다.
subtitles.
제가 있는
Here this is about
부서에서는
immigration.
매월 하는
Within my
노동력 조사
department,
외에도
in addition to
그
monthly
구조를
labor
파악할 수
surveys,
있는 연간 부가 조사도
we
실시를 하고
also
있고요.
conduct
지역별로
annual surveys to
세분화되어
identify
있는 그런 조사도
structures,
1년에 두
and
번씩
also we
실시하고
have
있고
semi-annual
그 외에
regional
이렇게 이민자들의
surveys
어떤 체류 실태나
and
고용 현황을
immigration
조사하는 이
status or employment
조사도
status
매년 한
surveys
번
are also
실시를 하고
done
있습니다.
on an annual
그러면
basis.
이 15초짜리 영상을
So this
한번
is a
예시로 같이
15-second clip,
보시겠습니다.
and let's watch this together.
이민자 체류 실태 및 고용 조사는 외국인 및 귀화 허가자의 생활 실태와 고용 현황을 파악, 이민 정책 수립의 방향을 찾기 위한 조사입니다. 함께 찾아가는 행복. 이민자 체류 실태 및 고용 조사.
네. 사실 이제 내년 조사를 위해서
For
만든
next year's
영상인데
survey, this
오늘 이
is for
자리에서
next
첫
year's
상영을 하게
survey,
되었습니다.
but I'm premiering this video for you today.
다음으로 이제 좀 더 광범위하게
And then,
우리가
more broadly,
전체적으로 이제 우리 시민들이 이
We
조사에 대한
also
인식을
engage
어떻게
in
가지고
communication
가느냐에
efforts
관한
targeting the
그런 차원의
entire public.
홍보입니다. 사실 우리가 노동력 조사 외에도 굉장히
addition to
많은 조사들을
LFS,
가지고 있고
we
그 조사
conduct
전반에 대한
multiple
인식이나
surveys.
이미지 이런 것들이
The
우리
awareness of
현장에
such
미치는
surveys
영향이
and
굉장히
perceptions
크다고
of
보고
such surveys
있습니다.
have great
그렇기
impact on
때문에
our
저희가
fieldwork.
기차라든지 또
So on
큰 마트라든지
trains
TV라든지 이런 채널을
or
통해 가지고
big
유사한
supermarkets,
형식의 어떤 조사 전체에 대한
we would
인식을
provide
개선하는 그런 홍보도
awareness
하고
raising
있습니다.
promotional materials.
그래서 이 영상 같은 경우에 현재
As to
한국어로
this
되어 있기
video, it's in
때문에
Korean.
제가 흐름을 미리 간단히
So I'd like to
설명드리고
introduce
영상을
to you this video
30초짜리인데
briefly.
한번
This
같이
is a
보시겠습니다.
30-second video clip.
영상 이제 서두에서 보시면 4명의 사람들이
there
각각
are
고민을
four
하는 그런
people
내용입니다.
having their own
한 명은 취업에
concerns
대한 고민이고
about
한 명은
employment,
노후 생활에 대한
retirement
고민,
life,
또 한 명은 내 집 마련,
about housing
또 한 명은
purchase,
육아에 대한 고민.
and then child
뭔가
rearing.
우리나라의 이제 대표적인 고민들이라는
So these are
것들을
representative and
모아놓았고요.
common
이런
concerns people
분들이
have in Korea.
이 조사에 관련된 조사에
Now they
참여함으로써 그
participate
실태가
in relevant
실질적으로 파악이
surveys
되고
so that we can
정책으로
accurately grasp the
나와서
status
결국
and then lead
이분들에게
into
돌아간다라는
effective
그런
policy
내용의
making,
흐름을
which
가지고
will
있습니다.
eventually benefit
그러면
these
한번
people.
같이
Let's
보시겠습니다.
watch this video together.
안녕하세요. 통계청 조사원입니다.
네, 여기서 마지막 문구는 통계청
Here, the last
조사원에게
phrase
마음의
is,
문을
open the
열어주세요로
door
마무리가 됩니다.
to Statistics
이러한
Korea
이런 여러 가지
interviewers.
우리가 기차를 타고 가다 보면
So
이런
whether
짧은
you're on a
영상들을 볼
train,
수가
you will see
있습니다.
short clips, promotional
또
clips.
오른쪽 영상의 경우에는
And on the
이제
right,
노동력 조사를 특정을 해가지고
this
이
is
조사에
specifically
응답을
for
하면
LFS,
어떤 이점이 있는가에 관한
showing the
영상인데
benefits of
이
participating
경우에는
in
이제
LFS.
만약에 우리 집에 그 노동력
So
조사를
for
하러
instance,
왔다라고
if
조사원이
someone
처음 왔을
comes,
때
an interviewer
내가 왜 해야
comes
되는지
to your
의구심을 가진 사람이
household, then you
유튜브에서
may
뭐
wonder
검색을
why
한다든지
I should
했을 때 이
participate in
영상이
this.
이제
And then you may
키워드로서
search
그
on
검색을 하면
YouTube,
나타나게 됩니다.
and then the video
굉장히
will
놀란
show up.
표정이 보이시죠? 우리 집에
So
왜
looks-
왔지 하는
she
그런
looks quite
표정인데요.
surprised to see the interviewer.
그랬을 때 우리가 이 조사를 함으로써
By
어떠한
conducting
부분이 우리
this
사회에서
survey
달라질 수
and
있는지
by
그것을 짧게
participating in this
보여주는
survey, you can
영상인데 이 부분은
contribute to
제가
making a
밑에
difference in our
저희
society.
제공된
This is
파일에
the message of
링크를
our
다
file.
걸어놨습니다. 그래서 그
I
부분을
have
혹시
links
궁금하시면
available
보실 수가
within my
있습니다.
presentation file, and if you're interested, you may take a look.
네. 지금까지 좀 전까지는 이제 응답자와의
So far,
어떤
I have talked
커뮤니케이션을
about our
저희가 어떻게 하고
communication
있는지 좀
efforts with
설명을
respondents.
드렸습니다. 여기서부터는
And then let me
우리가
turn
이제
to our
통계를 기획하는
communication
단계에서
with
이
policymakers.
통계의 어떤
Starting
관련성,
from
우리가
designing our
사용하는 사람들과의
statistics
관련성을 높이기 위해서
to improve
정책
the relevance
입안자들과
of our
어떤 소통을
offerings
하고
with
있는지에 관한
users.
내용입니다.
We are also
그
engaging with
일단은
policymakers.
저희도 이제 여러 가지 이제 우리 좌장께서 말씀해 주신
As our
것처럼
moderator
굉장히
mentioned,
많이 증가하고 있는 통계 수요들을 어떻게
we are
반영할
aware
것인가
that
그리고
we
어떻게
have a
활용되어
surge in
되고 있는지
statistical
어떻게
demand.
할 것인가에 대해서 굉장히 많은 고민을
That
하고
is why
있고요.
we're deeply
그래서
interested in how to capture
사실
this
모든
evolving
수요를 다
landscape.
반영을 조사 항목에서
It's
하기는 어려운
impossible to
부분이고 그것 간의
reflect all
우선순위를 정하는
demands in our
것이 굉장히
questionnaire,
중요한
which means we
이슈입니다.
need to set
그렇기
priorities.
때문에 저희는 크게 보면 두 가지 차원의
So we
그런 접근을 하고 있습니다.
have a
먼저
two-track approach.
이제 우리가 이 유저
First of all,
그룹이라고 판단이 되는 그
For
그룹들을
our
특정을
user
해가지고
groups,
이용자 그룹
we
협의체를
specify
운영을 하고
user
있고요.
groups, and then
그
we
외에도
operate
사실은
user
여기에
consultative
참여하지는
groups.
않지만 우리 일반 시민들이
But we also
가진
think of
이
the
노동력
general
조사를
public
보는
who may
관점이나
not participate in
필요한
such
부분이라는
groups.
부분에 대해서 이제
Their
저희가
perspectives
의견을
and
수렴할
their
수 있는
requirements
온라인
are
플랫폼을
also
좀
gathered
활용을 하고
through our
있습니다. 이
online
두 가지에
platform.
대해서 좀 설명을
Now
드리도록
I'd like to
하겠습니다.
elaborate on these two aspects of our approach in
먼저
communicating
이거는 이제
with
이용자 그룹
policymakers.
협의체가 어떻게
Now
구성되어
this
있는지를
shows the
보여주고
composition
있습니다. 저희
of our
통계청
user
외에
consultative
그
groups.
정부 부처는 주로 고용노동부와
It's
기획재정부가
primarily
참여를 하고
with the
있고요.
Ministry of
그
Employment and
외에는
Labor
저희가
and the Ministry of
국책연구기관도
Economy and
참여를 하고
Finance
있습니다.
participating, but we also
한국개발연구원,
have research
한국노동연구원,
institutions,
그리고
Korea
어제
Development
이제
Institute, the
패널로
Korea
함께
Labor Institute,
참여해주신
and the Korea
그
Employment Information
한국고용정보원
Service.
이렇게 크게
And
보면
yesterday we
이
had a
기관들이
speaker
참여를
from
하고
this Korea
있는데
Employment
사실
Information
주제나
Service.
사안에 따라서 그
Depending on the topic
참석
and the
범위는
issue at
추가되기도
hand,
하고
the
또는
scope
좀
may
조정이
expand
되기도 합니다.
or could be narrowed down.
그리고 또 하나는 저희가
그
And
이제
if
광범위하게 좀 대중
we need
의견
to
수렴이 필요하겠다라고
gather
생각이 되는
feedback from
경우에는
the
이
wider
활용하고 있는
public,
온라인
we
플랫폼입니다.
use this online
이
platform for
플랫폼은
public
통계청에서
idea
직접
collection.
운영하는 것은
This
아니고
platform is not directly
국민권익위원회라는
operated
저희
by
그 정부
KOSTAT,
기관이
but this
있습니다.
is
이 기관
operated
같은
by
경우
the
미션이
Anti-Corruption and Civil Rights
국민
Commission,
소통을
and its mission
개선한다든지 또
is to
부패를
improve communication
방지한다든지
with
이런
the
미션을
public
가지고 있는
and to prevent
기관이고요.
corruption.
이 기관에서 그 여러
And this
공공기관이
commission
공공 의제에 대한 의견
ensures
수렴을 할 때 활용할
that
수 있도록 이
this
플랫폼을
platform
제공하고
is used
있습니다.
in collecting feedback from
이
various
사례는 저희가
institutions.
가장 최근에 이 플랫폼을
And this
활용한
is one of the
사례입니다.
most recent
아까
cases of using this
말씀드렸다시피 저희가 매월
platform.
노동력
So
조사
as I
외에도
mentioned, in
그
addition to
특정
monthly
그룹을
LFS,
대상으로 어떤 구조적인 심층적인
we
부분을 파악하는 부가
also
조사들을 실시하고 있다고
conduct
말씀드렸는데요.
supplementary
그러한
surveys
부가 조사들을
structure-wise. This is an
어떻게
in-depth
개선할 수 있는가에
survey,
관한 설문이었습니다.
and this
그래서
survey
기존의
aimed
그
to
항목들을
improve such
다
supplementary
제시를
surveys.
해주고 그것 간에
So we have
어떻게
items,
인지도라든지
core
어떻게
items,
인식을 하고 있는지
but there are
가장
items
인지도가
about
높은 그
perceptions of
주제나
the public.
항목은 무엇인지
What are the
그런
topics
부분들을
or
조사를 하고
items
있고
in which
또 그
people are
외에도
most
이제 오픈형
interested in?
질문으로 해서
This also
어떤
includes
제안하고
open-end
싶은
questions,
항목이라든지 이런
so that we
내용들을
can solicitate
받았었습니다.
suggestions
그래서
or
2주간
recommendations from
실시가
the
되었었고요.
public.
이때
It took 2 weeks for us to
많은
conduct
의견들이
this survey,
나왔습니다.
and we were
그중에서
able to
저희가
gather a
우선순위가
variety
좀
of feedback,
높다라고 생각되는
and then high
내용들은
priority
아까
feedback.
앞서 설명드린 이용자 그룹 협의체에
As I said,
같이
with
이제
the
상정을
consultative
해서
groups,
그거를
this
어떻게
high priority
발전시킬 수
feedback
있는지에 대해서
I
논의를 하기도
proposed,
하였습니다.
so that we can follow up on them.
네, 여기까지 이제 그 정책을 기획하는
Now, this is
그런
about
그룹들과
our,
의사소통에
first I
대해서
have talked about our
말씀드렸습니다.
communication with
다음은
policymakers.
이제 데이터
And then let me move
이용자들과
on to
어떻게
our
의사소통을 하고
communication with
있는지
data
말씀을
users.
드리도록 하겠습니다. 아시다시피 노동시장과 관련된 데이터의
So the
양은
amount
굉장히
of labor
증가를 하고
market data
있습니다.
has been growing rapidly.
그렇게 증가하고 있는 이면에는 통계의
And
종류가 많아지는
in
부분도
addition, at the
있지만
same time, not
기존
just the
통계에
types
대한
of
활용이
statistics, but
굉장히
also
편리해진
the use
그런
of
부분도 있다라고
statistical
생각합니다.
products have been
한국의
made easier
경우에는
to use.
한국에 있는 모든 승인 통계의
In
마이크로
Korea,
데이터를 통계청에서
Microdata
서비스를 하고
for
있습니다.
all
근데
nationally approved
과거에는 주로
statistics
그
are made
마이크로
accessible by
데이터를
KOSTAT.
다운로드
In the
받아서 그
past,
CSV 파일을 어떤 통계 프로그램을
microdata
통해
had to
가지고
be
이제 이용자가
downloaded,
집계를 해야
and then
하는
in
그런
CSV format,
형태였다면
users had to
최근 몇
make
년 사이에는 저희가
calculations.
온라인
But
분석
that's a
시스템을
past
도입을
practice.
해서
But we have
별도의
introduced an
프로그램이
online
없더라도
system.
몇
Now
개의
it is
메뉴바를
possible
누르면
that users,
내가
by
어떤
simply
변수와 어떤
using
변수를
some
교차해서
menu
분석하고
bars,
싶은지 선택을
may
하면 가중
choose to
칩까지 다
do
입혀져서
specific
그
comparative
결과치가
analysis.
나오도록
Then
굉장히
weighting
편리하게
adjustments
이
are done
마이크로데이터
automatically.
서비스가
The
개선이 됐기
microdata
때문에
service itself has
이것을
been
이용한
improved
정보는
greatly.
폭증을 하고 있습니다.
So we have an
그렇기
explosion
때문에
of
사실
needs
활용이
for such
굉장히
microdata
활성화되고 있다는
services.
큰 장점과
So the use
더불어서
of microdata service
그중에서
is
이
being
방대한
promoted.
정보 중에서
That's
무엇이
positive.
핵심인지 그리고
But we
또
have
그에
such vast amounts
수반해서
of data,
비례해서
then what
오류의
are the core
가능성도
data?
좀 커지고
And
있는
in
부분들도
proportion to
있습니다.
this, the
그래서 그런
possibility
부분에
of
우리가
errors
대응을
being made
해서는
is also
크게 세
increasing.
가지 대응을
In
하고
response,
있습니다.
we
먼저
are
이제
taking three
언론
different
그
approaches.
기자들과 저희가 중요한 보도가
First
있는
of all,
날에는
We
여러 차례
communicate with
커뮤니케이션을 합니다.
journalists
주로
before
브리핑을
and
통하기도
after
하고요.
important data
그다음에 두
releases.
번째는 또 소셜 미디어를
Secondly,
이용을 해가지고
using social media
굉장히
outlets,
간결하게
we deliver
핵심적인
very
정보를
key and
전달을 하고
concise
있습니다.
messages.
세 번째는
Thirdly,
또 이제 전반적으로 봤을 때 어떤
overall,
특정 통계뿐만이
not
아니라
just specific
이 장기적으로
statistical
통계를
products,
정확하게 분석을 하고
but we
해석을
believe
하려면 어떻게 해야
accurate
하는지에 대한
interpretation and
그런
analysis of
정보 제공을 하고
statistical
있습니다.
data is
이 세 가지에
critical, so we
대해서
provide
설명을 좀
education in
드리겠습니다.
this sense. Now let me articulate on these three different aspects.
이 지금 슬라이드는 어제
On
그
this
패널로
slide,
참석하셨던
you may see
공미식
Ms.
국장님 등장하고
Kong, who
계신데요.
participated as a
저희가
panelist
매월
yesterday.
발간하는 그 매월 노동력 조사의 경우에는
As to
그
monthly
국장급에서
LFS,
브리핑을 하고
the briefing
그
is done
외의
by our
통계들
director
같은
level
경우에는 저와 같은
staff.
과장급이
For
브리핑을
others,
하고 있습니다. 그래서
the
이
lower
lower level
의사소통은
staff,
주로
KOSTAT
저희가
staff would
8시에
participate
통계
in
보도
briefing.
시점이라고 한다면
So if
7시 30분에 자료가
the release is made
기자들에게
at 8
전달이
o'clock,
되고
then
또
journalists
보도
would
시점
receive the
이전인
material at
7시
7:30.
45분에
Then at
1차적인 사전
7:45,
브리핑이
a
있습니다.
primary
이때
briefing
기자들이
would be
기사를
conducted.
내보내기 전에
So it is
한번
before
의사소통을 해서
articles are
중요한 사항을
released.
전달하고
And this
중요한
serves it
질문을
as an opportunity to
받는 그런
convey
과정을
important
거칩니다.
messages and to
그리고
answer the
또
questions from
9시에는
journalists.
본
At
브리핑을
9
해서
o'clock, the
공식적인
main
브리핑을
briefing
한 번
will
더
be
하게 되고요.
conducted.
그 공식적인 브리핑과
Through
질의답변
this briefing, and
결과는
this is followed
모두
by Q&A
그
session.
녹화가 되고
And all these
이제
are
축적이
recorded
돼서
and then are
전부
archived.
우리 브리핑
And then they
사이트에서
are
누구든지 열람을 할 수
uploaded on our
있도록
website.
제공되고
This is
있습니다.
openly available
이렇게 이제
through our
한번
government briefing
브리핑이
website.
오고 간 그런 결과들을 통해 가지고
So through
기자들은 더
such briefing
풍부하고
sessions,
정확하게 기사를
now
작성할 수가
journalists are
있습니다.
able to produce
그
richer
외에도
and more
기사가
accurate
나가고 나서
articles.
이제 오류가 발견되는
When errors are
경우에는
found
저희가
after
직접 그
press
기자랑
releases,
연락을 해서
then we directly
그것을 수정할
contact
수
the
있는지
journalist
가장 빠른
to
방법은
discuss
무엇인지 협의를
possible
하게 되고
corrections
그것이
and the
현실적으로
fastest way of
어렵거나
making
한
corrections. And if
경우에는
it is
저희가 직접
not
보도
feasible,
자료 그 기자의
actually,
보도에 대한 해명 자료를
then we will
저희가
provide
웹사이트에 기재를
explanatory
하기도
notes
합니다.
on our website.
그리고 이제 저희가 어떤 핵심적인 정보들을 여러 가지 소셜
Now,
미디어를
core
통해서 내보내고
we
있습니다.
communicate key
그래서
messages
여기서
through social
보시는
media
것처럼
outlets as well.
다양한 이제 매체들을
A
활용하고
variety
있습니다.
of
유튜브,
outlets are
인스타그램,
used,
네이버
medium,
블로그,
including
그리고
YouTube,
페이스북,
Instagram, Naver
X
blog,
이런 여러
Facebook, and
가지
X.
이제 매체들을 활용을 하고 있고 그 형태에 따라서
And depending on
비디오나
the format, it
인포그래픽이나
could be video,
또는 블로그 게시물
infographic,
형태로
or
또는
blog
웹툰
posts,
형태로 다양한
webtoons,
채널로
and other
제공하고
various
있습니다.
forms of channels.
그래서 몇 가지 예시를 좀
Now let me share
보여드리고자
a few
합니다. 이제
examples.
인포그래픽은 아시다시피
So
많은
infographics,
이제 정보를 축약적으로 이제
infographics
보여주는
are
부분이고요.
able to
예를 들어서
display
2024년에
a lot
어떤
of
고령자에
information
대한
in
우리가
an
부가조사
intensive
결과가
format.
나왔다라고 하면
For example, when we
그것을
had
10년 전과
statistics about
대비한다든지
elderly
해서
employment,
굉장히
we
축약적인
may also present
인포그래픽을
data
만들어서
from
이런
10 years
부분들을
ago.
저희가 페이스북이나
Then that's
인스타그램에
uploaded
게재를
on
하고
our
있습니다.
Facebook account
그리고
or
매월
Instagram.
고용동향이 나갈 때 그
When monthly
결과를
employment
매우
status
짧은
data is
동영상으로
released,
만들어서
then a short
게재를
clip
하기도
is
합니다.
attached as well to help understand.
또 하나는 이제 블로그 게시물입니다.
Now, blog
네이버
posts,
블로그라고 말씀드렸는데
I
한국에는
told you Naver
네이버라는
blog.
것이
Here
이제
in
그
Korea we
종합
have Naver,
포털입니다.
which is
거기에서
a portal
검색 기능도
service.
있고
You may
지도
compare this
기능도
to
있고
Google.
구글처럼
And Naver
저희 내부에
provides
있는
search,
어떤 한국에서
news,
많이
maps,
사용하는 포털
blogs,
사이트라고
and
보시면
even
되고요.
more
거기에 블로그
services.
기능도 있습니다. 그 안에서 이제
Using this
게시물이
blog
올라가게 되는데
functionality,
예를
when a
들면
post is
저희가
made,
이제
for
대변인실에서
instance,
청년 기자단을 운영을
our
하고 있습니다. 그
spokesperson's
청년
office
기자가
operates a youth
자신의
journalist team.
시각에서 저희의 통계를
These
봤을
young
때
journalists will
이것이
take a look
일자리를
at
구하고 있는
statistics from
청년들
their
관점에서 무엇이
perspective.
궁금할지
Then they
본인의
may
이제
think of
시각에서
questions
이야기를
from the viewpoint
풀어나가는
of young
그런
job
게시물이
seekers.
있습니다.
So
또
they could
웹툰
be
오른쪽에서 보시는
uploaded
것과
in
같은
the
경우에는
blog
자료를
post format.
도대체 어디에서 어떻게
Or
찾아야 될지
webtoons
모르겠다
format is also
할 때
used when users are not
공표된 자료가 필요한지
users
또
find
마이크로
difficulties in
데이터가 필요한지
navigating our
그런 각각의
content.
케이스별로 이렇게 쉽게 설명한
Then
그런
we
웹툰이
provide easy to
있습니다.
understand content in the webtoon format.
그리고 마지막으로 이제 그
Lastly,
저희가 근본적으로 어떻게 하면 통계에
On
대한
a more
이해를
fundamental
높이고
level, we would like to help
또
people better
정확하게
understand our
활용할 수 있을까
statistics and to
하는
help them
고민에서
accurately and properly
많은
use
나라들에서
our
아마 하고 계실
statistics.
거로 생각이
I'm sure
됩니다.
this is an
교육과정과
established
이제
practice in
정보
many
세션을
countries.
운영을 하고
So we
있습니다.
provide education and
저희는
training.
통계청 안에 전문 교육 훈련 기관이
Under
있습니다.
KOSTAT, we
그
have a
이름이
specialized
통계인재
training
개발원인데요.
institute,
이
which is the
안에서
Statistics, Human Resources and
그
Development
통계별로도
Institute.
좀 과정들이 있고
So
통계
we have
전반과 관련된 이렇게
overall
공통된 과정들이
and
있습니다.
cross-functional courses
거기에 이제
and
공공기관
theme-specific courses as
직원들뿐만이
well.
아니라
So not
일반
just the staff
시민이나
from public
또
institutions,
학생들도
but
다
the general
신청을
public
해서
and
교육을 들을
students
수
may
있도록 되어
apply
있고요.
to receive
또한
training.
기자들을 대상으로
For
해서는 연 2회
journalists,
정보
we have
세션이
semi-annual
있습니다.
information
주로 관심이
sessions.
많은 통계들, 뭐 산업 동향,
So
물가
industry
동향,
trends,
또
prices,
고용 동향
employment
이러한
trends.
관심 많은
So these
통계들을
high
중심으로
interest
해서
topics
그
are covered
해석시
through such information
유의사항이라든지 활용
sessions. So we
방법을
offer
강의를 하고
them
있고
things to consider when
기자들도
interpret
이제
such
주기적으로
statistics.
인사 시즌이 있다라고 합니다.
And
주로
journalists
새로
also have an
교체되는 기자들이
HR
많은 시즌에
period
맞춰서 그렇게
and in time
정보
with
세션을
such
운영을 하고 있고요.
replacement or relocation
또
cycle,
하나는
we
마지막으로
conduct such
저희가 이
information
통계
sessions.
자료를 제공하는 그런 웹사이트에서
In
Q&A
our
메뉴도 운영을
we
하고
also
있습니다.
operate a Q&A
그래서 이렇게
menu on
모든
our
그 여러 가지
statistical service
노력들
website.
가운데에서 좀 공통되는 질문이나
And there
쟁점이
are
되는
some common
사항들을
challenges and
저희가
common
종합을
questions,
해서 그런
and then we compile them.
빈출 그런 질문들 같은
And
경우에는
for high
취합을
frequency
해서
questions, we gather
보도자료의
them
부록으로도
together,
수록을 하고
and
있습니다.
we may attach an appendix to
지금까지
our
말씀을
press
드렸는데요.
releases, providing
그
answers to such questions.
아무래도 이제 사실 여러 가지 소셜 미디어를 활용을 하거나
So whether
그런
it is
방법들도
social media
있지만
outlets
저희가 전통적인
or
방법,
other
이제
channels,
언론 브리핑이라든지
we still
회의라든지
have
교육이라든지
conventional
이런
channels that we
아이템들도
use,
많이 활용을 하고
training,
있습니다.
education, or
결국은 이
meetings.
모든 것이 이제 대상에 맞게 활용이 되면서
So in the end, we
각각
need to look at
중요한
the
의사소통
target
기능으로
group.
작용을 하고 있다라고 생각을 하고요.
And communication indeed serves
이용자들과
as an
의사소통하는
important
부분들은 굉장히
decision-making
많은
tool.
정보들 속에서
Out
어떻게
of
정확하게
the vast
이용할
sea of
것인가에
information,
대한 그런
we need to
부분들을
guide our
저희가
users
지원하고
about the
있다라고
proper
생각이
use of
되고
statistics
또
that we
정책
provide.
기획자들과의
I think that's part
의사소통은
of our mandate.
통계 유용성을
And in
높이는
communicating
쪽으로
with
저희가
policymakers, it aims to improve
활용하고
the
있다라고 생각이
usefulness of
됩니다.
the statistics that we
마지막으로
provide.
저희가 응답자와의 의사소통 같은
And in
경우에는
communicating with respondents,
결국은 이 낮아지고 있는 조사 참여율을
we need to consider
어떻게
the response
유지시키고
rates are
어떻게
declining, then
발전시킬
how to
건가 하는
maintain
문제라서
response
우리
rates,
이
and
세션
then further
1의
improve
주제와도
response rates.
긴밀하게
I
연결되어
think
있는 것
this
같습니다.
is
이상으로 발표
closely related with the
마치겠습니다.
topic that
고맙습니다.
we covered in the first session. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. That was for an excellent presentation. I had a few takeaways from it. Firstly, I really do love the videos, and the extra one that there's a link to that you didn't show is really entertaining, because for those of you who haven't seen it, it's like a dramatic trailer for a movie, you know, as opposed to like what we might normally expect from government agencies, which is very serious and so on. So it's very well worth looking at. And also, you know, welcome the reference to the need to communicate with respondents, because I think often when we talk about communications, we're more thinking about at the end of the process when we have data to communicate. But obviously when we're talking about the need for trust with our users, the very start of the process is equally as important as well. So thank you very much for that. So we're going to move quickly on to our second presenter. Our second presenter is Ms. Eugenia Go. She is the Senior Assistant Director at the Manpower Research and Statistics Department in Singapore's Ministry of Manpower. She's involved in the production of official labour market statistics, and she also conducts in-depth statistical research to identify labour market trends, supporting policy evaluations through data-driven insights. She also collaborates actively with academic institutes, government agencies and other stakeholders on data sharing and research, including delivering guest lectures to tertiary students on evolving labour market trends. She presents regularly at internal and cross-agency forums on Singapore's labour market developments, including other international conferences. Her focus areas include retrenched workers, the unemployed and lower wage workers. And feel free to ask her more about Singapore's labour market. I'm sure we will. Eugenia, over to you.
Thank you, Kieran, for the introduction. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having us here today. It's my pleasure to be here to be able to share about what Singapore does and also learn from all our esteemed guests as well as our KOSTAT and ILO colleagues. And since I'm in Korea, please allow me to say maybe one or two sentences in Korean. So, 안녕하십니까? 저는 유진영입니다. 싱가포르의 노동시장 통계국에 왔습니다. 네, 감사합니다. 초대해서 감사합니다. So I'll skip over my bio since Kieran has already done a very good introduction. And so I'm from Singapore's Manpower Research and Statistics Department. So in Singapore, we are the national statistical agency that's in charge of all the manpower and labor market statistics in Singapore. And all this data, from the collection to the tail end of where the data is released, is all done in-house. So today I'll be sharing more about what are some of our communication approaches and outreach channels that we actually do. Okay, maybe I will take this out. Okay, today I'll share a bit more about who are our key stakeholders when it comes to dissemination of data and our outreach channels. So in summary, we have actually 6 key stakeholders. So as you can see on the slide, the public sector, of course, is one of the greatest stakeholders because fellow policy colleagues will also use our data a lot to help enable policy changes. Tertiary institutions and schools, businesses, researchers, the media, like the reporters, and also individual users of data. Next, I'll go into some of the outreach channels that we actually have. So these are the 6 key ones to summarize, and later in the following part of my presentation, I will go into greater detail about the more details that we do for each of these outreach channels. So first, outreach channel that we have is the website, and it's probably also the oldest and most common outreach channel that all of our national statistical agencies also have. Then we also have expanded into social media in recent years, and then there's also the media. And we also conduct Stat 101 trainings or briefings for persons that actually use labor market statistics often so that they actually understand the data that they are using and it's not misinterpreted. We also do lectures to other educational institutions such as the tertiary institutions like universities, and we have close collaborations with other researchers, academia, and other policy units as well. So I will start with talking about our website. So this is a main snapshot of what our website looks like. So I think pretty similar to most of our other national statistical agencies out there. So what I want to move into next will be what are some of the key changes that we have made to our website that is different from the usual reports and statistical tables that we actually release. So first up would be that on our website, you can actually find interactive benchmarking tools. So this is actually targeted at individuals like job seekers or also businesses like their employers. So one example that I have shown here is actually a benchmarking tool for wages. So I think a lot of individuals are very interested to know like how much do I earn compared to peers of similar level working in a similar industry. So this in this tool, you can actually type in like what's your job title, like for example, accountant. So it goes up to a pretty detailed occupational level, so not just at like maybe just a professional level. So you can find out very detailed information about how much you earn and compared to peers in like the similar industry. So you can see, so you can type in your pay here, and then you will see that, oh, am I earning like, after you click next, so you will see whether you're earning like, are you earning at the median, or the 25th percentile, or the 75th percentile. So perhaps if you're someone looking for a new job, you can use this to benchmark and see, is it time to move on if your priority is pay, or if you got a job offer, is the job offer paying you or underpaying or paying you more than what people are earning? So beyond individual job seekers, employers can also use this as well, especially the HR executives. For example, they may have a new job posting in their company, and this is something new that they have not hired for before. So they may not know the exact range of how much I should pay for this person. So they can go to this tool and see what is the range like, and then they can make an offer and recalibrate their job descriptions based on that. And beyond just wage benchmarking, we have other forms of benchmarking too. So for example, for companies, they are able to go to this tool and see, like for example, firms in financial services, what are their flexible working arrangements like? So if you want to tweak your HR policies, like whether to offer more leave or grant work from home arrangements, you can see whether companies in your sector are actually, is it like a norm in your sector or not? Then you can also go to this tool to see like how are the wages given to wage increments like. So beyond just looking at income levels, you can see, oh, for example, on average, how many, like what is the percentage wage increase granted to employees? And then I can decide on my wage increase for the employees in my company as well. So it's a pretty useful tool and it's very interactive compared to having to go through the Excel tables and look at the data yourself. Then in recent, I think we started launch this about 1 year ago. We started to have Tableau dashboards that also accompany each release of our report. So this is specially tailored for people that are familiar with data, and they want to have a quick snapshot of what the labor market situation is like for the latest quarter or the latest year without having to go read the report. So on this slide, you can see that actually our main labor market indicators are all fleshed out here in charts. So very visual. You can see, did it increase, did it decrease, what's the latest data? And then we have many more tabs that actually go into talking about whether this current release, is it a high or a low? Which sectors are doing better, which sectors are doing worse? And this is quite different from our regular release, because usually the regular release would focus on the latest quarter. But this gives a different dimension of analysis to users who actually want more and they are familiar with the data already. And then we also harness the power of social media. So I think quite similar to what Ms. Song shared for KOSTAT, they also use social media, but we still need more improvement as well. So we actually use Instagram and TikTok to create stories to appeal to the younger generation. So I think similar to what some of our colleagues had shared yesterday, when you do surveys, you have to think of a different way to outreach to different age groups. So I believe when it comes to the eventual data product, you also need to have a different kind of method, because perhaps younger people nowadays do not read newspapers as much as the older people. And if you want to increase awareness, then social media would be the way to go, because younger people would prefer to have like a quick snapshot news and just look through. So we do not do social media posts for every single release, but it's based on hot button topics. So for example, if there are certain labor market trends that are trending in Singapore, we would actually do like a TikTok or Instagram video on it, and that will give us more traction and find out more about what people actually are looking out for. So in addition to that, we also have technical meetings for the press, so also very similar to what KOSTAT does. So on the day of the release, we hold a technical briefing where we will actually get the reporters are invited to come, and we will share about what are the key findings of our latest report, and then we also go through what are the latest data and how to interpret them so that it will not be misrepresented. Then beyond all the briefings and social media posts, we also do things that are not just strictly related to data. We go behind the scenes and we also offer the public and users about what MRSD does in general, not just looking at data. So we collaborate with the media to also have news articles that publish about how we actually do what we do behind the scenes. So people don't just know about like the data we release, but they understand about the process that goes beyond that, and all of this helps to increase awareness of our data. And on our website, we also have newsletters that talk about things that we do beyond the usual data-related things. Then we also have Step 101 briefings. So these are targeted at fellow policy officers and the media to talk about what are the common labor market statistics there are and how to use them and to avoid misinterpretation. So this is a bit different from the technical briefing for the media, because the technical briefing is targeted at a specific release. So for example, the retrenchment report, or for example, the job vacancies report. But this briefing will be targeted at labor market data in general. So we go through things like, oh, what are the 3 different labor force statuses, employed, unemployed, out of the labor force. Then how do you compute unemployment rate? And if you are not working, but you are not actively looking for work, are you unemployed or are you out of the labor force? So throughout our course of work, we have found out that these are some of the misconceptions that people that are not familiar with labor market data often get. And we want to help them understand it so they could use these terms more correctly and use the data more accurately as well. Then this is one of the recent developments that we have started to have, collaborations with universities. So we've been going down to universities to actually give labor market talks to the students, to the staff as well, because we found out that awareness of labor market data is pretty low in Singapore's tertiary institutions. So we have 2 types of lectures that we actually give. So one would be a more specific and targeted one that is guest lectures at universities, usually in economics modules, where we partner with the professor and we give a guest lecture about emerging labor market trends. So some that we have done would include like the future of work and how technology would change work. And then we also have general labor market talks that aim to help the students make use of the data, so that when they go out and do their job search or they find internships, they are actually able to utilize it to find a job maybe more swiftly or faster if they are not particular about like a specific sector or occupation. So we found that when we went down to the tertiary institutions, they were very grateful because they didn't know that there's this wealth of data out there, and they wanted to share a lot more with their students because it will help them their job search. So as you all know, job search is getting harder and harder nowadays, especially for, I think, university graduates. So similar in Singapore. So we also collaborate with the academia quite often on joint pieces of release. So this is one example that we have collaborated with the professor from the university to actually give a release about what is Singapore's gender pay gap like and what factors actually affect it. So some of the ways that we would measure success and awareness would be through positive feedback from our stakeholders. So that's not very quantifiable, but generally if feedback comes in often and is positive, I think it would be a sign that you are going well. Then a more quantifiable way would be page views on the website. So in 2024, our website page view was about 2.3 million. So this is not very big in comparison to bigger organizations like ILO or Eurostat. But since Singapore only has a population of 6 million, I believe this is pretty okay. Then we also, another way to measure it would be if there's less misinterpretations of the data when people actually use the data. So that would show that the outreach channels that we have and the briefings that we do is actually going well. And also another sign would be when partnerships and collaborations, they continue to increase and we do a lot of such joint research work together. But of course, like all other aspects of data production and dissemination, there are challenges as well. So like Kiran was mentioning, catering to different stakeholders is a challenge that we have as well, because instead of just one data product in the past where maybe you just go in a report, now you have to have many different data products that cater to different users. And of course, manpower would be a stretch if your team remains the same size. Then another one would be balancing technical jargon versus going into easy communication and using very layman ways, because different stakeholders would have different requirements. So some ways that we do it currently would be, for example, we have a simple infographic for the release, and then in the main body of the report, it goes into the more detailed things like the type of model, regression techniques we use that the layman would maybe not be so interested to find out compared to the researcher. And then the third one would be for us to maintain trust and credibility even as outreach of data continues. Because when you have more outreach, there will also be more people that doubt your data and feel that, oh, this maybe is not right. So we will have to continue to maintain trust and credibility as well. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eugenia. Again, another excellent presentation. A few things I take away from that. I really like, obviously, the interactive tool. And, you know, when you've got such data people are so interested in on a personal level, it obviously makes a big difference. But it does make me wonder how many people have quit their job after using your tool because they felt they weren't paid enough. But I guess you don't have statistics on that. But no, it's good to have something that gives something back to respondents that they're really interested in, because that's not always easy. Good again to see so many channels being used. But I think that also then requires a lot of effort, right? And I'm sure you'd confirm that. And great to see evidence that it does work, right? I mean, yeah, you're thinking about how is it that we assess that these things are effective. So, for example, looking at issues like how many misinterpretations of the data there are, I wonder how formally you can build in metrics like that. Like, you know, how well is data actually being used? But that's great to see. And finally, I thought it was good you mentioned the role of collaborating with academia. And I think it's a thing a lot of statistical offices do, but I do think it can also be a bit underutilized, right? It's like there are people who have a voice that reaches further than ours directly, and by collaborating with them, we can reach a wider audience. I always remember from my own experience, I remember being in a press conference when we were releasing labour market data, and at the moment the data was launched, there was like 11 a.m. exactly. And we put on Twitter at exactly the same moment as one of the journalists in the room. And I looked afterwards and it was like, we had 3,000 followers on Twitter. The journalists had over 200,000. So I'm like, well, people aren't actually getting the information from us. They're getting it from the journalists. So again, the more we collaborate, the more we engage, this is how we get our message out there well. So thank you very much. That was excellent. We will now move on to the final presenter of this session. That is Veronica Huaracan-Riveros. She is an economist with 14 years of professional experience working in labor statistics, and she currently serves as the head of the sub-department of continuous labor statistics at Chile's National Statistical Institute, INE. In this position, she provides technical oversight for the statistical production of labor market indicators derived from the National Employment Survey. She actively participated in the ILO Global Working Group for the implementation of the ICSE 18 classification, among other working groups. And yes, she's a very valuable member of our working groups, I can confirm. Also, she has been involved in various different ILO courses, and has now a very wide knowledge of labor market and statistics and their communications. So thank you, Veronica. Over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to the organizer for the invitation on this amazing event. Well, I'm going to present the national experience about communication in the labor force survey in Chile. Here's, okay. Okay, thank you. Here's the table of contents. I'm going to present some characteristic and milestone of our survey, and then I will continue with the new dimension of analysis, and also how we are interact with user and respondents, and the next steps. Well, the National Employment Survey, or Encuesta Nacional de Empleo, N is the Spanish acronym. So if I said N during the presentation, do you know that I'm talking about our survey, okay? Well, the N is a household survey whose objective is to characterize and quantify the population age 15 and over, and according to their relationship with the labor market. The survey sample designs use the unemployment rate as a target variable, and the results are published every month with information on each moving quarter. The information covers the nations, its regions, and some provinces. Well, here below have a brief timeline of the some milestone of the N over the years. The important, I'm not read all of this, but in 2010, the N incorporated the first resolution of the 19th International Conference of Labor Statistics, and in 2017 in N, the N, an analysis of labor informality was added, and then in 2020, measurement of dependent contractors and labor informality were added. And then other new dimensions of analysis were added too. As we saw, well, now I'm going to talk about the relationship with users. As we saw in the previous slides, the NA is subject to an array of changes. And why is the NA update and change? The NA is an ongoing survey that introduces updates and new dimension of analysis to better reflect the current state of the Chilean labor market. How are users informed of this update? Well, first, a communication plan is created for the users, and a consistently transparent and a public manner. And this dissemination plan varies according to the different type of users. Who are our users? Well, we have different type of users: Ministry of Labor, of Economy, of Finance, and others, and also International Labour Organization, Organization for the Economics, Cooperation and the Development, and others, and also people for every age, people with various needs, especially in disaggregate information, social media users, students, academies, researchers, journalists, among others. How do we interact with different users? First, with public outreach channels, also with public conference and technical committees, and also with social media. We create a communication plan when an update or a new dimension of analysis need to be announced. Some of the new dimension of analysis that have been included in the ENE will be addressed in this part of the presentation. For example, in 2017, the measurement of labor informality began in Chile. The ENE followed the ILO guidelines of that time, and the first results were published in January 2018, which include a data series of the previous 6 months. And a bulletin of labor informality is published every 3 months. The variables and indicators are included in the databases and statistical tables, and a methodological document was published, and this methodological approach remains in force to this day. Other new dimension of analysis is the measurement of work on digital platforms. The National Employment Survey defines work obtained through digital platforms as follows: work that uses a mobile application or digital platform to offer goods or services by exclusively or predominantly using media that involves remote contact with customers, either through the internet or cell phones. Well, for this, some questions were incorporated into the questionnaire and interviewers were trained. The measurement began in January 2020, but we have a problem with the COVID pandemic. Has an important effect, well, in the whole world, in our lives, and also in the surveys, especially in the case for the employees that work remotely because of the pandemic at the time, with different kind of platforms or softwares, like intranet, Stata, or others, and they believe that they were doing their work on digital platforms. So when we noticed that, some corrections were made. For sometimes the questions and answers have to test prior to their official publication. And a technical committee was formed with specialized users. Well, the information finally was being published every month for each moving quarter since April, May, and June 2022, with data available from 2020 onwards, and technical supplements and infographics were created with a public focus in order to explain what digital platforms are. And a coordination was undertaken with the Ministry of Labor when the law of digital platforms that is focused on transport and delivery was enacted. And the ENE captures, because the ENE captures a large population of people working on digital platforms than the law does. And well, the information on digital platforms is updated each year to accurately account for application as they enter and leave the market. Well, other dimension of analysis is the measurement of mismatch of qualification according to educational level. In July 2025, 2 months ago, this new dimension was published based in XC 11, and new statistics follows the recommendation of the ILO, and it provides an analysis of relationship between occupation and educational level. It determines whether someone is characterized by under-education, adequate education, or over-education. And the main indicator is a rate of underutilization by educational level, determines the percentage of employed persons who are characterized by over-education for the tasks undertaken in the job. Prior to the dissemination of this new dimension, a technical committee of specialized users was established, and the new series provides information from 2018 to date, and the information for each moving quarter has been published each month since July 2025, 2 months ago. And variable indicators are available in databases and statistical tables. And we are currently working on infographics and a public conference whose purpose is to explain this new dimension of analysis. Well, the public conference is today, in, 10 hours more, Chilean time. So, well, in conclusion, we have common factors in the dissemination of information to users. A communication plan is established that is to include the following: the creation of a technical committees with specialized users, dissemination by press release on the new dimension of analysis, on an update, creation of documentation available on the ENE web page, like methodological documents or infographics, and availability of databases and statistical tables. And the most of the cases, the data series has at least more than 6 months of information available. Well, other new dimension of analysis, but in this case unpublished, is the measurement of dependent contractors and labor informality. As the 20 and the 21st ICLS, the ENE team began working on measurement dependent contractors and labor informality. New questions were added to the questionnaire, and they are currently in process of being tested. A working group was set up with distinguished well-known academies and researchers, as well as with representatives from the Ministry of Labor and the ILO. And these working groups, the preliminary results were reviewed, and the methodology for measuring dependent contractors and informal employment was validated by the experts, and a communication plan was established. So, today, measurement is consistent, and it follows the guidelines of the ILO. Some adjustment has been made to questionnaire in order to improve the measurement of dependent contractors and labor informality according to the national legislation. And the next challenge is, well, published, and to explain the new definitions and their measurement, as well as the impact that we have on the result to a specialized user, the press, and the user in general. Other manner to communicate with our users is through the different dissemination platforms that we have, like, for example, ENE Databank and the Labor Market Information System. Any information is updated each month on both dissemination platforms. The platforms are open to all users. They include guides on how to find information. The results can be exported, and in some cases graphs can be created, and both platforms have been present to the public. Well, other topic important is the communication challenge in the face of unexpected event. First, the ENE team published timely, transparent, and unbiased information on the country's labor situation for all users. However, given the political, social, or economic circumstances facing the country, it is inevitable that different sectors will use information to their advantage to polarize opinion. And for example, the first is the upcoming president elections. Because two of the candidates were labor ministers in different administrations. So other candidates or political sectors are use the current data results to criticize the work done in terms of the labor policies by the previous and the current administration. The other example is that today there is a debate over the difference between the results of the ENE and the administrative records data of pension contributors. In every occasion, really in every occasion, we have explained that the information from the survey is not comparable with that from the administrative records. The data should be used with caution and in a complementary manner for the purposes of comparing trends. But the difference has been explained in various technical meetings to avoid the confusion. But however, some analysis insists that the survey has a methodological problem because it does not show the same result as the administrative data. How we can prevent statistical information from becoming polarizing? Well, it's unfortunately, we cannot prevent the statistical information from the ENE from being used in a polarized manner by different users or sector according their own preference, right? But the other question is, what can we do? Our duty is to continue publishing information in a timely, transparent, and unbiased manner. And also, we can explain that the methodology follows the recommendation of the ILO. INE has always maintained a policy of responding to all inquiries impartially, regardless of who makes them. And, well, INE social media channels are used to disseminate the statistical information quickly and clarify any doubts. Well, the relationship with respondents is also a very important topic. And what are the challenges faced in the fieldwork? We talked recently that now, currently, respondents distrust in public institutions and surveys. Furthermore, for security reasons and to protect their privacy, they don't want to open the door for a face-to-face interview or answer the phone to the interviewers. So this situation means that people want to answer, fewer people want to answer the survey. All the surveys, not only this one. And how do we communicate with respondents? Well, we can create a bond of trust by mentioning that all information gathered is strictly confidential and protected by law. That is a work that we have to do all the time. And a simple way to communicate is through social media. We create graphics material to promote the survey, like this one, and we can work in with some local communities to provide information about the survey collection in specific areas, so people know that we are collecting the data in their neighborhoods. And in the future, and with a necessary budget available, we would like to produce print material about the ENE, distribute it in household and advertising on TV, radio, or websites. Finally, the next steps. Well, our National Statistics Office and the ENE survey in particular have a tradition of dissemination of information and follow a communication plan that includes various strategies. The next great challenge is the publication of the IC18 and the measurement of dependent contractors and the labor informality. And the ENE team will establish communication strategies for specialized users, the press, and public in general, and the respondents. And the ENE team will maintain the commitment to improve and increase the labor statistic and its dissemination. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So thanks to all the speakers for being very timely, which gives us just over 15 minutes for questions and answers. I take from that presentation some particular points. Veronica focused, for example, on the the challenge that comes with communicating new statistics on new topics, and really emphasize that. Topics like digital platform work and so on. And I know, yeah, that some of those do come from the International Conference of Labour Statisticians. So, you know, we are part of the problem in a sense, but collectively, I mean, because we create these new standards that require additional data to be generated. But I also thought it was good to hear that it's also part of the solution when it comes to communicating, because you can reference the fact we do it this way because there are international statistical standards that we're following. So I think that was good to hear. Also, the idea that there needs to be a good and formal and documented communication strategy, right? It's not just something that you make up as you go along. You actually really have to develop a strategy and follow it through, which I think is useful, because that's also something that takes effort, but I suspect really helps you then when you're following through. And yeah, it's the issue of politicization and misinterpretation. I think it's good to see that there, because I do think that's probably a growing problem for countries. There's more voices, more misinformation. And when there's a move to try and disseminate more openly, like we heard, for example, the example of the online microdata analysis that can be done in the case of Korea, that's wonderful. But of course, then that means there's more data out there that's outside your control, in a sense. So, you know, how do you handle that challenge? But anyway, those are some of the things I took from it. But I'd like to now open the floor to any questions that people have. Okay, we can start here. We'll gather a couple of questions and then have a second round if we have time.
It's open, okay. Thank you for the presentations. Nowadays, social media is a very important and maybe the most effective tool in order to be in touch with the people. So, but at least in Colombia, our follower base has very specific characteristics. Our follower base is the people that have an interest in statistics, specialized journalists, academic, people from academics. So it's a very small number of followers, of course. So my question is, do you have some strategies in order to grow that number, but not just the number, but the characteristics of the people, in order to reach a different audience? Because for us, it's very hard to be in touch with people that is not used to that kind of specific, yes, with the statistics, with what we do in our institute. So this is very challenging right now. You mentioned before, we can have a post with 3,000 followers and a journalist with a different interpretation of the data or our result with a reach of 1 million followers. So which kind of strategies have you tried, if you do, to grow that base of followers? Thanks.
Thank you. So other questions are welcome. I see Howie. And of course, this is an opportunity to share your experiences and solutions as well, of course. So Howie, I think, had her hand up.
Thank you. I have a question. We've been struggling with that with our handbook. We have a chapter on dissemination. And of course, like we're growing to communication. I wanted to hear your reflections on the difference between the two. Are we moving more towards communication? Dissemination is just part of that communication. It's about two-way, one-way. So, because we actually didn't know what to put under communication at this moment. The other thing is very much, of course, if you have anything you can share on the strategies you have as examples, tracking, how do you use the matrix to track the impact of the strategies and the communication you've done. Lastly, there's this misuse of information, data are out there. Anything that you can talk about the AI readiness of all the things that you're put out there? Are you more inclined to sort of like a bit, is there anything related to confidentiality, or we don't want AI to use our data, or we want AI to use our data in terms of dissemination? Thank you.
Thank you, Howie. Some very interesting questions. AI, I mean, we've all heard about AI hallucinations. So like the more information we feed it, we might think it makes it better, but it also creates possibly more opportunities for hallucinations. So it's definitely a challenge. Does anyone else want to ask a question for now or share something? Yeah, wow, we have 3 more. So Tara, sorry, Telemela, excuse me for not pronouncing your name very well, and Matt. Maybe we go to Telemela first. Apologies if I got your pronunciation completely wrong.
It's okay, it's Clamelo. Yes. Thank you very much. I think it was very interesting presentations. You mentioned, I think this will go to all of you, collaboration with scholars, with researchers, with academic. I just want to find out whether you make your data or information freely available, or you are selling the data for use by researchers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's a very specific question, which I'm sure everyone can answer. Tara, and then Matt, please. Tara, behind you.
Hi, thank you. This isn't so much a question, but just a shared experience based on the first 2 questions you got. Something we found that was really beneficial in widening our audience in terms of through the press was what we did is we started included statistician comments as an introduction to our releases. So when we're talking about the labour market, there'd be actual quotes from statisticians such as Kieran Walsh stated that, you know, employment was for whatever reason, and you took the opportunity, if there was any intricacies in the data maybe that needed to be explained, that you embedded it within the statistician comment as well. But it's been really popular with our journalists in terms of being picked up in newspapers, etc. And essentially we're obviously reaching wider audiences. And that in addition to the likes of the infographics, you know, that's really something we found very simple, but yet had a big effect.
Thank you. Yeah, and it's an indication that the answer doesn't always have to be something super crazy technological or something, because I do remember that happened after I left the office, and I always remember then seeing that like journalists were just readily picking up the quotes and putting them into their articles rather than asking other people for quotations because they wanted quotations. And it was such a simple thing, but actually then really, really effective, I thought. Sorry, Matt then, and then we'll go to the presenters.
Thank you for the presentations. I thought they were all really informative. I've learned lots. I feel bad asking this question because I think it's a question for all of us to think about, because you've talked lots about the brilliant ways you've moved communications forward, working groups, the very interactives, the use of sort of transport. I love the LIFT initiative. So I suppose my question is, do you think there are still groups that are invisible in communications, and who do you think those groups are asking really to help us out as much as get your thoughts?
Okay, thank you. So we'll go through those and we'll see how we are for time then, but we'll probably be out of time. Okay, so start with, yes, the question from our colleague from Colombia about social media, and how can you grow that number to reach difficult audiences? Do any of you have thoughts or experiences to share about growing your social media following? Anyone? Veronica, please go ahead.
Thank you. Well, we are trying to figure out how to improve the number of followers. Now we are trying to do a lot of infographics and post it on the different social media and try to attract more new users. But it's not simple. We are working on that, and we also want to, well, we need budget for that, but we also want to make other kind of materials to deliver into the household, that they know that we are working on, they know when we publish the result, they know when they can find the results, but it's a large job that we have to do. Yeah.
Thank you. Eugenia or Junheng?
Maybe I can add on to what Veronica said. So I think to grow your social media beyond what is the usual kind of people that follow you would be to be able to react actively and fast. So for example, if there are hot button topics that happen in your country, and in that 1 week there's a huge boom in demand about the information, and if you have the data and you do start to release the data, people will naturally know the source comes from you, then you will start to get more awareness and recognition about data. But for that to happen, you need to move very swiftly because typically collection, processing the data, all this takes time. Yeah, but beyond that, what we do would be to also hold in-person events, because that is true there that you can get to know the people and what they want to see, and then you tailor your product suite so that they will come to you. And if they believe in what you are doing and word of mouth spreads, then this would be one way to outreach to more people as well. Yeah, thank you.
No? Okay, not in this way. We have other questions. So, Howie, this point about the difference between communication and dissemination, what any of you think about that? I suppose we associate dissemination with being we put the data out there, right? And communication being a wider process, which I think you've all touched on to some degree. Also, she asked about examples of your strategy. So are there examples like documented versions you can share? I think that would be a useful thing to reference for people. And I'll come back to the confidentiality anyone can comment on the confidentiality issue related to AI. Are there concerns? Has this come up for you? So anyone want to answer on some of these? Junheng, any thoughts on any of these questions?
네, 굉장히 중요한 질문이라고 생각합니다.
It's such a critical question. Within KOSTAT, that's indeed a concern and challenge for us. We primarily we have AI tools that we use widely, and we would also put in statistical questions. For instance, after 2020, what was the year when unemployment rate was the highest? And then we do not get an accurate answer. Why? It's because we have officially used statistical tables and data. For example, we have statistical service website that I introduced. But the tool is not able to somehow access such website. So sometimes the wrong answer would come out of AI. And I think it's because AI tools, so we have natural language blog posts, website articles, or very outdated articles. These are the data sources that AI easily accesses. But we have updated and most recent data, and these are available on our website, but somehow AI does not know how to navigate to such official data sources. So we have this awareness within KOSTAT, and we are working to make sure the AI is able to properly navigate towards our official data sources. So the AI can provide users with the most recent, accurate, and official statistics. That's the approach we're taking. And this is underpinned by the organization of the metadata that we have. For instance, within our statistical website, we may post certain statistics with columns and rows, and then a specific data may have specific meanings, and when a question comes in, then there should be correct matches between the question and such specific data. Then we can organize the overall data structure so that accurate and correct outcomes are produced. And this relates to metadata organization, and this is where our research efforts are ongoing. From this viewpoint, not just the specific case, I think in other domains we need to think about how we make sure that AI is able to provide truly useful and accurate information. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a incredibly interesting
네.
topic, actually. How do you make your data AI ready to lessen the chances of hallucinations? Probably a whole field of work required on that, actually. So that's very interesting. I'm happy it came up. Okay, now moving on, because we've only got a couple of minutes left in this session. So we did have a couple more questions. From the colleague from Botswana, the question was fairly simple when it comes to things like collaboration with academia and researchers. Is your data freely available? So I suppose that's just a yes, no. Do you charge for access to data, or do you make it freely available? Maybe you can all quickly answer that one.
빠르게 답변드리겠습니다.
Yes, so I could
통계청의 경우에는 기본적인 모든
So
오픈된 공공 마이크로
KOSTAT,
데이터는
we have
무상으로
publicly
누구나
available
이용할 수
micro
있도록 되어
data
있습니다.
that is
다만
accessible to
예외적으로
all
이제 유상이 되는
free of
경우에는
charge, but
어떤
that
특정한 분석을
sometimes we
직접
require
저희
payment.
통계청에서
For
해주기
instance,
원하는 경우.
a user
그러니까
may
그
want us,
집계라든지 뭐
KOSTAT,
다른
to
자료와의
conduct
연계라든지
analysis. For
이런
example,
부분들을
linkage among different
직접적으로
data
저희에게
sources.
그
Sometimes a
설계서를
user
주고
comes up
그
with
통계표를 출력해달라는
his or her
그런
own
특별한 서비스
proposals
요청하는
and asking
경우에는
for very
일정의
specific
수수료를 받고 있는
services
것으로
to
알고 있습니다.
produce tables, then we charge users for such
So for
services.
Singapore, if researchers wish to use microdata, they would have to put in a request with us, and then we will assess accordingly. Because some of the data might be sensitive, we can't just put it on the website. Yeah.
In our case, yes, we have all the data available in our website, and also statistical tables and the other dissemination platforms are available for all users.
Okay, great. And the very final question of this session was about hard-to-reach groups, like thoughts about what you can do. Maybe I'll try and just give one, maximum 2 minutes. Does anyone want to say something about, you know, the efforts you're making to identify and reach these hard-to-reach groups? And who are they, for that matter? I think elements were covered in all the presentations, but if anyone has something specific to say.
가장 어려운 질문인 것 같다고
I
생각이
think
됩니다.
it's the most
사실 저희가
difficult
굉장히
question.
많은 노력을 하고 있는데
We put in a lot of
분명히 이제
efforts,
질문하신 것처럼
but as you
도달하지
asked this
못하고 있는
question,
집단이
certainly
있다라고
there are
생각이
groups that are
됩니다. 근데
hard
이제
to
그들이
reach.
누구인지에
Then who are
대해서는 사실
they?
좀 더 고민해봐야
I
될
think it
부분인 것
requires
같고
more efforts to identify
생각할 수
them.
있는 방법으로는
One way
사실
possible,
이제
one
미래에
way
투자를
would
한다라고
be
생각을 했을
in terms of
때에는
investing in
지금
our future. We can think of
학생들에게
students.
데이터에 대한 관심이라든지
We need to make sure
이것을
that our
활용하는
students
부분에 대한
get
많은
interested
경험을
in data,
심어주는 것이
and they need to have
미래를
hands-on
봤을 때
experience in using
그러한 이제
data.
소외 집단이
Looking into the
최소화될
future,
수 있는
I
그런
believe that's
방법이
one possible way
아닐까라는
of
생각이
minimizing
들고
those
굉장히
left
근본적인
behind in our
질문을 주셔서
statistical community.
저도 계속
Thank you
내내
very
생각을
much
하게
for
될 것
such a
같습니다.
fundamental
고맙습니다.
question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for a good and short answer. So I think we've reached the end of this session. So I'll hand back to our master's ceremony. But thank you very much to all the speakers for excellent presentations. Thank you.
So many thanks to the speakers and moderators for their very informative contribution. And as they return back to their seats in the audience, please give them another round of big applause for expressing our appreciation. So before we proceed to our next session, please allow us a few minutes so that we can rearrange the stage for the final ceremony. And in the meantime, we kindly would like to remind you to complete our satisfaction survey and an application for registration into Korea's human resource database. So our staff is collecting those forms currently, and if you completed your satisfaction survey and the application registration application, please hand those forms to them. And if you didn't complete the satisfaction survey yet, you can return them at the registration desk by the end of today's symposium. And And KOSTAT published 2 special publications commemorating the 100th anniversary of Korea's first modern population census. And this year in November, actually, we're doing the population census, and this will be a big moment because it commemorates the 100th population census. So the copies of these special publications are available for those who are interested, and they can be picked up in the second floor lobby. And finally, an excursion program is organized tomorrow for our pre-registered participants. So for this program, we ask you to meet us in the first floor lobby of this hotel at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. So please be there on time so that the program can proceed smoothly. So we ask everyone to meet us in the lobby at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. And maybe you want to pack lightly for mobility and prepare for unexpected cooler weather or shower tomorrow, because I've just checked the forecast and there's a rain forecast tomorrow. I think our stage is almost ready, and I think the presentation is not ready yet. So we need a couple more minutes. We want to summarize with a presentation, so we need just a couple more minutes to have the presentation ready. So I think with that, we're now ready to proceed to the final program. So now I think we're ready to proceed to the final program of today's symposium. So distinguished participants of KOSTAT-ILO International Symposium on Modernization of Labor Statistics, over the past 2 days, representatives from more than 18 countries and 3 organizations have shared their experiences and insights into innovating and transforming labor surveys and statistics. Having such complex and diverse dialogue in a simple survey, a simple summary, would be an extremely difficult job, to say the least. So, with a heartfelt appreciation and with some relief for all of us, I'd like to invite Mr. Rita Sarna, Deputy Director of the Statistics Department at the ILO, to take on this role. Please join me in welcoming him with a big round of applause.
Thank you. So we're almost there, so just bear with me. I have only 20 minutes. I won't bore you for a long time. So it's been a very long day. I'm myself quite tired, so let's start. I have, of course, the main conclusions are all there in the presentation, so I'm not going to repeat whatever has been discussed in these 2 long days, but a quick recap, session by session. So we had the first session on survey participation and data quality. Lots of issues were raised. The key messages that surveys are still necessary. They are not going to be replaced by something else. We still need surveys in addition to other sources. We need a multifaceted approach. And there are no single solution. Many different options exist. Different modes of data, interviewers are key resources, and always helps to have a targeted PR approach. And we saw how the incentives can help. So then there was another session yesterday on survey modularization and integration of in work statistics. So modularization, we discussed, was a key solution to meet growing user demand for labor statistics, but requires significant investments to develop and implement them. Today we started with the administrative and survey data integration. So it was considered to be a part of overall process of modernization of official statistics, how administrative data do not replace the surveys, but they are there to complement the surveys. So many administrative data, we saw the different examples, and we saw the value how to improve overall data quality. And that was the first session. Then we moved on to data governance for survey, and administrative data on interoperability. So that must be still fresh in your mind. So won't go into all the details. We discussed several issues there on, and we saw how labor market information system, a product being offered by the ILO, can also support your data. We saw different standards, so Isco, ISEC, SDMX, DDI, and how they can all help in harmonizing data integration, which could be at micro or at the aggregate level. We saw how to ensure a secure data linkage to have access to other admin data sets. So we moved on then to the next session on the role of AI, which was quite interesting. I thought, AI is still in the beginning stage. Shutong even called it as like a wife. So to maybe not listen everything to AI, but just a child, or not a wife, okay? Yeah, all right. Child as a still growing, so still in a growth stage, so we not reached that maturity that is expected. But lots of examples in the entire cycle of surveys and statistics, it can be used. We saw so many different examples, especially in the coding of classifications, and also Shutong showed an example of how we could produce a report based on your different surveys, and AI could produce a report. And there were country examples, very specific. So that was an excellent session. Then, of course, the last session on communications, need for comprehensive communication strategies. We saw excellent examples from countries on how different channels are being used for communication, different formats, whether it's videos, infographics, on YouTube, on TikTok. So very proactive approach. So all this helps for having a very, communication strategies. And of course, having standards produced by the International Conference of Labor Statisticians also can help you in communicating better with your audience. So, I mean, I've tried to recap, but in no sense, I was trying to justify the amount of and the breadth of information that was shared in this session. What I want to come to is actually these two basic questions. With whatever remaining time I have, I want to focus on these for discussion. What do you see as most important areas for follow-up? And also to tell you, the other question is on what would you like to see forum like this in future address the issues. Of course, it has to remain on the modernization of labor statistics. The reason you see this first international symposium, there's a reason for that. That's basically, it's first, there will be a second, and there will be a third, hopefully more, depending on how generous KOSTAT is with the continuation of these symposias. So the idea is to have this kind of symposium every 2 years. So the next one we're hoping will be in 2027, and then the third one in 2029. When we, so it's also a very much like a learning experience for us to conduct this first symposium. As you all mentioned that this is very unique, this is very valuable to discuss something like this. It hasn't happened before. So, but also if you look at the breadth of topics we've covered, I think it's a lot. So I don't know, I mean, when we were designing this, there were so many issues, we just didn't know where to focus on which ones to pick as. So, of course, there are advantages and disadvantages of going in depth on one topic or going in breadth of covering several topics. So this is something that we would like to hear from you on how the next symposium like this could be designed, whether it should be, covering more in depth, fewer topics, or more in breadth, more topics. But of course, the idea is to continue these on the issue of modernization of labor statistics. So since most of you are practitioners on labor statistics, it'd be good to hear from you on these two questions. So I open up the floor for discussion. Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the symposium, very interesting. For the next topics, considering also administrative data and good practice, how to use administrative data in statistical sense. Because if you can use, you can compare it from between country, it's difficult to use and compare the result. And the second, also the implementation of the new classification status on employment X18.
Okay, that sounds good, yeah. Anyone else? Yes, please, Sean.
Thank you. When I found the whole 6 topics incredibly interesting, and there's a lot we've learned from that. But I'd say the AI is just going to become, the speed at which it's developing. We saw some really great initiatives from a number of countries here, so I think a focus on that next time and where we get to in 2 years would be fascinating to see.
So focus on AI?
I think definitely some focus on it, yeah, absolutely.
All right. By the way, KOSTAT just had symposium like this focusing on AI with OECD, I think 1 week ago. So I guess the focus was not labor statistics, so AI with labor statistics, I think that could be a good topic, of course. So, yeah. Any others? Other interventions? Yes, please.
네, 저도 여러 번 말씀드렸지만 이번
As I
심포지엄
said several
굉장히
times,
뜻깊게
the
잘
symposium
참여를
is
하고
truly
감사드리고
meaningful.
싶고요. 저는
Thank you
오늘
for
이제 논의된
this.
주제 중에
Out of the
좀
topics that
상대적으로
were discussed today,
지금 이어폰이 필요하신 것 같아서
some of you
조금
would
기다렸다가
need
말씀드리겠습니다.
receivers. So let me take a moment so that you can all use your receiver.
예, 제가 여러모로 감사하다고 말씀을
So
드렸고요.
first of all,
그리고
thank
저는
you.
오늘 이제 논의된
Out
주제
of
중에
the
여러
topics
가지
that were
지금 새로운
discussed
시도들이
today,
많이 있는 것 같습니다.
I discovered that we're making new attempts. For instance, we have AI, a broad topic, but in addition to that, to apply AI to labor statistics, there were innovative approaches taken from ONS. Now, labor statistics LFS is now being transformed into a new format. So these new approaches and 2 attempts may produce results. And what would they be like in 2 years and 4 years from now? So sharing the results of these innovative approaches would be productive and meaningful.
Yeah, excellent. I mean, I think that's what the idea is. Also, I mean, we thought there were not enough sharing of practices enough in terms of documentation. So if you have produced something, if you have documented something, please share with us. We'll share with the other countries. So I think that's an excellent way of looking at this, the value added of this kind of symposium to share, to knowledge, to exchange knowledge and share ideas. So yeah, excellent. Any other interventions? Maybe my colleagues want to add something to see. Lisa, you want? Microphone.
I'm quite, thank you for asking, but I think we really want to hear from you. For us, it's so important to have a space for reflection, for sharing, for really thinking how we're moving forward, and especially for our core sources. But of course, technology transformation is happening, it's going very fast, and so knowing how this, what we can benefit from, how we integrate it to make sure that our statistics would be a great focus as well.
Thank you. Maurizio?
Yeah, thank you. So I want to go back to the last session and the relevance of communication and sharing experiences. But I think, like, for instance, at INEGI, we have this study that we know, because there's a survey that we do not conduct, it's an independent survey, that in Mexico we know that 89% of the population knows INEGI, and they know what we do. But when we ask if they have ever used the information, that percentage goes down to 14%.
Right.
And then when we ask them what they use that information for, more than half of those say that was for a school assignment. So essentially, we are doing and we are working with all these strategies to reach users, but they just know what we do, but they are not being really like strong users of the information. So I think that would be something interesting to see, like if we have more experiences in different countries of like how to actually get to them, and they just know that not only they know that we exist at what we do, but they are being really good users of the information.
Good. So yeah, I guess focus on communication and use of data. Anybody else would like to say perhaps a last intervention? Yes, please.
I just want to support the idea of Italy, these 2 items. And in addition to that, in Europe, we have last year speaking much about the mixed mode data collection. Maybe that's in some sense very worldwide item.
Okay. Good. Thank you very much for this feedback and these ideas. We'll reflect upon that. But again, it looks like going towards the direction of breadth rather than the depth. So lots of topics. But yeah, we will reflect on that, all of them. So it was excellent. So all these 6 sessions were very good. So thank you very much for participating so actively in these sessions. So I will hand over for the next segment of this session, I guess, the closing session. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Director Sarna. I think it was a great way to promote about this event and let everyone know there will be future events like this. So next, I'm deeply honored to present 2 speakers representing the ILO and KOSTAT, whose roles have been essential in enabling and organizing this symposium. First, please welcome Chief Statistician and Director Rafael Diaz de Medina, representing the ILO, for his closing remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you. Well, I think we have came to the conclusions. I think we have just seen the myriad of topics that we have touched all these days. It has been intense, insightful, and very, I would say, fruitful, particularly not only on the different panels that we have had, long panels, but very, I think that you have covered a lot of the topics, even beyond the expectations that we have originally set. So I think it was also a very important opportunity to also relate the different regions, the different parts of the users, producers, people from the ministries, users, and also from various statistical offices from all over the world. So, of course, we started, yesterday seems long ago, but we started by identifying the key challenges that we had. We posed a lot of questions at the very beginning. We tried to touch even in the kickoff panel the topics that we were going to deal with in the other days. And I think these were more than accomplished. I think, of course, the wide variety of topics that we touch, we could have thought that maybe we could have had more depth analysis in each of that, but it was impossible to reach this in 2 days. So the first thing is that I wanted is to thank all of you, each of you, for having taken the time to come to reflect together in a moment that we need to really improve our capacity, and I say our as labor statisticians, no as an ILO. As labor statisticians in the world, we have this responsibility that I mentioned at the very beginning. Sometimes because we are immersed in our technical things and our technical concepts and jargon, we lose the importance that we have. We just oversee or take for granted. But labor statistics, it's as well as other type of statisticians. But labor statistics is especially important for the well-being, as I told you before, of the population. And because of that, when we talked about communication and outreach of difficult groups, maybe what we are reaching is, we are trying is to reach the people in general, the citizens who paid us in general. Each of us, coming from the governments and international organizations, we are all being paid by taxpayers, and the taxpayers are citizens who are really looking to have decent work, good quality work, And the world is changing so fast that sometimes are left aside because they cannot cope with that. We have touched on these topics here about skills, about the need to enforce, to enhance our labor force service, for very concrete policy advice. So I think it's also an opportunity to see that by improving and modernizing labor statistics, we are helping our policymakers to make better policies. And I think this is very important. So I want to thank the participants from the countries. I think we had a very interesting sample of practices, and we have learned a lot. I can tell you it's amazing the work that everybody is doing. And I know that we have a small sample here of the countries that we could make it in this symposium. So there is a wealth of information, good practices that everybody can benefit. I think that everyone take away a lot of new things and new insights. I want to thank particularly our host country, Korea, who has been actively participating in all the panels and in the audience. And we have passed through 10 years of partnership that I think it has been very fruitful. And now we are turning into this modality of symposia, which is, I think, something that will benefit and will be, I would say, greatly appreciated by the labor statisticians in the world. I want also to thank those who are going to watch or are watching the YouTube channel that KOSTAT has made us available. And of course, I particularly want to thank KOSTAT and the team. I wanted to thank Young Park, our colleague in the ILO from KOSTAT, the Dutch, that has been suffering with us. The uncertainties that surrounded this symposium due to the, I would say, difficult moments that the ILO is passing through. But fortunately, with the help of him and the help of KOSTAT, managed to overcome that. Soo-Young Kim, of course, I want to particularly thank her because she has been with us in the past and now she's in charge of a very important part of KOSTAT and has always been very important, of course, and helpful in organizing this symposium. And finally, not last but not least, Commissioner Ann, who has been, and all the team of KOSTAT who has been so helpful and so, I would say, diligent in organizing such a nice symposium, and the organization is so excellent. I want to thank also all the staff, you and all the staff who support, the interpreter that also has been actively translating all the speeches. So thanks a lot. I want, of course, lastly to let me thank my team, I think, here, that they were very active, and has also been Elisa, Ritash, Kiran, and Shutong. The four of them have been actively working very tirelessly, I would say, to organize and to try to help KOSTAT in the organization of the substantive discussions on the integration of the panels, etc. So, in my case, I want to also thank for these 10 years. This will be my last symposium. Next year, I will not be, because I will retire. But I wish you the best in the next symposium. You are in good hands in the ILO, despite all the earthquakes that we have. But we are sure that ILO Department of Statistics is going ahead strongly in this commitment, and we keep this strong commitment for the future. And it's very timely because in 2 years we will be closer to ICLS. In ICLS, the 22nd ICLS will be in 2028, and we are actively working on that, on different topics, and many of the topics that we have touched today are subject to intense discussion as we speak. So I think it's another variable to take into account for the next symposium, to take a topic that could be also further discussed by the whole community, the 100% of the community of labor statisticians that host the ACLS. So thank you very much. I wish you the best for tomorrow. We will be having a very nice cultural trip, so we thank KOSTAT for having organized it. And those who are traveling back, safe trips, and thank again for all your support. Thank you.
Many thanks to the ILO chief statistician and his team for their essential roles in organizing this symposium. Let's give ILO team another big round of applause. Next, I have the final speaker representing KOSTAT. Please welcome Ms. Soo-young Kim, Director for International Relations at KOSTAT, with a warm round of applause.
안녕하십니까. 한국통계청 국제협력담당관 김수영입니다. 한국은 지금 국회 시즌으로 제가 폐회사를 하게 된 점 양해 부탁드리겠습니다. 통계청과 국제노동기구가 공동으로 개최한 제1차 노동통계 현대화 국제 심포지움이 성공적으로 마무리된 것을 매우 기쁘게 생각합니다. 지난 이틀간의 심포지움 논의를 이끌고 각국의 경험과 혁신적인 사례를 발표해 주신 ILO와 18개 국가의 참가자분들께 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 우리는 이번 심포지움을 통해 노동 통계가 당면한 과제와 미래 방향에 대해 다양한 시각에서 논의하고 각국의 혁신적인 사례와 실천 경험을 나눌 수 있었습니다. 특히 노동시장 환경 변화에 대응하기 위한 새로운 조사 방법론, 데이터 통합과 거버넌스, 그리고 인공지능과 같은 첨단 기술의 활용 가능성에 대해 폭넓게 토론한 것은
data integration and governance, as well as the potential applications of
오늘의
advanced
논의가 여기서
technologies
끝나지
such as
않고
AI.
더욱
Today's
확산될 수
discussions
있도록
should not end here.
국제협력과
Rather,
공동의
they must
노력이
continue to
계속되어야 할
expand through
것입니다.
sustained international
한국통계청과
cooperation
ILO는
and collective
이번
efforts.
심포지움을
Building
시작으로
on this symposium,
노동통계
KOSTAT
분야의
and the
국제적
ILO
교류와
will
협력을
work to
정리하여
institutionalize
전 세계가
international
함께
exchange and
노동통계의
collaboration in the field
미래를
of labor
모색하는 장을
statistics,
지속적으로
by
마련해
providing an ongoing
나가겠습니다.
platform for the global
마지막으로 본
community to
심포지움에
jointly explore
참석해
the
주신
future of
라파엘
labor
디에스 드
statistics.
메디나 ILO
Finally, I
국장님
thank
그리고
Mr. Rafael
관계자분들
Diaz de Medina,
또한
Chief
18개
Statistician
국가에서
and Director
참석해
of Statistics
주신
Department
모든
ILO
분들께
and his
다시
colleagues,
한번
as well
감사의
as to all
말씀을
the
드립니다.
participants from
내일은
18 countries
경복궁
for joining us at this
국립중앙박물관
symposium.
인사동
I
등에서
understand that
한국의
tomorrow you will
전통
have the
문화를 즐길 수
opportunity
있는
to
시간을
experience
갖는
Korea's
것으로 알고
traditional
있습니다.
culture with visits
한국에서의
to
시간이
Gyeongbokgung Palace, the
여러분께
National Museum of
뜻깊고
Korea,
즐거운
and
기억으로
in
남길
Sadong. I hope
바라겠습니다.
that your time in Korea
여러분
will
모두가
remain a
안전하게
meaningful and
귀국하시길
enjoyable memory
바라겠습니다.
for you.
감사합니다.
I wish you all a safe journey home. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Kim and KOSTAT team for their commitment and contributions to this symposium. Let's give KOSTAT team another big round of applause. So this brings us to conclusion of the KOSTAT-ILO International Symposium on Modernization of Labor Statistics. Thank you all for those participating in this symposium, both on-site and online. Finally, all our participants are warmly invited to a farewell dinner starting at 6 p.m., which is in about 10 minutes here in the same venue. So thank you once more and enjoy your evening. Thank you.